forward to comfort her sister, but was stopped in time by Cao Kun, who was standing by. "Yu, what's wrong with you?" Cao Kun began to explain. "She possesses the netherworld ghost body and should be awakening now." "Don't worry," Lan Tian said disdainfully. "Oh, you, an ominous creature, have actually learned human language. That's quite rare." Sha Hong. "Humph, there's nothing we can do about it. It's her fate. I just pushed her and she fell to her death. What could I do?" These words were like sparks falling into a pile of dry firewood, instantly igniting the anger in Lan Yuyu's heart. She let out a shrill howl, like the cry of a ghost in the underworld, which was creepy. "Shut up! How dare you insult my mother like that?" Lan Yuyu's voice was filled with endless anger and sorrow. As she moved, several jet-black air currents gathered around her and swept towards the blue sky at lightning speed. Lan Tian was caught off guard and was hit by the sudden black energy. His body shattered the glass and fell into the courtyard outside. Seeing this, Lan Li was horrified. Without thinking too much, he rushed forward and protected his mother tightly behind him. Just as Lan Yuyu was about to kill, an old man slowly walked into the tense atmosphere. "Little girl, the reputation of being a patricide is not a good one." As he said that, he slapped Lan Yuyu with his palm. Seeing this, Wu Chengkong just waved his hand and the old man who had slapped him was blasted away. "Yo, doesn't this rock Yang? I haven't seen you this far in a few years." Yang, who was lying on the ground, looked at Wu Chengkong in front of him and asked in disbelief. "Takehiro, when did you reach the Grandmaster level?" Wu Chengkong said, "Don't ask too much about social affairs." At this time, Lan Yuyu, who had completed accumulating power, controlled a ball of black air and attacked the blue sky. Just when the black energy was about to take Lan Tian's life, Cao Kun waved his hand, and the black gas split into two. They went towards the left and right arms of the blue sky respectively. In an instant, Lan Tian's two arms turned into blood and disappeared without a trace. And Cao Kun spoke. "The name of patricide is indeed unpleasant to hear." Listening to Cao Kun's words, Lan Yuyu couldn't help but frown. But what Cao Kun said next was exactly what she wanted. "I'll cut off his two arms today. I'll kill you later." Chapter 55, Uzuishi Kamiko, he who knows the times is a hero. At this moment, Yang, who was blown away by the strong wind from Wu Chengkong's sleeves, stood up stubbornly. "Kill him another day. Who gave you the courage?" Without waiting for a response, Swing Yang pulled out a syringe from his sleeve. Without any hesitation, he stabbed himself in the side of the neck. In an instant, a powerful and strange aura surged out from his body. "Alas! Awake, time to hunt." As Yang swung his sexy quotations, a strange scene quietly unfolded on him. I saw that Yang's hair was growing wildly, like black vines, spreading wantonly. His body swayed involuntarily to some unknown rhythm. Wu Chengkong stood to one side, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he warned the young master beside him in a deep voice. "Master, be careful, this is one of Swing Yang's special skills, Ghost Swing. Its power is extraordinary." After saying that, Yang's hair seemed to be tainted with magic, and it danced wildly with the rhythm of his body. It swept in from all directions, heading straight for where everyone was. Seeing this, Wu Chengkong hurried forward and slapped the hair in front of him with one palm, breaking it into pieces. But soon a large amount of hair followed. When Cao Kun saw this scene, an image of a man with flying blue hair and holding a trident emerged in his mind involuntarily. "So, you can also get entangled." Cao Kun smiled and waved his hand lightly. A strong spiritual energy surged out of his body and turned into an invisible barrier. He cleverly isolated the bizarre and unpredictable attacks of Swinging Yang and protected everyone completely. Then, Cao Kun looked at Yang and continued to ask. "Sui Yang, you lost your mother when you were born. Did your father drink all day when you were a child? Did your lover in your youth die due to some irresistible reason?" Hearing this, Swing Yang's body suddenly stiffened, as if his heartbeat was suddenly strangled by an invisible force. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, which was then quickly replaced by determination and ruthlessness. "Humph, so what even if you know my background? You will still die today." Then, Swinging Yang's hands intertwined in the air, and an extremely sharp cross blade suddenly took shape. At this time, Cao Kun shouted, "Wait a minute." Swing Yang sneered, "Why do you have any last words before you die?" Cao Kun said, "I have a way to resurrect your lover." Cao Kun's words instantly aroused Yang's interest. Oh, tell me, if it really helps, I can spare your life. Cao Kun clasped his hands together, muttered something devoutly, and then shouted. Rise again, my love. Cao Kun's move once again angered Yang. Swinging, Yang waved his hand and threw the cross blade in his hand out, roaring angrily. Ghost blade. The ghost blade that Yang was swinging was emitting a faint blue light, and the tip of the blade seemed to be able to tear through space, pointing directly at Cao Kun, who was not far away. Seeing this, Cao Kun was not afraid at all. Instead, he curled up a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. He shook his head slightly, as if mocking Yang. Cao Kun's subsequent actions further confirmed this conjecture. Cao Kun actually straightened his chest and faced Yang's swaying ghost blade with his physical body. The moment the ghost blade cut through the air and touched Cao Kun's body with a sharp whistling sound. Cao Kun's originally neat clothes seemed to be burned by an invisible fire, turning into pieces of cloth and drifting away in the wind. However, there were no scars on his exposed skin as one might imagine. Instead, complex and mysterious immortal divine patterns emerged. These lines wriggled on his skin like living things, emitting a faint glow. Cao Kun picked his nose leisurely, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said the same thing as Wu Changkong. Yo yo yo, isn't this swing Yang? After a while, you're still like this. Are you here to tickle me, Ghost Blade? At this moment, Yang's eyes were red, like volcanic lava about to erupt. Just as he was about to attack again, a voice sounded leisurely outside the threshold of the courtyard. That's enough, Yang-san, you are no match for him. You should step back first. When everyone heard the sound and looked, they saw a young man with a resolute face slowly walking into the yard. The person who came was Chen Shang from the Chen family. Faced with Chen Shang's intervention, Cao Kun spoke frivolously. Hey, isn't this our Chen family's, stomach-nourishing, master? It's been a while since we last met. I wonder if you've regained your strength and are ready to carry on the Chen family line. A hint of anger flashed across Chen Shang's face, but then he quickly restrained himself and returned to his usual calmness and composure. His gaze turned to the middle-aged man next to him, who was dressed in gorgeous samurai clothes and holding a cold and sharp samurai sword. Mr. Uzuishi Kamiko, I beg you to punish this ignorant boy on my behalf. When Guizi heard this, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes and he said indifferently. For me, teaching a lesson to a young boy who hasn't even grown all his hair is as easy as taking something out of a bag. After saying that, he slowly stepped on his wooden clogs and walked straight to the front of Chen Shang and the others. Young man, have you ever heard of an ancient saying from Daxia? He stared at Cao Kun and continued. He who understands the times is a hero, this is the eternal wisdom. If you can wake up now and admit your mistakes, the grudge between you can be wiped out. How about it? Hearing Guizi's words, Cao Kun burst into laughter, and even tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. I also have a piece of good advice for you, he who understands the times is a true hero. Now, if you are willing to kneel down to me, your ancestor. If you kowtow 3 times respectfully, I might consider giving you a chance to live. How about that? As soon as these words were spoken, Guizi's face suddenly turned cold and he snorted coldly through his nostrils. How dare you, ignorant child, speak such nonsense? He shouted sternly, I, Guizi, will not kill nameless demons with my sword. Tell me your name immediately. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun smiled even more and gave his fake name leisurely. I am from the land of vortex rocks, I wear mud as my clothes, and I transform into a butterfly and fly. I am the vortex rock mud butterfly. Washi Guizi obviously did not understand the deep meaning of Cao Kun's words. Then he said, Yoshi. So you are also from the vortex clan. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present laughed out loud at the same time. Even Chen Shang and his group opposite had a smile on their faces. Cao Kun laughed and teased Chen Shang. Hey, Chen Guizi, quickly explain this to your Japanese, old father, before he misunderstands anything. Let him know the breadth and depth of the Daxia language. Don't just keep saying that knowing the current situation is a hero. Chapter 56 Cat Demon. Chen Shang never expected that Washi Guizi would do this to him. He had to suppress his anger and spoke a few words in bird language to the vortex turtle beside him. When Washi Guizi heard this, his eyes widened and he was filled with anger, and he blurted out, Bakuyaru. Then, he stretched out his body and the long sword in his hand cut through the air. With a cold and sharp light, he came straight towards Cao Kun. When the samurai sword was about to touch the head, Cao Kun was not panicked but relaxed. He stretched out his slender fingers calmly and flicked them lightly. His fingers landed squarely on the blade that was about to touch his neck. In an instant, the samurai sword in Uzuishi Kimiko's hand collapsed like tiles. Uzuishi Guizi stared at the lonely hilt in his hand, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he screamed in surprise. How is that possible? This katana was given by His Majesty the Emperor himself. How can it be easily reduced to nothing? On the side, Cao Kun was playing with the ring in his hand. What's so extraordinary about something from a mere island country? Upon hearing this, Washi Guizi trembled all over, and then the corners of his mouth moved, and a string of rapid and mysterious bird calls came out of his mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and concentrated, and there seemed to be an imperceptible air flow around his body. The broken blade slowly rose up under the control of Washi Guizi and landed accurately in his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, Washi Guizi used the sharp edge of the fragment to draw a deep red mark on his palm, and blood instantly flowed out. In an instant, blood gushed out of his palm uncontrollably. Under the exquisite control of Washi Guizi, it not only did not disperse, but instead wove a strange and mysterious spell pattern in midair. This spell was like a living thing, flashing with eerie light, gradually condensing into shape, and slowly tearing a deep crack in the air. Within the crack, the netherworld energy surged, carrying with it a heart-pounding chill and breath of death, permeating the surroundings. Seeing this, Lan Yuyu's eyes flashed with solemnity, and the aura of the underworld surrounded her without being summoned. She shouted anxiously, "Destroy that spell quickly, or the consequences will be disastrous." After saying that, she sat cross-legged and began to absorb the netherworld energy surrounding her. At this moment, Cao Kun's expression became stern, and the sword energy in his body boiled. He suddenly made a sword gesture and roared like thunder. Sword! Following this loud shout, the sound of a sword seemed to be heard in the air, and the spirit shadow sword rushed out from the system space. Before he finished speaking, the spirit shadow sword appeared like a ghost, suspended in the air, with the tip of the sword lightly tapping. Sword shadow, wind and thunder. As Cao Kun hummed, the Lingying sword instantly turned into a rain of swords, and each sword was wrapped in the power of wind and thunder. It roared and rushed into the crack opened up by the vortex turtle. Along with the invasion of sword rain, a tragic roar was heard from within the crack. The crack actually began to tremble, as if it would collapse at any time. When Washi Guizi saw this, his face suddenly changed, knowing that this was a moment of life and death. He gritted his teeth, formed seals with his hands, and slapped his chest fiercely. A mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth and sprayed onto the spell in front of him. His body shook violently from the blow and he was about to fall down at any moment. At this critical moment, a figure slowly walked out from the crack that was about to be torn apart by the rain of swords. It has two swaying tails, long, crescent-shaped ears, and exposed fangs, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The figure turned out to be a black cat, its eyes flickering, and it spoke in human language, every word clear. "Is it you who summoned me here? I never thought that this cat demon could speak fluent Daxia language. This is the third prey." Seeing that it was this cat demon that he summoned, Washi Guizi's face turned ashen. He cast a pleading look towards Chen Shang and was about to call for help. The black cat flashed and turned into a black lightning, instantly sucking the vortex turtle into its belly. Then a mouth spit out the head of the vortex turtle with its eyes wide open. And at this moment, a strange and short third tail grew out of the black cat's soft tail. The strength is still too weak. The black cat smiled contemptuously, then slowly glanced around, finally stopping at Lan Yuyu. Ghostly body of the underworld. There was a hint of greed and excitement in the black cat's voice. "If I can devour you, I will cross the line and become the legendary Nekomata." Cao Kun, holding a long sword and pointing it at the sky, spoke slowly. "Evil beast, how dare you speak so recklessly here when I'm here?" Upon hearing this, the cat demon slowly focused his gaze on Cao Kun. "You are actually a cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm. How is this possible? The spiritual energy of the Yanwang realm has been exhausted for a long time. Could it be that you came from the Holy Land?" Golden light flashed in Cao Kun's eyes, and he shook his head slightly. "There's so much you don't know." The cat demon was light and live, ready to strike. "You and I are both at the peak of the Foundation building stage, at the 9th level, no difference at all. However, I have experienced 100 years of hardships. In this battle today, you will undoubtedly be defeated. Before he finished speaking, the cat demon turned into a shadow and rushed towards Cao Kun. Cao Kun narrowed his eyes slightly, and his divine pupils that could see through all the illusions in the world opened. Every subtle movement of the cat demon was visible in his eyes. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he pointed his sword at the sky. The sword energy was like a dragon, ready to go. With a clear whistle, the spirit shadow was unsheathed, and the sword light cut through the night sky like a silk thread. A faint sword mark was left on the cat demon's body with precise accuracy. It flashed with a cold light, but did not hurt the root. The two sides clashed, and the cat demon's attacks were fierce, but Cao Kun always resolved them one by one with his exquisite swordsmanship. As the night deepened, the battle became more intense, and all around was silent. Only the sword light and the demon's shadow flashed in between. But at this time, the cat demon changed direction and locked its eyes on Chen Shang and his group. However, within a few breaths, the arrogant warriors around Chen Shang were reduced to dead heads with their eyes open. Chen Shang's body was shaking at this moment. He spoke in a hoarse voice to Yang, who was shaking beside him. Quick, stop it. The third tail behind the cat demon was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aura around him was surging like a tide, reaching the sky. Cao Kun witnessed this scene and muttered to himself. It's about to form a pill. On the other side, at Chen Shang's request, Yang Yan injected another dose of reagent. Yang, who was originally unable to fight back, was now fighting back and forth with the cat demon. As time went by, the effect of the medicine gradually faded, and swinging Yang gradually became unable to resist. Just as the cat demon opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow Yang, Cao Kun swung his sword again, directly blasting the cat demon away. Did you eat it, kitten brother? Chapter 57, The Power of the Heavenly Gang and Earthly Evil Fist. The cat demon that was blown away by Cao Kun let out a series of shrill roars after landing. Human, you are bullying cats too much. There was anger in the cat demon's voice. His body swelled up instantly, and a faint demonic aura surrounded him. A pair of green eyes sparkled with a captivating light. Its bloody mouth opened wide, and its sharp fangs flashed coldly in the moonlight as it rushed towards Cao Kun. Facing the kitten's attack, Cao Kun moved around the yard like a ghost. Yo, why is our little cat so angry? Faced with Cao Kun's constant provocation, the cat demon was furious. Its attacks became more and more fierce, and each claw strike carried the power to tear the air, destroying the grass and trees in the yard into pieces. However, Cao Kun, who was forced into a corner by the kitten, suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already several feet high in the air. His eyes flashed with golden light and his aura was as powerful as a rainbow, like a god of war. Tian Gang leads the way, and Di Sha follows. Cao Kun let out a low roar, clenched his fists, and the power of heaven and earth surged in his body. With his angry roar, the power turned into two fist shadows, which smashed towards the cat demon with the power to destroy the world. Fuck you. With the loud bang, the whole yard shook, dust flew, and air waves rolled. The cat demon was hit by this sudden heavy blow. The huge body was actually shaken back several steps. The three tails that the cat demon had just condensed turned into ashes silently and dissipated in front of everyone. Each of the cat demon's tails can protect them from a fatal blow. The power of Tiangong Disha Fist, this supreme martial art, is indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for the protection of its tail, the cat demon would have already entered reincarnation and turned into nothingness. The cat demon stood there in shock, his eyes wide open, full of disbelief. Its eyes gradually changed from astonishment to anger. This is absolutely impossible. The cat demon roared heartbreakingly. My tail. You should know that every time the cat demon condenses a tail, it symbolizes a major breakthrough. Now that one of its tails is broken, it means that the golden elixir that was about to condense has disappeared. The cat demon instantly fell into madness. His eyes were as red as blood, and his howls were sharp and piercing through the clouds and reaching the sky. A godsend opportunity. Cao Kun's eyes flashed, and while the cat demon was distracted, he moved as fast as lightning, vowing to seize this opportunity to decide the outcome in one fell swoop. Spirit Shadow Sword. Activate. He hummed softly, and even before the sword arrived, the sword intent was already gathering momentum. However, he did not expect the cat demon to open its bloody mouth and a thick black gas gushed out, instantly covering everything around it. Oh no! Cao Kun secretly thought that something was wrong and quickly activated his divine eye to break illusions. These eyes could see through all the vanity in the world, but he searched for them for a long time. I have never seen the cat demon. The cat demon disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Kitten, why are you running? Seeing that the cat demon did not show up, Cao Kun deliberately spoke provocatively. Just then, Yang San, watch out behind you, Chen Shang exclaimed. Yang San suddenly came back to his senses and saw a shadow rushing towards him with its bloody mouth wide open, which could swallow everything. An indescribable stench in the air hit him straight in the face. Damn, this thing! Yang San cursed in his heart, but his body instinctively tensed up. At this moment, Yang's gaze met the cat demon's eyes, which were flashing with a strange light. Get out of my way! Swinging Yang roared, he quickly formed seals with his hands, ready to release the ghost blade and fight the cat demon to the death. However, the cat demon just smiled contemptuously. HMPH, a mere plankton, you think you can shake a tree? Be good and become part of my power. The cat demon's words were like a curse, and a powerful demonic power gathered in the air. Ha 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 ah. The air was filled with heavy and strange breathing. Swing Yang's face contorted, his eyes wide. He gritted his teeth, his arms tensed like steel. He tightly clamped the cat demon's bloody mouth that was trying to devour him. We must not let this monster succeed, otherwise, there will be no recovery. Crack. There was a heart-pounding crisp sound, like ice breaking. Under the strange power of the cat demon, Swinging Yang disappeared into thin air, leaving only a head with open eyes. At this moment, Chen Shang behind him seemed as steady as an old dog on the surface, but he was actually very panicked inside. Even my body couldn't stop shaking. Human, you will die today. Even if I destroy my own foundation today, I will force myself to form a pill and kill you. The cat demon suddenly took off into the air, cutting through the night. The secondary tail behind it disappeared in an instant. Only a powerful energy remained, quietly suspended in the void, emitting an alluring luster. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in the cat demon's eyes, and he was about to open his mouth to take this invisible power into his stomach. But suddenly I heard a sneer. Brother Kitten, you want to swallow it? Have you asked about my sword? Before he finished speaking, Cao Kun flicked his fingertips, and the spirit shadow sword turned into a streak of light, cutting through the sky with the force of thunder, and went straight to the cat demon's vital point. Wherever the sword light passed, the air seemed to be split in two, making a sharp roar. Bang! With a deafening roar, the cat demon was shocked by the sudden attack and staggered backward, and its huge body slammed heavily into the solid wall of the villa. Suddenly, bricks and stones flew everywhere, dust rose up, and a shocking crack appeared on the wall. The ground shook and the furniture in the villa swayed and creaked, as if it would collapse at any time. At this moment, the cat demon's mind was not at all on the fight with Cao Kun. Its eyes were fixed on the mysterious power that emitted an alluring glow. The body moved flexibly, trying to find an opportunity to devour the energy. However, Cao Kun stood in front of the energy, not giving the cat demon any chance to take advantage. Although the cat demon's attack was fierce, it seemed pale and powerless under Cao Kun's defense and could hardly advance an inch. How dare you, you despicable human, obstruct my grand plan? The cat demon kept roaring. Knowing that a head-on confrontation would be difficult to succeed, the cat demon smiled cunningly and a plan quickly formed in his mind. It stretched out its body and aimed directly in the direction of the Lan family. He attempted to use the safety of the Lan family as bait to force Cao Kun to distract himself. When Cao Kun saw this, his heart tightened and he thought to himself, not good. He knew very well that this was a carefully planned strategy by the cat demon to lure the tiger away from the mountain. But we have to face this dilemma. Cao Kun stepped into the void, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, and came in front of the Lan family. Stupid humans. The cat demon sneered, its eyes flashing with cunning light in the night. As it spoke, it flashed and transformed into a black shadow, rushing straight towards the mysterious energy ball that was floating in the air and emitting an alluring luster. Chapter 58 The Great Scam, The Path to Immortality. Just when the cat demon was feeling proud and thought victory was certain. In the darkness of the night, Lan Yue, who had been sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, suddenly exuded a deep netherworld power. This power seemed to rise from the depths of the underworld, bringing with it endless chill, and the temperature around it dropped a few degrees in an instant. In the air, faint blue light intertwined into a vortex. They spun rapidly around Lan Yuyu, and each vortex contained rich netherworld power. These vortices continuously absorbed the thin spiritual energy around them, including the power condensed by the cat demon. When the cat demon saw this, his pupils suddenly shrank and his expression of horror was beyond words. It used all its strength to try to reverse this irresistible force. But he found that he was the real ant, and everything he did was in vain. In the end, the cat demon had to give up the futile resistance, and a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. At this time, the cat demon rose into the air again, its fangs exposed. He tried to swallow Lan Yuyu in one gulp. However, at this critical moment, Lan Yuyu's eyes suddenly opened. A powerful aura gushed out from Lan Yui's body, sweeping in all directions. The cat demon, which had been so powerful and leapt up, was suddenly hit by this force and fell to the ground helplessly like a kite with a broken string, unable to move. How is this possible? The cat demon's voice trembled. It tried to struggle, but found that it was tightly bound by invisible shackles and could not move. No, don't. Seeing his original power getting closer and closer to Lan Yuyu, the cat demon kept roaring. Its roar echoed in everyone's ears, seeming so pale and powerless. As for Lan Yuyu, the energy surrounding her was continuously flowing into her body. Her breath continued to rise under Cao Kun's astonished gaze. Qi training level 2, foundation layer. It didn't stop until it reached the 9th level of foundation building. As the cat demon's original power trickled in, the cat demon, which had been baring its fangs and claws, shrank rapidly. Finally, it turned into a furry, petite and lovely kitten. The little guy took wobbly steps and almost jumped to Lan Yuyu's side. He gently rubbed Lan Yuyu's clothes with his soft head. At this moment, Cao Kun was puzzled and asked silently in his heart. Tongzi, what on earth is going on? Ding! That power just now was the cat demon's original power. With the help of the netherworld ghost body, Lan Yuyu absorbed more than 2/3 of its essence into his body. Thus, this cat demon naturally became Lan Yuyu's spiritual pet. As the system explained, the fog in Cao Kun's heart gradually dissipated. At this time Cao Kun made a surprising discovery. The Lan Yuyu in front of him was completely different from the past. Just now at the dinner table, there was a striking black birthmark on Lan Yuyu's face, with a strange shape. And now, the birthmark has miraculously disappeared, leaving only smooth and flawless skin. Lan Yui's exclamation rang out at the right time. Yuyu, your face. Lan Yuyu's appearance at this moment is not only on par with Lan Yue, but also adds a bit of indescribable charm. It is so beautiful that it makes people's heart beat fast and so beautiful that it makes people breathtaking. Lan Yui's eyes sparkled with surprise as she shouted excitedly. Yuyu, look, the birthmark on your face is gone. As she spoke, she frantically took out her cell phone from her bag, pointed it at Lan Yuyu's face, quickly captured the change, and then turned the phone screen towards Lan Yuyu. However, faced with this sudden change, Lan Yuyu's reaction was unusually calm. She just responded softly. At this time, Cao Kun spoke slowly. Yuyu, the birthmark on your face is actually a symbol of your extraordinary physique, the netherworld ghost body. As the old saying goes, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Your destiny is destined to be extraordinary. Now, the prosperous era is approaching, and your life has just begun. Then Cao Kun uttered those familiar words. Lan Yue, are you willing to marry into my Cao family? Upon hearing this, Lan Yuyu raised a cold arc at the corner of her mouth and asked back. Why should I join the Cao family? After hearing this, Lan Li wanted to open his mouth to persuade her, but was gently stopped by Lan Yue's mother's gesture. Seeing this, Cao Kun smiled slightly. He spoke slowly, each word sounding sonorous. Have you ever thought about becoming an immortal? Immortal. A look of shock crept onto her face. This was the first time she had shown such an out-of-control expression. Seeing this, Cao Kun nodded slightly. When the world is prosperous, heaven and earth resonate, and the door to the immortal path will inevitably open. If you are willing to join my Cao family, I will definitely help you become an immortal. Hearing this, Lan Yuyu frowned slightly and began to think. Seeing this, Cao Kun continued. After becoming an immortal, you can descend into the abyss of the 9 netherworlds and enter the gate of the underworld. Don't you understand what I mean? His gaze went straight to the invisible presence beside Lan Yuyu. In the eyes of everyone, Lan Yuyu was surrounded by emptiness. However, for Cao Kun, it was a completely different scene. When Cao Kun saw Lan Yuyu, he sensed that there was a vague spirit beside her. Quietly clinging to Lan Yuyu's side, his soul was incomplete and could dissipate at any time. This is also why Cao Kun said this to Lan Yue. Lan Yuyu is not unwilling to talk. Cao Kun said as he looked at the spirit next to Lan Yuyu. That must be your mother. From what I've observed, her soul is incomplete. The only reason it hasn't dissipated is because of the netherworld energy emanating from your body. If you were to become an immortal. Before Cao Kun could finish his words, Lan Yuyu spoke. I am willing to join the Cao family. Hearing Lan Yuyu's words, Cao Kun smiled with satisfaction. Then, the system prompt sound rang in Cao Kun's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering the heroine of ***** and gaining 20,000 villain points. Villain points have been automatically repaid. The host still owes this system 35,000 villain points, please return it as soon as possible. Looking at the system prompt sound, Cao Kun frowned and asked. Xiao Tongzi, are you itching for trouble? What does **** mean? Ding. Replying to the host, the protagonist that the host has not met will be automatically made anonymous by this system. Cao Kun couldn't find any fault with the system's response. At this moment, he frowned and began to think. The heroine who subdued Yi Fan only had a few thousand villain points. He actually gave 20,000 this time. What is the current strength of this protagonist? Just as he was thinking, Cao Kun heard Lan Li's voice. Master Cao, I didn't expect a family dinner to turn out like this. I'm really ashamed. If you, Master Cao, were not here, I'm afraid our Lan family. As he spoke, Lan Li looked at Lan Tian who was unconscious beside him, his eyes full of helplessness. Chapter 59 Oi, Little Ghost. Before Cao Kun could speak, a deep voice suddenly rang out. The boy from the Cao family. Why you again? Cao Kun looked up when he heard the voice, and his eyes instantly locked on the person who came. He saw the famous Ria of the Dragon Slayer division, striding towards him. Hey, General Lei, what brings you here today? Upon hearing this, the corners of Rei's mouth twitched. Then he laughed out of anger, why am I here? You really dare to ask? He took a few steps forward and looked straight at Cao Kun. Would you like to see for yourself how much noise you've made this time? Seeing this, Cao Kun restrained his smile and said slowly, Old Lei, this is a long story. Just now. Are you saying that Chen Shang of the Chen family colluded with the Japanese pirates, aiding and abetting their atrocities and embezzling the hard-earned wealth of others? Cao Kun stomped his feet, nodded his head, and clapped his hands. Exactly. If it weren't for my profound cultivation and extraordinary skills, I would be like a god descending to earth and turning the tide. I'm afraid a family massacre is about to happen here today. Lei Yao listened to Cao Kun's words and nodded continuously. But the kitten in Lan Yuyu's arms cried out in dissatisfaction. After saying that, he pointed his finger. Where his finger was pointing was the pile of disfigured human heads scattered on the ground. Ria looked in the direction he was looking, his eyes wide open. Were all these heads taken by you alone? Rei's tone was filled with surprise. Cao Kun quickly shook his head and began to explain. Just now. Upon hearing this, Ria was furious and questioned again in a harsh voice. Are you saying that those Japanese bastards actually colluded with the monsters to do such despicable things? Cao Kun muttered to himself. Oh my god, Rei, why is it automatically triggered? However, Cao Kun hid his smile beneath his outward appearance and spoke in a deep voice. That's right. Ria took a few steady steps forward, locking his gaze firmly on the scattered heads on the ground. Ria squatted down and gently slid his fingertips over the heads. Whirlpool Turtle. Why is he in Daxia? Cao Kun asked, why? Does Envoy Lei know this turtle? Uzuishi Kimiko is a very important figure in the Kikubu Keisha of Japan. He's skilled in ninjutsu and assassination, and is one of the key members of the Kikubu Company. Juwu Club. That's a very Japanese name. Cao Kun murmured the same thing. Ria slowly stood up, scanning the surroundings to make sure she hadn't missed any details before continuing. The Kikutake Society, a secret organization with a long history. Not only does it have a huge influence in Japan, but it has also extended its reach overseas. Its ambition is astonishing. In the land of Japan, its power is like that of the dragon-slaying division of Daxia. Its authority is so great that it cannot be underestimated. And Uzuishi Kimiko holds a high position in the Kikubu society, not much different from my position in the dragon-slaying division. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun chuckled, his tone full of disdain. That's it. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought he was some little karami from somewhere. Leia frowned slightly and looked straight at Cao Kun. The vortex stone turtle fell on the territory of our great Shah. This is a serious matter. I am afraid. Cao Kun deliberately prolonged his tone, interrupting Leia's contemplation, with a hint of provocation in his tone. What? Could it be that our mighty Thunder commander of the dragon-slaying division is afraid of that little Japanese nation? Rhea snorted contemptuously. A mere bunch of birdmen from a barren land, what's the point of mentioning them? To dare to brandish swords and guns on the territory of Great Shah is simply courting death. You deserve it. When Cao Kun heard this, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes, and he smiled and nodded slightly. Well, young man, you have ambition, you are teachable, and you have a promising future. When Rhea heard this, he looked confused, with big question marks written all over his face. What did you say? Why don't I understand? Seeing this, Cao Kun touched his nose awkwardly, quickly changed the subject and said with a smile. Oh, nothing, just some insignificant remarks. By the way, General Lei, regarding the Chen family's secret collusion with foreign nations, how should they be punished according to the laws of Daxia? When the Chen family was mentioned, Lei Ya's expression instantly became complicated, and it was obvious that this matter was quite difficult. Seeing this, Cao Kun tactfully stopped asking questions and instead smiled in a relaxed tone. Old Lei, let's not talk about the Chen family's troubles for now. Do you know what good things Commander Kai's apprentice has done recently? When mentioning Kai Chenkin's unruly disciple, Lei Ya's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. Damn it, what's that kid up to again? Then, he seemed to remember something and frowned slightly. Didn't this bastard just get released? He's in jail again. Cao Kun patted Leia's shoulder lightly and said in a condescending tone. Old Lei, you shouldn't curse people, but your mother. Be careful next time. Besides, young people have some physiological needs and uncontrollable impulses, which is also normal. Lock him up for a few days and let him reflect on himself. This will serve as a lesson for him. After hearing this, Leia still didn't understand what Cao Kun meant. He curled his lips and squeezed out a word that was slightly helpless and dissatisfied. Damn it, what a living treasure old Kai has received. If the elder hadn't stepped in last time, how could he have gotten away so easily? After just a few days of peace and quiet, he's gone off to have fun in that fireworks place again. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun shook his head slightly. We are the elders after all. Long live understanding. Long live understanding. At this time, Leia was so angry that he did not notice the subtleties in Cao Kun's words. Someone from the Dragon Slayer division will be here soon, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. After saying that, Rhea flew away from the scene. Seeing Leia leave, Cao Kun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he walked in front of Lan Yuyu and picked up the kitten. Oi, brat. Then he fooled again. Did you know that the person who just came was a powerful person in the spiritual transformation stage? If I hadn't been so smart and tricked Rhea away, wouldn't you have died here today? I saved your life, aren't you going to thank me? But this little cat was obviously not someone who could be fooled, and it barked ferociously at Cao Kun. Meow. Hey, you still dare to be mean to me. As he said this, Cao Kun let the kitten know the evil of human nature. When the kitten touched the ground again, its eyes were blurry and it could not walk steadily. And the kind-hearted Cao Kun spoke again with great compassion. Oi kid, you don't have a name yet, right? I had a burst of inspiration today, so I came up with a name for you. From now on you'll be called Little Devil. Do you understand? Seeing this, the little ghost nodded quickly, causing everyone around him to laugh. Chapter 60. A glass of milk in the morning and evening is good for your health. Before our eyes, the once magnificent and elegant villa has now become a ruin and devastated. A trace of barely perceptible sadness flashed across Lan's mother's eyes, and she sighed softly. I'm afraid it's no longer possible to live here. It seems we have to move to another place. Old Mrs. Lan frowned and looked around. He looked at his ignorant little son again and finally shook his head slightly. The world is unpredictable. Who could have predicted what we'd see today? Just as the atmosphere became solemn, Cao Kun spoke. Grandma, don't worry, why don't you stay with me for a while? How about we wait until this place is repaired before making any plans? Upon hearing this, Lan Li curled up the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. We appreciate Mr. Cao's kindness, even though the Lan family's business has been slow these days. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and we still have some reserves in real estate. However, as the subject changed, Lan Li's eyes softened and he looked at the sisters Lan Yue and Lan Yuyu beside him. However, Yue, why don't you and Yuyu go live with Master Cao for a while, so that you can have someone to look after you and keep you company? Before Lan Yue could speak, Cao Kun took the lead. It's settled, Yue, you and Yuyu will come to my place together, I will make all the arrangements. The other side. Inside the Hangxing City Security Bureau. Director Zhao, Envoy Lei is outside the door. The guard gently knocked on the wooden door of Zhao Liqiu's office. When Zhao Liqiu heard the voice, the pen in his hand paused involuntarily. He quickly adjusted his breathing and gently placed the pen on the edge of the table. Quick, please invite Envoy Lei in. The guard responded, opened the door steadily, and stepped aside to make way. Ray then walked in, and the guard wisely closed the door. Zhao Liqiu, damn it, has that bastard Xiao Chen caused trouble again? As soon as Ray entered the room, he was bombarded with questions. Those eyes filled with anger stared straight at Zhao Liqiu, making people dare not look directly at him. When Zhao Liqiu heard this, his body trembled slightly involuntarily. He lowered his head and dared not breathe. Lei, the pacification envoy, I. When it reached his lips, it seemed as if something was stuck and he couldn't say it for a long time. Why are you lowering your head? Just say what you want to say, don't be so shy like a woman. Zhao Liqiu finally mustered up the courage, slowly raised his head, his eyes met Lei's, and he spoke. Envoy Lei, Xiao Chen is indeed involved in another incident. Zhao Liqiu was finally helpless and had to tell Lei the whole story in detail without reservation. Even that unspeakable and graphic video was presented to Ray. Ray's gaze changed from initial shock to an indescribable complex emotion. Finally, a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Give me a copy of this video. I don't know if Rhea was angry or what, but she couldn't suppress the smile on her face. I want Kai Chengkin to see with his own eyes just how unusual his prized disciple's appetite is. And Cao Kun returned to the manor. After arranging accommodation for Lan Yue and Lan Yuyu, he found Bai Yunjie. As soon as he saw Bai Yunjie, Cao Kun couldn't help but stretch out his evil claws. Bai Yunjie, who was used to it, did not stop Cao Kun. Cao Kun's expression became solemn, and he whispered to Bai Yunjie beside him. Ma'am, I have something to tell you, but you have to be prepared. Hearing this, Bai Yunjie frowned slightly, and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. But she still nodded gently. Cao Kun sighed softly. Xiao Chen, he went in again. Bai Yunjie's heart sank suddenly. But unexpectedly, her emotions were not as turbulent as usual, and she just said it lightly. Going in again. Exactly, and Cao Kun pretended to be hesitant to speak, unable to speak easily. He came here this time because he found a fallen woman. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunjie closed her eyes gently, exhaled a long breath, and shook her head slightly. Well, at this moment, Cao Kun slowly took out his mobile phone and placed it in front of Bai Yunjie carefully. On the screen, the disgusting scene appeared like a nightmare, instantly igniting the raging anger in Bai Yunjie's heart. This beast. How can he be so shameless? She raged, her voice shaking with anger. At this moment, Bai Yunjie took a deep breath, suppressed the turbulent waves in her heart, and gently stroked her lower abdomen. Seeing this, Cao Kun's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible smile. Then he put on an expression of surprise and joy and asked cautiously. Madam, could it be? When Bai Yunjie heard this, her cheeks flushed and she nodded shyly. I'm pregnant. Cao Kun's acting skills reached perfection at this moment. He seemed to be completely struck by this sudden good news. He actually picked up Bai Yunjie and spun her around a few times. Cao Kun suddenly realized his loss of composure and quickly put Bai Yunjie down with the most gentle attitude. He then slowly leaned over and put his ear close to Bai Yunjie's soft and warm belly. Feel the vitality inside carefully. At night, Cao Kun whispered a few words in Bai Yunjie's ear. When Bai Yunjie heard this, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, and there was a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Really? A sly smile appeared on Cao Kun's lips. I possess a yin-yang immortal body that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. How could I possibly deceive you? After hearing this, Bai Yunjie thought about it carefully and nodded. She believed that the man in front of her must have something extraordinary about him. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Yunjie stood up and rinsed her mouth. Seeing this, Cao Kun couldn't help laughing. How about it? I didn't lie to you. It really helps with your health. Bai Yunjie just rolled her eyes at Cao Kun and didn't say anything. At this time, Cao Kun got dressed and stood up and said to Bai Yunjie. You go to sleep first, I'm going to practice. After entering Jingushuan, Cao Kun plunged directly into the 9 revolutions divine jade. As soon as he entered, Cao Kun saw the familiar face. And that sad flute sound. For some reason, Mahoraka surprisingly did not attack him today. Even Cao Kun couldn't help but be stunned. He was used to being abused, so he felt a little uncomfortable because he was not abused today. Looking at the Mahoraji in front of him, Cao Kun couldn't help but sing. What kind of man are you? What kind of man are you? I watched her go and did nothing. Then Mahoraji asked. What is love to a person without order? Chapter 61 Visitors from the Holy Land. What is love? I don't understand. Fenghua accent. Mahoraka, with its pair of eyes flashing with cold light, stared at Cao Kun. Not understand. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun frowned and scratched his forehead unconsciously with his fingers. What's the matter? However, Mahoraka simply uttered 3 words. Then die. Cao Kun quickly said, these are 4 words. Immediately afterwards, a sharp sound of breaking wind passed through the air. Cao Kun's pupils suddenly contracted, and he saw a familiar and terrifying tail coming towards him with great momentum. The tail was covered with pitch-black scales, which was chilling. When Cao Kun opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that he had returned to Jingushuan. A line of lyrics popped up in Cao Kun's mind. There was no defense or concern at all. Suddenly, Cao Kun changed the subject. What is this? Cao Kun realized that his spiritual consciousness had transcended the constraints of his body and was floating leisurely in the air. Tongzi, am I dead? Ding. Please rest assured, even if you want to die, it won't be that easy. This means the host soul cultivation realm has reached the soul awakening realm. Cao Kun nodded. Su Ga. Name, Cao Kun. Age, 20. Height, 187 centimeters. Constitution, Yin-Yang immortal body, delusion breaking divine eyes. Realm, foundation building level 9. Soul realm, soul awakening. Appearance 99, the full value is the appearance of the readers. Villain points close black lens bracket, minus 35,000 villain points. Techniques, Immortal Sutra, Emperor, Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix Secret God, Wind and Thunder Sword Shadow, Earth, Remnant Ghost Valley Medical Technique, Heaven, 9 Transformations of Spirit Refining, Saint, 1000 Illusion Mask Technique, Earth. Great Tao Divine Power, Great King's Hegemony. Magic Weapon, Spirit Shadow Sword, Low Grade Spiritual Weapon, 9 Turn Divine Jade. Luck, 15,000. After looking at his own panel, Cao Kun gently controlled his spiritual consciousness and silently shuttled through every corner of the manor. The fragrance of flowers, the swaying of grass, and even the faint sound of wind in the distance can all be clearly heard. Suddenly, a faint, suppressed, and somewhat ambiguous and seductive sound suddenly reached his ears. Big guarantee. Who dares to do this kind of thing on my territory? Cao Kun slowly approached the source of the sound. But the scene before him shocked Cao Kun. Lu Ruyan, this gentle, dignified and self-possessed woman, is now in this posture. This is this Ruyan Lu. What Cao Kun didn't know was. Originally, Lu Ruyan just wanted to relax in the manor. But by chance, he accidentally entered Cao Kun's residence. It just so happened that she had a clear view of the scene just now. In an instant, Lu Ruyan, who had been virgin for a long time, felt extremely numb. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was lying on the big bed. A barely noticeable blush stained her cheeks. 3 days later. While having dinner with the girls, Wu Chengkong walked up to Cao Kun. Master, the master has specially sent a strong man from the Holy Realm. To protect your safety. Upon hearing this, a gleam of light suddenly appeared in Cao Kun's eyes. Having grown up in a harsh environment, he has long been accustomed to his father's cold and indifferent training methods. Apart from the loyal Wu Chengkong and the idiotic Amenos, he has no other protection. However, the assassination attempt a few days ago actually caused the Cao family's patriarch, who rarely showed up in public, to send people from the Holy Realm. Cao Kun took a sip of the soup, then elegantly picked up the white paper towel on the table and slowly wiped the corners of his mouth. He will personally send experts to protect my safety. Before he finished speaking, a breeze blew by, and an old man with an immortal look quietly appeared in everyone's sight. His hair and beard were all white, but he did not show the slightest humility or flattery when facing Cao Kun. The old Taoist stood tall and straight, with bright eyes, and spoke proudly. I am Shu Tian, and I am here on the orders of Patriarch Cao to take responsibility for your safety. Cao Kun glanced at him lightly, then a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he turned to speak gently to Bai Yunjie. This chicken soup is incredibly delicious. Yunjie, try a bowl too. Upon hearing this, the waiter standing by quickly scooped up a bowl of hot chicken soup, walked forward, and placed it respectfully in front of Bai Yunjie. Seeing this, Shu Tian felt a surge of resentment at not being taken seriously. He raised his voice to reiterate his presence and mission. I, Shu Tian, entrusted by the patriarch, am here to protect the eldest son. Cao Kun slowly put down the golden chopsticks in his hand, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes, and he said slowly. Oh, you want to protect me? Upon hearing this, Shu Tian waved his sleeves. Exactly. I will do my utmost to ensure the eldest young master's safety. Cao Kun narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin, and he pondered. Just building the foundation. Yun'er, Yu, who of you wants to try? After spending a few days together, the two girls of similar age became good friends. Although the two of them don't talk much, they practice together in their spare time. At this moment, the two girls' eyes were flashing with uncontrollable excitement. Seeing this, Cao Kun scratched his head lightly. He turned to look at Wu Changkong, who was calm and composed beside him. Uncle Wu, is this Shu Tian? Wu Changkong added the other party's name at the right time. Cao Kun nodded in confirmation. Yes, Shu Tian. Uncle Wu, how about you and Shu Tian serve as sparring partners for the two of them? As soon as these words came out, Wu Changkong's face suddenly showed a look of disbelief, and he hesitated. Me? Practice with the two young ladies. Seeing this, Cao Kun smiled even more and nodded. How about it? Wu Changkong said with a bitter face. Both young ladies are truly exceptional. How can an old man like me be their match? At this time, Shu Tian's voice came. You are Wu Delong's younger brother, right? I didn't expect him to be such a weak person. You're even afraid of two little girls. How shameful. Just two little girls, I can handle them all by myself. Wu Changkong did not get angry when he heard this, but spoke. First of all, I, Wu Changkong, am not a weakling. Secondly, good luck. The two women turned their heads and looked at Cao Kun. Cao Kun smiled and nodded. If they don't appreciate it, there's nothing I can do. Be gentle, be gentle. If something goes wrong, that old guy will suppress his own son again. Chapter 62 Battle with Shu Tian. Everyone came to the open space of the manor. Shu Tian, at this moment, stood tall and straight in the center like a pine tree. My two young friends, I consider your young age. I will be generous and grant you 3 moves. If you can make me move even slightly within 3 moves, I will be defeated. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun'er raised a playful smile. Lan Yuyu also covered her lips and chuckled. Grandpa, your words are golden words, you are not allowed to regret it, okay. Lu Yun'er's voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of mischief and playfulness. When Shu Tian heard this, his eyes were full of confidence and open-mindedness. Of course, once I say something, I can't take it back. Before she finished speaking, Lu Yun'er had already stood up lightly, tapping the ground with her toes, leaving a series of delicate ripples. The distance between him and Shu Tian was instantly shortened. He opened his left palm slightly and moved towards Shu Tian's vital point. Her movements were fluid and graceful, yet contained a tremendous power. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shu Tian stood up straight and quickly adjusted his internal energy. An overwhelming force gathered in his palms, and he growled. Flowing cloud palm. After he finished speaking, the air around him seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, raising layers of air waves, like surging clouds. However, after this powerful blow, Shu Tian staggered back involuntarily, retreating more than 10 steps. On the other hand, Lu Yun'er was light and graceful, without moving a step, and her expression was calm. Grandpa, won't you give us a chance to compete in 3 moves? Shu Tian retreated while thinking and was about to explain. But I felt a chill coming from the side. At this time, Lan Yuyu shuttled silently to Shu Tian's flank, and his speed was astonishing. Lan Yuyu's palms also contain unfathomable power. Every swing was accompanied by the roar of the air exploding. However, facing this sudden double attack, Shu Tian's mood was as calm as an ancient well, without any sign of panic. He slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the fresh air, as if he wanted to absorb all the thin spiritual energy between heaven and earth into his body. As the breath sank in, his entire body was naturally surrounded by a layer of blue and white light. Suddenly, his eyes opened, a gleam of light flashed in them, and his body moved like a cheetah bursting out before hunting, swift and powerful. Amidst the intertwined attacks of Lu Yun'er and Lan Yuyu, Shu Tian displayed astonishing flexibility and agility. Miraculously, he was able to seize the opportunity to counterattack in this impenetrable offensive network. Cao Kun witnessed this scene and couldn't help but admire it in his heart. Ginger is still spicy with age. At this moment, Shu Tian had a long sword in his hand, and the sword was flashing with cold light. He shook his wrist lightly, and the tip of the sword cut through the shackles of the air, with a sharp whistle, like a dragon's roar in the sky, pointing directly at Lu Yun'er's vital point. Seeing this, Lu Yun'er's expression changed slightly and her body quickly rushed backwards. In the air, only the lingering echo of the sword tip cutting through the air remained. However, Shu Tian showed no sign of retreating in his offensive. His body spun nimbly, and the sword intent changed suddenly, like a dragon playing in the water. Take Lan Yuyu's location from an angle beyond imagination. Lan Yuyu's eyes flashed, and her hands quickly intertwined, forming an ancient and mysterious seal. An overwhelming and unstoppable energy surged out from his palm and collided fiercely with Shu Tian's sharp sword in the void. Seeing this, Cao Kun couldn't help but feel confused. Where did this little girl learn these moves? Just as Cao Kun was thinking, he heard the cat meow of a little ghost from the side. Cao Kun grabbed the little ghost beside him. How could I forget about you, a little thing that has lived for so long? At this moment, there was a loud explosion, and a powerful air wave surged around like a tide, stirring up a sky full of dust. When the dust gradually settles, everything becomes clear again. I saw the spirit shadow sword quietly floating in the air, flashing with a cold light. Shu Tian was half kneeling on the ground, holding a long sword, his clothes torn, looking a bit embarrassed. At this moment, Cao Kun's voice sounded at the right time. It's almost time. Let's end this contest here. Amenos, take them both to school. As the 2 girls walked away, Cao Kun's eyes slowly turned to Shu Tian, who was looking stunned. People in the Holy Land are just average. Shu Tian seemed to wake up from a dream and muttered to himself. This is impossible. How could anyone in this mortal world touch upon the secrets of Qi training? Cao Kun walked forward lightly, squatted beside Yu Zushan, and patted his shoulder. With me, Cao Kun, here, nothing is impossible. Okay, I have to go to school too. You're in for it. Uncle Wu, let's go. On the way to Zhongda. Cao Kun lay leisurely on Lan Yui's warm and soft thighs. Just touch the phone screen with your fingertips and travel in the world of doing short videos. Especially those lightly dancing figures attracted all his attention. Suddenly, a hint of surprise and curiosity appeared in Lan Yui's voice. Cao Kun, have you read the school forum? Cao Kun withdrew from those graceful dances and turned to Lan Yue with a smile. Oh, is that the video of that guy Xiao Chen? Lan Yue nodded slightly. Right, I didn't expect Xiao Chen to like this type of girl. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun, the instigator of the burial, couldn't help but laugh. You don't know this. It's the same even if the lights are off. Xiao Chen, who had just come out of the police station, had no idea what had happened. On the way back to the dormitory, Xiao Chen kept feeling that the classmates around him were pointing at him and talking about something. Out of curiosity, Xiao Chen couldn't help but circulate his internal energy to listen carefully to the content. You don't know until you hear it, and you'll be shocked when you hear it. Now Xiao Chen felt his eyes go dark and he almost couldn't stand. Is that him? The one driving the tank? It's definitely right. There aren't many bald guys in our school. He's not ugly, so why does he like driving a tank? You don't understand, every flower has its own fragrance. At this moment, Xiao Chen clenched his fists, and the anger in his eyes seemed to be about to burst out. Who on earth is it? At this moment, Xiao Chen's cell phone rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number from the capital. Xiao Chen hung up the phone without thinking. But just a few seconds later the call came again. Xiao Chen, who was already annoyed, started cursing as soon as he answered the phone. After cursing for a few minutes, a familiar voice reached Xiao Chen's ears. "You've grown wings, haven't you?" The more Xiao Chen listened, the more familiar it became, and he couldn't help but ask. "Who are you, master?" Kai Chenkin on the other end of the phone said, suppressing his inner anger. "You still know there's a master. My good disciple." Just as Xiao Chen was about to explain, Kai Chenkin spoke. "Okay, I know everything about you. You'd better not stay in Zhongyan province anymore. Come to the imperial capital in a few days." Hearing this, Su Qingshui's face appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. "But master." Before Xiao Chen could finish his words, Kai Chenkin spoke. "You'll have a week to deal with things there. I'll send someone to pick you up in Zhongyan province in a week." Chapter 63 Xiao Chen's collapse. Before Xiao Chen could continue speaking, Kai Chenkin hung up the phone. 7 more days. Xiao Chen whispered. His thoughts were also pulled by invisible threads, tightly wrapped around Su Qingshui's perfect face. He closed his eyes and imagined himself entangled with Su Qingshui in his mind. Every detail was so clear. 7 days, no matter what means are used. "Qingshui, you must be mine." A look of determination flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. With brisk steps, Xiao Chen arrived at the door of the head teacher's office. A few minutes later, after listening to Xiao Chen's talk, the teacher was slightly stunned and then put down the pen in his hand. "Xiao Chen, the teacher knows that you are a person who cares about face. The teacher doesn't know who spread the video. But the teacher thinks you are a very good kid. Don't be afraid of worldly opinions, dare to love and hate. This is something that many people can't do. Don't ruin your bright future because of a momentary impulse." Xiao Chen listened to his teacher's words, clenched his hands into fists, and his knuckles turned slightly white due to the force. He took a deep breath and tried to sound calm. "Teacher, I have been thinking about this for a long time. This is not a momentary impulse, but a decision I made after careful consideration." Seeing this, the teacher frowned. "Xiao Chen, do you know? You have always been a top student in our class. Everyone sees your talent and your hard work. It would be a shame to give up all this." As she spoke, she stood up and walked around the table, trying to impress Xiao Chen with closer communication. However, Xiao Chen just shook his head slightly. "Teacher, I understand your painstaking efforts. But everyone's life path is different, and I have my own path that I have to take. Maybe others think it's a wrong path, but for me, it's the only way to realize my dream." The teacher looked at the student in front of him with mixed feelings, and finally could only sigh helplessly. "Okay, Xiao Chen, since you have made up your mind, the teacher respects your choice. But remember, no matter what the future holds, this will always be your home. Feel free to come back whenever you need us." When Xiao Chen heard this, a long-lost warmth surged in his heart. He bowed slightly and paid his final respects to the teacher. "Thank you, teacher." After he finished speaking, he turned around and just as he opened the office door, the teacher's voice reached Xiao Chen's ears from behind. "Xiao Chen, if this video is accidentally circulated, it will also cause great psychological trauma to that girl. You might as well lend a helping hand and comfort that girl." Hearing this, Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly and his steps paused involuntarily. That disgusting face of a fool appeared in his mind, making him almost feel nauseous. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, then left the office without looking back. Hey, isn't this our heroic tank soldier? How come you have time to come here today?" A sharp voice, with a hint of deliberate provocation, echoed in every corner of the classroom. But Xiao Chen ignored these students. Without stopping for a moment, he looked through the crowd and locked onto a corner of the classroom, where Su Qingshui was reading a book with her head down. He stood in front of Su Qingshui. "Qingshui," Xiao Chen said softly. "Are you free tonight?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingshui paused her movements, looked up at Xiao Chen, and frowned slightly. "What's up?" Xiao Chen spoke slowly. "I have already applied to withdraw from school. I will be leaving here in a few days. Before leaving, I want to treat you to a meal." After saying that, he quietly waited for Su Qingshui's response. But laughter was heard in the classroom. "Xiao Chen, please invite our Suzhou University beauty to dinner. Your tank sister won't be angry." Hearing this, the others around also started to make a fuss. That's right, I won't be jealous. Xiao Chen Gaige. At this time, Cao Kun, who was sitting at the back, spoke. Xiao Chen, have you taken your HIV vaccination? When the students in the classroom heard Cao Kun's words, they instantly became excited. What? Xiao Chen has AIDS. Xiao Chen looked in the direction of Cao Kun's voice. How do you know? Name, Xiao Chen. Age, 19. Height, 178 centimeters. Physique, Dragon Tyrant Battle Body. Realm Grandmaster Level 1. Appearance, 90. Favorability -100, Fight to the death. Kung Fu Dragon Hegemony 9 Heavens Technique. Qi Luck, 100,000. Cao Kun did not reply. After taking another look at Xiao Chen's panel, he waved his hand towards his face. The next second, from Xiao Chen's perspective, Cao Kun had turned into Su Qingshe. Do you like it, son? Seeing this, Xiao Chen froze in place, his body shaking uncontrollably. Cao Kun. At this time, Cao Kun stood up and spoke to the students in the classroom. Tonight we will hold a farewell ceremony for our classmate, Xiao Chen, at the Coke Hotel. I'll pay for everything. Then Cao Kun walked to Xiao Chen's side. He reached out and gently patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, whispering softly in his ear. Son, your farewell ceremony was arranged by your father. Also, do you want a brother or a sister? After saying that, Cao Kun left the classroom. At this moment, Xiao Chen's nails had pierced his palm without him knowing when. Cao Kun, you will definitely die today. On the other side, Downton Abbey. Old man Tang, is the information accurate? Su Yuan couldn't wait to speak. Tang Lan nodded and said. It's absolutely correct. This man's name is Xiao Chen, and he is the disciple of Kai Chengken, the Dragon Slayer. When he heard Kai Chengken, Long Ao could no longer sit still. Kai Chengken's apprentice. Snort. Tonight, we will avenge both old and new grudges. At this time, Tang Lan said in embarrassment. But the message said that Cao Kun was holding a farewell ceremony for him tonight. With Cao Kun present, this matter is probably not simple. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed with Tang Lan's words. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Leave Cao Kun to me. I won't interfere with the rest of the matter. As soon as they heard the voice, the three of them bowed respectfully and said, Lord. At this time, Tang Lan had already approached flatteringly. My lord, what are you doing? Yi Fan nodded. The foundation has been established. No one in the same realm can be my opponent. Congratulations, my lord. Your strength has reached a new level. Su Yuan, Long Ao and Tang Lan hurriedly congratulated him. Yi Fan murmured. Cao Kun, there is no deep hatred between you and me. But fate has it that one of us will die. So. Chapter 64 Farewell. Time flies and it is night. Master, everything has been properly arranged. The Tang family's spies received the information we deliberately spread. After receiving the news from Union Tower, the evil Buddhas in the northwest also sent people to Zhongyan. Wu Changkong leaned over and spoke softly in Cao Kun's ear. Cao Kun nodded slightly. Then let's go. As you step into the hotel, the originally elegant lobby has now transformed into a bustling dance floor. The rhythmic dance music was intertwined with the excited cheers of the men and women around. Cao Kun looked around with a hint of surprise, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He turned to Wu Changkong beside him. Uncle Wu, was this also arranged by you? Wu Changkong shook his head slightly and replied. No, master. I'm simply ordering the hotel to suspend operations today so we can proceed. As for this dance, I'm afraid it was organized by the young lady and this group of students. Cao Kun asked, why isn't you here? Wu Changkong said a few more words into Cao Kun's ear. Cao Kun then moved through the bustling crowd in the hotel, looking for Xiao Chen. At this moment, a familiar outline quietly came into view. He involuntarily walked towards where the figure was and finally stopped beside Su Qingshe. Student Su, you seem a little uncomfortable. Is this lively atmosphere making you feel a little uncomfortable? Su Qingshe frowned slightly, a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes, and she responded softly. Yeah, it's a bit noisy. Hearing this, Cao Kun's eyes involuntarily swept over Su Qingshe and looked at Wang Chaochao beside her, who was wearing a white lace miniskirt. The light skirt outlines her slender legs, making them look even whiter and more dazzling under the light. Cao Kun's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Wang Chaochao would be so beautiful after dressing up carefully. Cao Kun spoke. There's a sofa over there, it's a little quieter. You can go there and rest for a while. Su Qingshe nodded slightly and was about to leave. The venue seemed to be paused by an invisible magic force and became quiet in an instant. At this time, a young man with a glowing head walked in. It was Xiao Chen. He held a bouquet of carefully selected flowers in his arms, and his steps were steady and powerful. The flowers are colorful and fragrant. Xiao Chen's gaze passed through the crowd and came straight to Su Qingshe. He knelt on one knee in front of Su Qingshe. Qingshe, for so many years, I have been looking for ideal love. Ever since I met you, I realized I've found true love. Meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. To like you is a lifetime of happiness. Falling in love with you is the joy of my life. Having you is my lifelong pursuit. Will you be my girlfriend? Su Qingshe took a half step back gently, and her voice was unconsciously tinged with a hint of frost, cold and resolute. Xiao Chen, we are just ordinary friends. These words, like a gust of cold wind in winter, once again stung Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists involuntarily. Someone suddenly sang at this moment. Are you serious about taking that half step back? Small movements can cause so much damage. At this moment, Wang Chaochao walked lightly to Cao Kun's side, holding a glass of margarita in her hand. Young Master Cao, it seems your chances of winning the heart of a beautiful lady are probably a few points higher. After saying that, she made a suggestion half jokingly and half seriously with her eyes rolling. How about you make an offer and let me become your think tank and your wingman to help you? Upon hearing this, Cao Kun couldn't help but laugh. Cao, you misunderstood. I'm no longer the same person I was before. I'm not interested in classmate Su now. Suddenly, Cao Kun's words changed slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Here I come. As soon as the words fell, the earth began to tremble involuntarily, accompanied by a deep call that reached the ears of everyone present. Husband. The word, simple, makes people look in the direction of the sound involuntarily. I saw a burly figure as big as a hill. It was slowly approaching the crowd with an unstoppable momentum. Xiao Chen's eyes were fixed on the gradually approaching figure. His face instantly lost its color, turning pale as paper, and his stomach was churning. The person who came was the fat girl who had made love with Xiao Chen that day. She noticed the flowers in Xiao Chen's hand, her eyes flashing with surprise and shyness, and she said softly in a pinched voice. Husband, did you prepare these flowers for me? It's really such a surprise. I love it so much. I like it very much, really, thank you. As he spoke, Big Fat Flower had already arrived in front of Xiao Chen. He hugged Xiao Chen without hesitation and kissed him. Vomit. An uncontrollable feeling of nausea suddenly surged into his throat, and Xiao Chen's body trembled involuntarily. Then, a stream of liquid unexpectedly splashed onto the affectionate face of the fat man. Depenghua's expression instantly changed from anticipation to astonishment, and then to deep self-blame and worry. She hurriedly let go of his hand, her voice trembling. Husband, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Her words were full of anxiety and uneasiness. Xiao Chen suddenly stood up, his body shaking violently with anger, his eyes blazing with rage. He laughed in anger, emphasizing each word. Get out of here. After he finished speaking, he moved, and before anyone could react, his fist had already cut through the air like thunder, carrying a force that should not be underestimated, and hit the fat flower that looked bulky but was actually cunning. What is astonishing is that this seemingly random blow seems to contain tremendous force. The fat flower weighing hundreds of pounds was blown into the air like a kite with a broken string. Finally, it hit the table and chairs behind it hard, breaking them into pieces. For a moment, the whole space became quiet. Xiao Chen's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, fixed on Cao Kun. Cao Kun, you passed. Faced with this sudden change, Cao Kun did not respond immediately, but just looked at Xiao Chen quietly. Amitabha. A distant and clear Buddhist chant seemed to float from the sky, gently passing through every corner of the venue, bringing an inexplicable tranquility and peace. Where did this great monk come from? The students around looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion and curiosity, and whispered to each other. At this moment, an old monk slowly walked into the venue. He was wearing a cassock, holding a rosary, and his face was kind and solemn. The old monk's gaze swept gently over the crowd, finally stopping on Xiao Chen. Are you Kai Chenkin's apprentice? Chapter 65 Acting. Dead End. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought that the monk in front of him was the person sent by Cao Kun to pick him up. He couldn't help but frown and said with a puzzled tone. Didn't the master say to give me 7 days? How come people are here after only half a day? As soon as he finished speaking, a barely perceptible chill seemed to condense in the air. The monk's eyes suddenly became as sharp as an eagle's, and a cold light flashed across them. Immediately afterwards, his figure suddenly rose up like a ghost in the night, at an astonishing speed. The fist wind, accompanied by a deafening roar and carrying a power that should not be underestimated, came straight towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly tightened. He had not expected this sudden change. I never expected that the other party would launch such a decisive and swift attack. He could only rely on his intuition and instincts from years of martial arts training to move his body to the side in an attempt to avoid the attack. However, the monk's punch was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. Even though Xiao Chen tried his best to twist his body, he was still swept by the sharp energy carried by the edge of the fist. The whole person was like a kite with a broken string, and was knocked several feet away by a punch, hitting the wall behind him hard. The roar was accompanied by the random splashing of small pieces of stone. The pain attacked every inch of Xiao Chen's muscles and bones, and his internal organs seemed to have experienced violent displacement. Every breath was accompanied by unspeakable pain. Seeing this, Cao Kun exchanged a tacit look with Wu Changkong. Then his body flashed, as fast as a cheetah hunting, and he rushed to Xiao Chen's side in an instant. He picked up Xiao Chen without hesitation, turned into a shadow, and rushed towards the outside world. The monk saw this and did not hesitate at all. His feet were as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, and his body turned into a stream of light, closely following Cao Kun's departing trajectory. When the monk came outside, all he saw was Xiao Chen lying alone on the cold ground. Cao Kun's figure has disappeared like a ghost. At this moment, Wu Changkong's voice echoed in the conference hall. On behalf of the crew, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to every student who participated in the performance. The subsequent filming is a commercial secret. And to express our young master's deep gratitude to everyone for their selfless dedication and wonderful performance. He decided to generously donate to each of the friends present, giving them a gift of 100,000 yuan each as an encouragement. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue suddenly became lively, with cheers and applause intertwined. Long live Master Cao! This simple yet enthusiastic cry rose and fell like the tide, echoing over the venue. On the other side, the monk rushed forward again like a tiger descending from the mountain. Fist shadows were heavy, and each strike contained the power to split mountains and crack rocks, attempting to kill Xiao Chen completely. Back then, Cao Kun massacred 20 monks from my chanting temple. Today is the day when blood debt will be repaid with blood. Zen Fist. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, his body as agile as a dragon, constantly moving under the monk's robe. Amitabha. Child, there is a huge gap between you and me. You can't escape today. Mercy Finger. The old monk turned his fist into a finger and attacked Xiao Chen. The power of the finger of compassion is several times stronger than the Zen Fist. In an instant, a chill came from behind Xiao Chen. At this moment when his life was hanging by a thread, the power of the dragon tyrant battle body hidden in his body was completely awakened by this unprecedented life and death crisis. An ancient and powerful blood boiled in his body, like the roar of an ancient river, unstoppable. This power comes from the call deep in the blood and is the pride and indomitable spirit of the dragon clan. As this power surged, the sound of a dragon's roar faintly echoed beneath Xiao Chen's skin. An unyielding light flashed in his eyes, and his strength skyrocketed. In just a few breaths, he broke through to the Grandmaster level, and then the internal force in his body was converted into spiritual energy. In just a short breath, Xiao Chen stepped into the foundation building stage from the Grandmaster level. At this moment, Xiao Chen's body suddenly twisted like a cheetah. He nimbly avoided the monk's sharp finger that almost secured the victory. He took advantage of the momentum to soar into the air, with a dragon's roar all over his body. On his arms, the illusory dragon scales shone brightly, as if the god of war had descended to the earth. His hands instantly turned into eagle claws, and with unparalleled domineering power, he attacked the old monk's compassionate finger. Two shocking forces converged in the air, like thunder and lightning between heaven and earth. At the moment of collision, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the very space. The gusts of wind raged like a raging tide, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled and everything returned to calm, Xiao Chen's clothes were slightly disheveled, with a few strands of dust mixed in his hair. But the fighting spirit in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest but became even more intense. The monk's expression also changed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Obviously, he had never expected that in this seemingly hopeless situation, Xiao Chen could actually break through. At this time, two streams of light, one blue and one red, came to the scene with strange steps. The people who came were Su Yuan and Long Ao, riding on the wind and clouds with extraordinary momentum. Xiao Chen stood where he was, keenly sensing the powerful strength in the two men that should not be underestimated, and couldn't help but ask in a deep voice. "Who are you two? Why are you here?" When Long Ao heard this, his eyes burned with anger and he gritted his teeth. "Me, I'm the one who's asking for your life." The old monk standing by saw this scene, a complex expression flashed across his weathered eyes, and he sighed softly. "Every action has its effect. Today's meeting is also determined by our past karma." Long Ao's eyes swept across the old monk, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his tone was full of disdain and sarcasm. "HMPH, old monk, you have become more and more pedantic over the years. The elegance of the past has been worn away by time. It's really sad that nowadays we can't even take down a junior." When the old monk heard his words, his face was as calm as still water, and he remained expressionless, just shaking his head indifferently in response. Then he clasped his hands together, performed a solemn Buddhist salute, and chanted the Buddha's name. "Amitabha. Palace Master Long, this person is no ordinary person, and is definitely not an ordinary person." The old monk's eyes were deep and he spoke in a low voice. He was able to achieve enlightenment and breakthrough at this critical moment of life and death. This kind of opportunity and perseverance is truly rare. If we don't eliminate it today, it may become a problem in the future. When Long Ao heard this, his eyes flashed slightly. "Breakthrough," he repeated softly, a hint of disapproval in his tone. "Even if I break through, I will only be among the grandmasters. To us, you're just a bigger ant." At this time, Su Yuan on the side slowly spoke. "Old man Tang's information seems to have some omissions. He is not an ordinary warrior, but a deep Qi practitioner. And the foundation of the Tao has been laid." Chapter 66 Fierce Battle. Upon hearing this, Long Ao closed his eyes and concentrated, carefully feeling the bloody evil energy in his body. Ever since he switched to practicing the Heaven-Slaying Blood Demon Sutra, his martial arts approach has been completely renewed. The internal force in his body turned into more powerful and pure spiritual power. At the same time, his strength also reached the foundation-building stage. Long Ao slowly opened his eyes, a cold smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. "Who isn't a foundation-building person yet? I have the advantage in this game." As he spoke, a surge of blood suddenly burst out of his body, instantly dyeing the surrounding air scarlet. This blood energy is not simply boiling blood, but contains the unique power of the Heaven-Killing Blood Evil Sutra. Under Long Ao's control, they spun wildly in the air and finally condensed into a huge blood-red sword. Long Ao gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, stretched out his body, and pounced towards Xiao Chen who was not far away. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he felt an ominous premonition. His body trembled slightly, and his left foot almost instinctively slid back half a step, preparing to take the attack. Long Ao's attack was like a raging dragon emerging from the sea. The blood-red broadsword suddenly came down from mid-air with a whistling sound. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and the muscles in his arms tensed instantly. His hands were like iron hoops, tightly clamping the powerful and heavy blood-red sword. The moment the blade touched the palm, sparks flew. A violent tremor ran along his arms and straight to the top of his head. But Xiao Chen still gritted his teeth and endured. At the same time, Cao Kun was flying in the air with his sword, watching what was happening below. 100% bare-handed. At the same time, Su Yuan and the old monk on the side reacted quickly. They exchanged glances for a moment, then attacked from both sides in tacit understanding. Su Yuan's figure was light, and he held a high-tech brush in his hand, drawing silver-blue lines that went straight to Xiao Chen's vital points. The old monk seemed much calmer. He clasped his hands together and muttered something. Then his body suddenly grew in size, and a vajra palm, packed with powerful internal force, slammed towards Xiao Chen's flank. The three forces engaged in a fierce battle in this small space, and every blow contained a fatal threat. Xiao Chen was in danger, but he was not at all panicked. Spiritual power surged in his body, and his hands were like iron clamps. No matter how hard Long Ao tried, the bloody sword could not advance even an inch. Seeing Su Yuan and the old monk in robes attacking, Xiao Chen's heart suddenly shrank, and his body burst out with unprecedented speed, rushing backwards. However, Long Ao's cold eyes like an eagle had already locked onto Xiao Chen's movements. The blood energy sword that had originally condensed into shape suddenly turned into nothingness, transforming into a rolling wave of blood, wrapping around his fists and emitting a strange red light. Blood Hell soul-splitting fist. With a loud roar from Long Ao, his fist slammed towards Xiao Chen like iron hammers forged by the fire of hell. At this time, Su Yuan and the old monk's attacks were approaching. Xiao Chen's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and he realized that he was in a desperate situation. It was impossible to withstand Long Ao's punch that was powerful enough to shake the mountains. Not to mention dealing with the joint attack from Su Yuan and the old monk at the same time. At this moment of life and death, Xiao Chen roared angrily, and a sound like a dragon's roar came out of his mouth. This angry shout actually made the three people attacking him pause for a moment. Xiao Chen seized this moment and avoided Long Ao's fatal blow. At the same time, he used the opponent's force to counter-attack, and with the remaining momentum of Long Ao's fist, he strangely passed through the gaps between Su Yuan and the old monk's attacks, and escaped from a fatal situation in a thrilling way. Is this possible? Cao Kun muttered to himself. Cao Kun, a clear and firm call suddenly echoed in Cao Kun's ears. Yi Fan, I knew you would come. Cao Kun's gaze was like a knife, piercing Yi Fan straight. Cao Kun, your calculations are nothing more than child's tricks. Yi Fan responded calmly. However, I, Yi Fan, still have to thank you. It is these so-called calculations that have given me a bit more luck. Yi Fan's words revealed a sense of open-mindedness and confidence, as if everything was under his control. When Cao Kun heard this, he didn't get angry but laughed instead. Are you so confident that you can win? We'll know whether we can do it or not after a fight. Behind Yi Fan, a deep blue light suddenly lit up. An illusory and huge shadow of Kunpeng slowly condensed. The wings spread out, covering half of the sky. When they flapped gently, it seemed as if they could stir up the wind and clouds and reverse the fate of the world. Cao Kun stared deeply at the frightening phantom of Kunpeng. As expected of the blue sky tyrant blood, among the 9 divine forms, the form of Kunpeng is enough to shock the world. This kind of talent is truly terrifying. However, Cao Kun did not retreat even a single step. He did not move, but the aura around him suddenly surged, like the undercurrent before a volcanic eruption. Behind him, black and white light rotated endlessly like a Tai Chi diagram. It was the purest yin and yang power in the world, which had now reached perfect balance and fusion in his body. As he clenched his fists, the energy of the heavenly gang and earthly evil wrapped around them like a substance. Two powerful forces confronted each other in the void. The air was compressed to the point of almost solidification, making even breathing difficult. Yi Fan took a deep breath, his blood boiling, and resonated with the shadow of Kunpeng behind him. In an instant, Yi Fan's figure seemed to merge into the void and disappeared from Cao Kun's sight. Even with the help of the divine eyes that could break illusions, Cao Kun could only see some afterimages. Ba Quan. Following this low and majestic breath, an extremely powerful and masculine aura burst out from nothingness and suddenly condensed and took shape behind Cao Kun, like the scorching sun breaking through the clouds, unstoppable. Seeing this, Cao Kun's eyes flashed, the spiritual energy in his body boiled, and he also swung his iron fist and shouted angrily. Earthly evil fist. This punch contained the evil energy from deep within the earth, heavy and deep. It was in stark contrast to Yi Fan's upright and domineering fist. The two fists collided like a dragon and a tiger fighting, and a roar seemed to sound between heaven and earth. Immediately afterwards, a violent gust of air swept out. The glass curtain wall of the Coke Hotel was torn into pieces, turning into crystal fragments flying all over the sky. When the dust settled and the air waves gradually subsided, Yi Fan's body swayed slightly and he took 3.5 steps back. Cao Kun also swayed, but only retreated 3 steps. It is undeniable that you are a rare and talented person in this world. However, beneath the sky, the situation is ever-changing. Every era needs only one unrivaled genius who can turn the tide. With his extraordinary presence, he suppressed the crowd and dominated the scene. Yi Fan's words were like an ancient sword unsheathed, its sharpness revealed. And I am the only one. Chapter 67 Xiao Chen dies. Middle school boy, brother Yi Fan. Cao Kun chuckled, with a hint of joking in his words. Below, the battlefield was still in full swing and the wind was howling. Although Xiao Chen narrowly avoided the opponent's fatal attack. But faced with the overwhelming attack, a hint of bitterness appeared on his face. Everyone, the journey is long. Today, why not show some mercy and leave a glimmer of hope for your life? Maybe we can drink and chat happily when we meet again someday. Xiao Chen's voice was slightly trembling due to panting. See you someday. The old monk sneered. Donor, your words are wrong. I'm afraid you won't see the sun tomorrow. At this moment, a sword shadow came towards Xiao Chen. Yi Fan's angry shout came from the horizon. Cao Kun dares to be distracted while fighting me. The only response Yi Fan received was 2 words, brain retard. At this time, the spirit shadow sword went straight to Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen tried to find a chance to resist, but he seemed pale and powerless under Cao Kun's absolute strength. No! Xiao Chen's roar echoed across the empty battlefield. The tip of the sword pierced his lower abdomen accurately, causing a splash of blood. The severe pain came like a tide, instantly overwhelmed all his senses and almost suffocated him. Long Ao stood not far away, a cold look in his eyes. His movements were as swift as lightning, and he gripped the bloody sword tightly. With a low shout from him, the blade flashed like a wave of blood, carrying a strong breath of death, and suddenly chopped down. With a crisp, click, sound, Xiao Chen's head was separated from his body. Immediately afterwards, the world changed dramatically. A brilliant golden light suddenly burst out from Xiao Chen's body and shot straight into the sky. It was the figure of a golden dragon, circling upwards, its roar shaking the sky. The golden scales gleamed in the moonlight. Each piece contains ancient and powerful energy. Everyone present involuntarily stopped what they were doing and looked up. Yi Fan's eyes opened wide, and his heart was filled with indescribable shock and excitement. This is the luck of the Dragon Clan. Seeing this, Yi Fan hurriedly made hand gestures and chanted a spell. As he hummed softly, circles of faint golden light gradually spread around his body, creating a strange resonance with the originally majestic golden dragon in the sky. The golden dragon's huge body began to tremble violently at this moment. An uneasy light flickered between the scales, and every shake was accompanied by a deafening dragon roar that resounded through the sky. Cao Kun looked at the scene in front of him with horror. Just as he was about to seek answers through the system, an extremely deep black hole suddenly appeared in his sight. A faint blue light flickered at the edge of the black hole, and an unprecedented powerful suction force erupted. Just as Cao Kun was astonished, the golden dragon in the sky suddenly underwent an astonishing change. It was torn apart by the force and split into 3 parts. The dragon head rushed towards the black hole in front of Cao Kun regardless of everything. The dragon's body and tail were pulled in completely different directions. The dragon's body soars into the sky. The dragon's tail was like being pulled by an invisible chain, heading straight towards Yi Fan. The 3 sections of the dragon's body shrank instantly in the air and turned into 3 small but equally powerful little dragons. The 2 little dragons disappeared without a trace the moment they came into contact with the black hole in the sky. The part of the little dragon that Yi Fan guided turned into golden light and merged into his body the moment it touched his body. The little dragon that should have been docilely integrated into his blood turned into bits of golden light, but was pulled by an invisible force and torn apart into 2. What's going on? Yi Fan looked at the golden light moving away from him in confusion. At the same time, the golden light that was split into 2 came towards the black hole in front of Cao Kun. Seeing this, Yi Fan's face suddenly changed. He quickly formed seals with his hands and the spiritual power in his body boiled, trying to forcibly reverse this sudden change. He roared in his heart, unwilling to watch his opportunity being taken away. Cao Kun. However, the power of black holes is beyond imagination. With a roar, the energy fluctuations of the black hole became more violent, swallowing up the captured golden light and disappearing into the endless darkness. Yi Fan's body trembled slightly due to anger, and the spiritual power in his body surged wildly. The original Kunpeng behind him actually turned into a real dragon. Cao Kun couldn't help but feel puzzled as he watched the black hole disappear in front of him. Tongzi, did you do this? Ding. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of this system, congratulations to the host for obtaining a large amount of dragon luck. How could Xiao Chen have the luck of the Dragon Clan? Ding. The host only needs to know that under the cover of the dragon clan's luck, the host can directly kill the protagonist. Cao Kun's eyes lit up when he heard this. Is there such a good thing? Ding! The dragon clan is the totem of Daxia, bound to humanity, and the laws of nature cannot settle accounts. This system reminds you, when the host breaks through the realm, please pay attention to safety. Cao Kun chuckled, his eyes revealing murderous intent, and glanced at Yi Fan and the other two in front of him. Awake, time to hunt. At this moment, deep in the imperial capital thousands of miles away, Kai Chenkin's body suddenly shook. Something's wrong, he growled, his voice echoing in the dragon pavilion. Inside the dragon pavilion, several white-haired, imposing elders were immersed in their own thoughts. They were shocked by the sudden change and all looked at Kai Chenkin. Kun, what kind of incident could have caused you to lose your composure like this? Kai Chenkin managed to steady himself and tried to calm his inner turmoil, but his voice was still hurried. Hurry and ask Elder Yuan and Elder Li to come here. This matter is of great importance and only these two elders can make the decision. After saying that, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness. No need to say more. This matter is clear to me. Kai Chenkin stepped forward quickly, bowed to the old man's knees, and his tone was full of urgency. Senior Yuan, my disciple, is he okay? Old Yuan sighed softly, shook his head slowly, and a trace of vicissitudes flashed in his eyes. 1,000 years of planning, a prosperous era is coming. It's a fight of fate, a fight to the death. As soon as Yuan Lao's voice fell, another voice rang out. It's not destiny, it's an anomaly. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man with white hair and a youthful face slowly walking in. Upon seeing this, Kai Chenkin and several other elders present all looked solemn, bowed again, and said in unison. Senior Li. Mr. Li smiled and waved. You are so polite, there is no need to be so polite. He looked at Mr. Yuan with a deep gaze and said. Tian Gang. Fuck destiny. Anomaly, it's an anomaly. After that monkey, another anomaly has appeared. Yuan Tiangong shook his head, so what if it's an anomaly? Chun Feng. After all, no one can defeat the heavens. Only by obeying heaven can we secure a glimmer of hope for Daxia. Li Chunfeng said with a wave of his sleeves. Sky. God damn it. The elders have done everything they can to keep us alive until now. Did they do this so that you can obey the heavens? Chapter 68. Armor appears, breaking the golden elixir. Cao Kun didn't know that because of him, there was a heated debate in the dragon pavilion. At this time, Yi Fan was like a god of war, floating in the void. The spiritual energy in his body surged, his clothes rustled, and his black hair danced wildly. Cao Kun, hand over your luck. There was unquestionable majesty in Yi Fan's tone. Cao Kun's face darkened and his brows were furrowed into a shape of a Chuan river. At this moment, he was carrying the luck of the dragon clan, and the protagonists in front of him were all walking experiences in his eyes. Want luck? Cao Kun laughed loudly. He stomped on the ground suddenly and rose up like a dragon soaring into the sky. Then it depends on whether you are strong enough. Before Cao Kun finished speaking, his hands were already clenched into fists. Above the fist, the energy of heaven and earth gathered madly, forming black and white whirlwinds that entangled with each other. He growled, Heavenly Gang Disha Fist. Then, with the power to destroy the world, he punched Yi Fan. Seeing this, Yi Fan's eyes flashed with solemnity. He also roared, the spiritual power in his body boiled, and all the muscles in his body tensed. Ba Quan. The fist whistled, carrying an aura of dominating the world, and collided head-on with Cao Kun's Tiangong Disha fist. Just as the two fists were about to collide, Cao Kun suddenly grinned. Idiot. He uttered these two words lightly. Then, Cao Kun's figure turned like a ghost. With a momentum that could cause a landslide and split the earth, he suddenly turned into a black shadow. It whizzed and smashed straight towards Long Ao and Su Yuan below. An invisible crack seemed to be torn in the air, making a sharp whistling sound. Long Ao's pupils suddenly shrank, he reacted quickly and formed seals with his hands. A large amount of blood and energy appeared around them, and in the blink of an eye, a protective shield was formed to protect him and Su Yuan. Seeing this, the old monk also looked solemn. He did not dare to be negligent at all, and turned his body to one side, making a reclining Buddha posture. Then the surface of the body turned into jade like jade. Boom! With a deafening bang, Cao Kun's figure fell like a meteorite from Mount Tai, and slammed heavily into the spiritual barrier hastily set up by Long Ao. The moment the barrier came into contact with Cao Kun's power, it shattered like paper, and the fragments flew everywhere, turning into specks of light and dissipating into the air. The power of Tiangong and Disha ruthlessly tore apart the bodies of Long Ao and Su Yuan. The old monk's figure was disheveled, and he quickly put his hands together. Amitabha, thank you for your compassion and for sparing my life. Cao Kun casually grasped the air, and the spirit shadow sword, which had originally pierced deeply into Xiao Chen's chest, slowly returned to its place and fell into his palm. Do you know why I showed mercy and didn't kill you? It's not because my life is precious, but because the donor has good intentions and compassion. Every word of the old monk's answer was sincere. Cao Kun looked at Long Ao and Su Yuan and asked, how do you two want to die? At this moment, Yi Fan clenched his fists, making a heart-pounding creaking sound. His eyes, burning with anger, stared at Cao Kun. Cao Kun. You think I don't exist, don't you? Cao Kun was silent for a moment. That I forgot. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's face instantly darkened into a gloomy expression. He slowly raised his eyes flashing with coldness and murderous intent, and spoke word by word. Good. You are good. Yi Fan said no more. He suddenly stood up and stomped his foot hard, and the floor tiles cracked. In an instant, a shocking vision appeared behind him. Dragon head, snake tail, white tiger claws, phoenix wings, Qilin armor, black tortoise back. On the other hand, Cao Kun faced this sudden change. Not only was he not at all flustered, but the smile on his face was actually relaxed and contented. What new hybrid is this? Before Yi Fan made any move, his mind was already there. His left hand reached out like an eagle's claw, pointing directly at Cao Kun's throat. There was a faint sound of a tiger's roar between his arms, like wind and thunder hidden, ready to strike. Yi Shandi, your speed is just so-so. Cao Kun snorted coldly, and as he spoke, his moves changed dramatically, and in an instant he had accurately grabbed Yi Fan's wrist as he was rushing forward. A hint of disbelief flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He stared at Cao Kun and asked in a deep voice. Immortal Emperor, how did you know that? Cao Kun said slowly with a cunning glint in his eyes. Want to know the secret? After saying this, he leisurely raised his hand and tapped his fingertips lightly. Yi Fan looked in the direction Cao Kun pointed. I saw a red and white, glittering battle armor proudly suspended in the air. It looked so mighty, like the reincarnation of the god of war. The right arm of the armor suddenly stretched out, and in an instant, a dazzling laser cut through the sky and headed straight for Yi Fan. Yi Fan just waved his hand lightly, and the laser disappeared without a trace. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the details. Su Yuan, at this moment, widened his eyes, staring at the armor in the air that was emitting a metallic luster and had a streamlined design that was almost perfect, his eyes full of disbelief and shock. That's impossible, he murmured to himself. With our current level of technology, even the most advanced laboratories would never be able to create equipment so advanced. The enemy's criticism is the greatest affirmation. The corners of Cao Kun's mouth had already curled up to his ears. Don't you believe it? Jarvis, give him an electric cannon to open his eyes. As Cao Kun finished speaking, a laser beam that was brighter and faster than before suddenly shot out from the device in the armor's hand. Like an angry silver dragon, it rushed straight towards Su Yuan, who was knocked to the ground by Cao Kun's punch. Su Yuan also raised his hand, trying to block the laser like Yi Fan. But the opposite happened, leaving only a wisp of smoke and a strange meaty aroma in the air. I admit this thing has some strength. But you think you can defeat me with this piece of junk? It's just a fantasy, a fool's dream. Yi Fan sneered disdainfully. Who said I was going to use it to defeat you? Cao Kun took a step forward, opened his arms and shouted. Come on, Dan, come. With a loud shout, Cao Kun's body seemed to be ignited by an invisible force, and suddenly burst into an extremely dazzling light. I saw the yin and yang energies surging from his body. They intertwined and collided in the air, transforming into two extraordinary and agile spirit fish. One is as black as the abyss, deep and unfathomable. As white as the bright moon, pure and flawless. The two spirit fish seemed to have life, chasing and entwining each other, surrounding Cao Kun. The sky, the originally calm sky, was suddenly torn apart. Thunderclouds surged in, layer upon layer, covering the sky and the sun. Lightning flashed through the clouds like an angry silver dragon, waving its claws wantonly. The sound of thunder came from far away and became louder and louder. Yi Fan witnessed this scene with disbelief in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Heavenly tribulation, how is this possible?" Chapter 69, Dragon and Phoenix sing together, and the golden elixir is formed. Just after Long Ao cut off Xiao Chen's head with a single blow, Cao Kun heard a system notification sound in his ears. Ding! The destined protagonist, Xiao Chen, has fallen. Dragon luck detected, automatically intercepted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the destined protagonist for the first time. Reward. Lucky draw, draw once every 10 consecutive draws. Ding! The host indirectly kills the protagonist, and receives a reward. Choose 3 from 6 options. Kill the destined protagonist Xiao Chen and receive the reward, Dragon Tyrant Battle Body Bloodline. Kill the destiny protagonist Xiao Chen and receive a reward, Breakthrough Once. Kill the protagonist Xiao Chen and receive the reward, Golden Dragon Reverse Scale. As Cao Kun took a step forward, the breakthrough opportunity rewarded by the system was also consumed by Cao Kun. At this moment, the first bolt of thunder, like the furious whip of the gods, cut through the sky and slammed down towards where Cao Kun was. The power of thunder is enough to make any Jindan stage cultivator feel terrified and try to avoid it. However, Cao Kun acted as if he had not seen anything. Instead of retreating, he straightened his chest. Su Yuan looked at this scene and asked in confusion, "Why not avoid it?" Yi Fan shook his head. "Because I'm not afraid." "Don't be afraid. Once you get scared, you'll be reduced to ashes." "My lord, why not take his life while he is ill?" Long Ao said with gritted teeth. After saying that, Long Ao was about to take action, but Yi Fan stopped him. "If you don't want to die, just stand here and watch. If you take action now, it's tantamount to challenging the laws of nature. By then, it won't be just a calamity, it will be a punishment from heaven." Boom! The moment the thunder hit the body, a deafening roar erupted. At this time, the immortal divine mark automatically wrapped around Cao Kun's body, wrapping him tightly. The natural disaster of thunder and lightning that was originally feared and avoided by all things. The moment they touched the immortal divine pattern, they were like sheep wandering into a pack of wolves, becoming docile and unable to resist. The immortal divine mark seemed to have the ability to devour everything, and it not only withstood the bombardment of thunder and lightning. He even opened his arms greedily, taking in every bit of thunder power and transforming it into nutrients to nourish Cao Kun. Yi Fan below frowned. "Refine your body with heavenly thunder and forge the path to immortality." What a great immortal sutra, what a great Cao Kun. At the same time, the yin and yang fish also became active at this moment. They surrounded the lingering echo of the heavenly thunder, greedily absorbing the pure spiritual energy contained therein. As spiritual energy continued to flow in, the light of the yin and yang fish became more and more dazzling, and they entangled with each other and rotated endlessly. Ah, so cool. Under the impact of this unprecedented force, Cao Kun couldn't help but let out a refreshing roar. However, is it so easy to tame the heavenly tribulation? The failure of the first heavenly thunder seemed to arouse its anger, and the second heavenly thunder came even faster and more violently. It was no longer a simple lightning, but turned into an extremely sharp spear, pointing directly at Cao Kun's heart. Cao Kun clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, ready to meet the whistling, cold spear. Unexpectedly, a distant and familiar phoenix cry suddenly exploded in his ears. Immediately afterwards, a dragon roar sounded, shaking the surrounding space. Cao Kun suddenly looked up and saw something in the air. The shadow of a phoenix reborn from the fire flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, with brilliant flames flowing between its wings, dazzling and eye-catching. Next to it, a small and exquisite golden dragon rose into the sky. At the moment when the dragon and phoenix appeared, the yin and yang fish surrounding Cao Kun seemed to sense something. They no longer swam leisurely, but suddenly accelerated their rotation, transforming into 2 streams of light, one yin and one yang, like the black and white poles in the Tai Chi diagram, rushing towards the dragon and phoenix with endless mystery and power. The moment when the yin and yang energies come into contact with the dragon and phoenix, the phoenix's flames and the golden dragon's scales became even more dazzling at this moment. Thunder from the sky continued to fall, and their figures expanded rapidly, gradually becoming solid from illusory. As the last thunder roared and hit their intersection, The dragon and the phoenix miraculously merged, no longer being two separate forces but transformed into a dazzling golden elixir. This golden elixir was suspended in midair, rotating slowly, and its colors were divided into black and white. On the surface of the golden elixir, the shapes of dragons and phoenixes are lifelike, with dragon scales and phoenix feathers intertwined. Suddenly, the sky and dark clouds that were originally covered by thunderclouds disappeared without a trace. Now, blast his golden core into pieces. Yi Fan's figure suddenly rose up, and the vision of his domineering body surged out again. The surrounding air was dyed with a faint golden glow. Yi Fan clenched his fists at this time, surrounded by golden light. Amitabha. At this moment, a compassionate and solemn Buddhist name sounded again. The old monk Shi Huichin, who was standing by to watch, suddenly appeared in front of Long Ao and Su Yuan, his white monk robe fluttering in the wind. Master Huichin, if you step aside now, I will pretend that none of this ever happened, and we can still live in peace. Long Ao said unkindly. Shi Huichin put his hands together with a peaceful expression. Cause and effect will always come back to haunt you. Just now, Benefactor Cao was kind enough to spare my life. Now is the time for me to repay this karma. Although I am a monk, I also know how to repay kindness. How can I just stand by and watch? At this time, Yi Fan's fists were still clenched, the golden light remained unchanged, and his eyes were fixed on the armor in front of him. No passage ahead. The voice of Jarvis in the armor reached Yi Fan's ears. Get out of here, you piece of rotten metal. Yi Fan swung his fist with all his might, sending a whistling sound as he headed straight ahead. However, this angry blow was easily resolved by Jarvis's precise calculations. He tilted his body slightly, like a fish gliding across the water. Although he avoided the fatal blow, he was blown away by the wind from the fist. At the same time, above the sky, a dazzling golden elixir was slowly approaching Cao Kun in an irresistible trajectory. Cao Kun closed his eyes and concentrated, his body surrounded by the unique rhythmic fluctuations of Yin-Yang dragon and phoenix secret. At this moment, Cao Kun's eyes suddenly opened, shining with brilliance, and he let out a low roar. The time has come. Before he finished speaking, he took the golden elixir floating in the air into his stomach with lightning speed. His movements were smooth and decisive. In an instant, an indescribable powerful force burst out from Cao Kun's body. This power is the perfect fusion of the power of the golden elixir, demonstrating a power beyond the mortal world. Below, Yi Fan and Jarvis were fighting fiercely. But when Yi Fan felt this sudden powerful fluctuation, his heart sank and he thought to himself that something was wrong. He knew very well that Cao Kun was no longer the weakling that he once was. The golden elixir has entered the body, and the strength has increased greatly. If you fight it head-on, it will undoubtedly be asking for trouble. The golden elixir is complete, and its brilliance is fully revealed. Stand back for now and wait for the right opportunity. Chapter 70 Taishu Xiaoyaoyu. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Leave something behind before you go. Cao Kun's voice exploded like thunder in the empty sky and earth. The sky was completely torn apart by a giant net woven by countless sharp sword energies. The sword net flashed with cold light, impenetrable, like the scythe of the god of death, heading towards the direction where Yi Fan and his group were trying to escape. Go! Cao Kun swung his sword suddenly. In an instant, the sky was torn into pieces, and thousands of sword shadows emerged from nothingness. They turned into a torrential rain of swords, attacking Yi Fan and others fiercely. Facing this overwhelming attack, Yi Fan's eyes did not show any panic. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert? Sky, suppress! Yi Fan growled. As his words fell, a dazzling light burst out from his body and shot straight into the sky. Immediately afterwards, an ancient and majestic spiritual sword broke through the air. It is surrounded by a faint spiritual light, and the sword body is engraved with complex runes, which contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. This sword is none other than Yi Fan's former partner in battle, the Sky Sword. The Sky Sword, an innate spiritual treasure. Seeing this, Cao Kun's pupils suddenly shrank and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. But soon, he realized something was wrong. No, although the aura of this sword is strong, it has not reached the innate level. Cao Kun used his divine pupil to take a closer look at the Sky Sword. Damn it, it turns out to be just a carefully disguised magical weapon. Seeing through Yi Fan's plan, Cao Kun was not angry but laughed out loud. Yi Fan, let me see if you're innate spiritual treasure, can block my rain of swords. However, there was no fluctuation on Yi Fan's face. Although the sky sword is not an innate spiritual treasure, in his hands, it is enough to exert power beyond imagination. His eyes were as sharp as torches, fixed on the sky sword which was fiercely fighting with the spirit shadow in the air. The sound of ping-pong between the spiritual swords was endless. As time went by, the spiritual sword known as Sky began to show fine and strange cracks on its surface. Yi Fan stood in the void. Seeing this situation, his eyes locked tightly, and then he began to recite silently. Taishu Xiaoyaoyu. The sky sword, which was already scarred and on the verge of collapse, miraculously changed. The cracks on its surface squirmed like living things, and finally exploded, turning into a rain of light all over the sky. And in this rain of light, an extremely huge kunpeng appeared out of nowhere. The wings covered the sky and the sun, and it swooped down towards Cao Kun opposite. That kunpeng was transformed from the Taishu Xiaoyaoyu technique. Although it is not the real body, it contains the mystery of semi-emperor level skills. Its power is so strong that it is enough to make heaven and earth change color. Seeing this, Cao Kun couldn't help but sigh. Kun is so big that it can't be stewed in one pot. Jarvis, quick, collect data. Jarvis, an intelligent life form who was watching the battle, received instructions from his master. The highest level of data collection mode was immediately activated. Countless data streams flood into its core processor like a tide. After a while, the voice of Jarvis Cotton was heard from within the armor. Calculation failed. Cao Kun's brows suddenly furrowed. The calculation failed. Then forget it. As he spoke, the sounds of dragon roars and tiger roars seemed to faintly echo around Cao Kun. Two completely different auras suddenly burst out from his body. One is the spirit of kingship, the other is the spirit of hegemony. Heavenly Gang and Earthly Evil King Hegemony Fist. With a deafening roar, Cao Kun's fist suddenly gathered the purest energy in the world. At this moment, his figure seemed to merge with the heaven and earth, becoming the most dazzling existence between heaven and earth. Immediately afterwards, an extremely bright light streaked across the sky and collided with the huge kunpeng on the opposite side. Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire sky seemed to be torn apart, and a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The Koch International Hotel, this towering building, was so fragile that it was vulnerable under the impact of this devastating energy. It was as if it was gently touched by a giant and was broken into two pieces. Half of the building was reduced to ashes and disappeared without a trace. When the smoke gradually dissipated, the figures of Yi Fan and others had already disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only Cao Kun still stood proudly in the void, with his clothes fluttering and his hair flying. He looked around and looked down upon the world. We've captured 3 people. Should we pursue them? At this moment, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded in Cao Kun's ears. Cao Kun just shook his head slightly and raised his trembling hands. But he only saw that his arms were covered with cracks like spider webs, and each one was an ominous dark red. His heart was filled with turmoil and he couldn't help but growl. My great magical power. Cao Kun's chest heaved violently, and a warm, bright red liquid suddenly overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Then, his body slowly fell into the void like a kite with a broken string. At this critical moment, a light figure appeared like a ghost. She has a graceful figure and fluttering clothes, like a fairy descending from the clouds. He flew into the air at an incredible speed and gently embraced Cao Kun's body, which was about to touch the ground. There was both anxiety and determination in her eyes. Shi Huichen, Wu Chengkong and others were ready to jump up and catch the figure that was about to fall to the ground, but they were caught off guard by the sudden change in front of them. The two of them looked up and saw the mysterious woman holding Cao Kun in her arms, standing steadily in midair. Her calm posture and extraordinary temperament were awe-inspiring. Wu Chengkong was the first to react. He quickly collected his thoughts, bowed, and there was a bit of respect in his voice that was hard to conceal. Madam of the Patriarch. Young master. The woman just nodded slightly, her eyes never leaving Cao Kun's pale but resolute face. At this time, the immortal divine pattern appeared on the surface of Cao Kun's body, constantly repairing his body. Tantai Zining also had an idea in mind. A warm and powerful force surged out of her body and slowly poured into Cao Kun's body. In an instant, it seemed as if some ancient power awakened in Cao Kun's body. A brilliant purple light suddenly burst out from his body, penetrating the restraints of his skin and soaring into the sky. The surrounding air was dyed with a mysterious purple-gold color. Just as the purple light was shocking, the space beside Tantai Zining suddenly twisted without any warning. It was as if a crack was torn open by an invisible giant hand, with undercurrents surging inside, revealing a powerful aura. A deep and powerful voice came urgently from the crack. Zining, don't be impulsive. Now is not a good opportunity, if. However, before the man could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by an angry shout from Tantai Zining. Shut up, old lady. My son is definitely not a coward. Chapter 71 Succubus Lilith. 7 days later, Cao Kun slowly opened his eyes. What caught my eye were a few familiar and anxious faces. Everyone is here. Cao Kun immediately stood up, clenched his fists, and then felt the power surging in his body. I feel like I've been reborn. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of Cao Kun's awakening, Li Yuyu approached quietly. Her face was solemn and she held a yellowed letter tightly in her hand. This is a letter from your mother. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun frowned slightly, and a hint of confusion and anxiety flashed in his eyes. Why a letter? Why didn't she come and tell me herself? Li Yuyu took a deep breath. Mom went to the Holy Land. The Holy Land, the mysterious place that only the strong can set foot in according to legend. Cao Kun's brows were furrowed, and his whispers echoed softly in the empty room. Holy Land. Cao Kun took it slowly and gently tore open the envelope. As the paper unfolded, lines of vigorous and powerful handwriting came into view. My son Cao Kun, seeing you is like seeing you in person. The moment you gently unfold this letter, I have already embarked on the journey to the Holy Land. Over the years, the letter continued, your rapid growth in strength makes me both happy and worried. But you need to know that this world is 1,000 times more complicated than you imagine. Powerful men stand in a crowd, undercurrents surge, and beneath every shadow lies a force powerful enough to overturn the universe. Speaking of this, Cao Kun's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate, and an unprecedented sense of urgency arose spontaneously. He continued reading, and the 4 words, descendants of the purple sky god, mentioned in the letter exploded in his mind like thunder. I have used my secret method to help you awaken the dormant purple sky divine bloodline within you. This is an ancient and powerful inheritance, containing the power to change the world. But now is not the time for you to know everything about the descendants of the purple sky god. What you need to do is continue to hone yourself, and when the time is right, everything will come to light. After reading the envelope, Cao Kun couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then checked his panel. Name, Cao Kun. Age, 20. Height, 187 centimeters. Constitution, Yin-Yang immortal body, purple gold pupils, purple sky bloodline. Realm, golden elixir level 1. Soul realm, soul awakening. Appearance 99. The full value is the appearance of the readers. Villain points, 30 W. Kung Fu, Immortal Sutra, Emperor, Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix Secret God, Wind and Thunder Sword Shadow, Earth, Remnant Ghost Valley Medical Technique, Heaven, 9 Transformations of Spirit Refining, Saint, Heavenly Gang Disha Fist, Heaven, 1000 Illusion Mask Technique, Earth. Great Tao Divine Power, Great King's Hegemony. Magic Weapon, Spirit Shadow Sword, Low-Grade Spiritual Weapon, 9-Turn Divine Jade. Luck, 150,000, Dragon Luck Protection. Consumables, 10 consecutive draws, Dragon Tyrant Battle Body Bloodline, Golden Dragon Reverse Scale. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades, we still need to work hard. Cao Kun sighed, then looked at the women in front of him and said. I need to meditate and recuperate, you guys go and do your own thing. As the door gently closed, blocking out all the noise from the outside world, Cao Kun's mood also became peaceful. He slowly closed his eyes, and a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy began to spread around his body. The energy within him operated on its own, becoming clearer and stronger with each deepening breath. Cao Kun discovered that with the use of the opportunity to break through the realm last time, not only did his cultivation reach the next level, but even his martial arts skills did so as well. At this time, the secret of Yin and Yang Dragon and Phoenix has reached the second stage, the auspicious Dragon and Phoenix. Within Cao Kun's dantian, a majestic dragon shadow and a gorgeous phoenix shadow slowly emerged. They either spiraled upwards or dived down, and each breath brought with it a vast amount of yin and yang spiritual energy, forming an endless sea of circulation in his body. While they are constantly growing stronger, they are also nourishing the golden elixir. Cao Kun looked inward and discovered that with the awakening of the Zishao bloodline, his blood and meridians also turned purple. Cao Kun exhaled a breath of foul air and ended his practice. He spat on his hands and muttered, "Tongzi, give me a whip." Ding! 10 consecutive draw opportunities have been deducted, and the lottery begins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate source fluid. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the war spirit Shu Chu. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the nascent soul servant, Succubus Lilith. Congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit crystal. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor Armor Summoner. System, I'm on morning duty. What does it mean that 5 out of 10 are thank you for your patronage? Ding. The host has bad luck, it has nothing to do with this system. I'm going to the morning class. Although he was furious, Cao Kun managed to suppress his emotions. Tongzi, there's no need for further words between you and me. I, Cao Kun, am definitely not one of those people who is obsessed with beauty and cannot extricate myself. Ding. Succubus Lilith has been successfully extracted, awaiting her master's summons. As soon as these words were spoken, a sly smile appeared on Cao Kun's face. Tongzi, are you testing my limits? As soon as he finished speaking, a petite figure in a maid outfit quietly emerged. Her hair was as brilliant as flames, flowing down her shoulders, dotted with 2 tiny, delicate black horns that poked out playfully. Behind the little horn, there are 2 ponytails cleverly hidden, swaying gently with her slight movements. Although she has a petite body like a Lolita, her innate succubus bloodline has given her an unimaginably graceful figure with exquisite curves that make it difficult to look away. Her ears were long and pointed, and she had a tail that only a succubus had, trembling gently. Lilith, the succubus girl, appeared in a classic black and white maid outfit. Wrapped around her arms were sleeves that were mainly black with delicate white flowers on the edges. The hem of her skirt swayed gently, and her small feet wrapped in translucent white silk revealed an irresistible tenderness and temptation. The most eye-catching thing in her eyes is the shining love deep in her pupils, which makes people involuntarily intoxicated. At this moment, the obscure and mysterious tattoo on Lilith's lower abdomen was quietly jumping. Seeing this beauty, Cao Kun couldn't help swallowing. Seeing this, Lilith said softly, "Master, please give Lilith your orders." What Cao Kun didn't expect was that Lilith's small body contained huge energy. The little lowly Lilith easily pushed this Jindan powerhouse onto the bed. A few hours later, Lilith burped contentedly. If you look closely, you will find that the tattoo on her lower abdomen, which was originally dull, is now emitting a pink glow. Cao Kun collapsed on the bed, feeling powerless. Chapter 72 The Old Man of Shenshen. My friend, my friend. The next morning, a warm and mysterious voice quietly sounded in the depths of Cao Kun's mind. Who? What kind of evildoer is this? Cao Kun stood up suddenly, his eyes searching the surroundings, his brows full of confusion and puzzlement. There was nothing wrong around her, and Lilith was still standing in front of Cao Kun, burping. Lilith, who was standing by, jumped lightly onto Cao Kun's shoulders upon seeing this. Those charming eyes were full of concern for their master's safety. She clung to him, her voice filled with anxiety and tenderness. What's wrong, master? Is something wrong? Cao Kun gently stroked Lilith's soft hair. Lilith, did you hear anything just now? Hearing this, Lilith shook her head. No. My friend, there's no need to panic. If you just close your eyes, you can see my figure. The voice sounded again, lingering in Cao Kun's ears. Half curious, half confused, Cao Kun slowly closed his eyes as he was told. In an instant, the surrounding noise and chaos were isolated. Cao Kun's consciousness was led to a completely new world, a vast, pure white space. In this pure world, an old man in a flowing white robe stands quietly. His face was kind and wise, with a warm smile on his lips. Cao Kun's eyes suddenly widened. The old man from Shenshen. There was a hint of shock in his words that was hard to conceal. After all, the person in front of him is the first wielder of the legendary Emperor armor. The corner of Shenshen old man's mouth curled up into a smile. I didn't expect you to know me. Then I won't waste any more time talking. You are the 4th heir of the Emperor's armor, chosen by fate. As soon as these words were spoken, Cao Kun's breathing couldn't help but stagnate. Emperor Armor, the 4th summoner. Me. How is this possible? Emperor Armor, the supreme existence in the sequence of light and shadow armor. The identity of its summoners has always been mysterious, and each one is an unparalleled powerful person who can lead the times. The most important thing is that the summoner of the Emperor armor must have the bloodline of the 5 elements. Yes, within your body flows pure and flawless blood of the 5 elements. Do you know the value of this 100% 5 elements bloodline? There was a hint of emotion in the words of the old man Shenshin. As the first wielder of the Emperor armor in history, his bloodline purity is only 95, which shows how rare and extraordinary it is. Cao Kun couldn't help but think to himself, Tongzi, where the hell did I get my 5 elements bloodline? Ding. Host, listen to this system slowly explain. As the saying goes, Wuji gives birth to Taiji, Taiji gives birth to Liangyi, Liangyi gives birth to Sankai, Sankai gives birth to Sixiang, Sixiang gives birth to Wuxing. Is this possible? Cao Kun couldn't help but complain in his heart. Ding. Host, rest assured, the after-sales service of this system is absolutely worth it. Child, feel it. Cao Kun followed the teachings of the old man from Shenshin, concentrated his mind and energy, and stared straight at the bright sun with his eyes as sharp as torches. Emperor armor, combine. With this low hum, the energy between heaven and earth was drawn in and wrapped around Cao Kun's body accurately. Armor fusion, a mechanical and majestic electronic synthesized sound echoed in the void. The light gradually faded, and when everything settled, Cao Kun was no longer there. Instead, there was a statue of armor emitting golden light. He stood tall in the world, radiating a dazzling but not glaring light, like the sun of the sun. This power, Cao Kun's voice, through the armor, echoed in the air with a bit of shock and joy. When the armor was removed, Cao Kun's consciousness once again returned to the white world. My friend, are you satisfied with this experience? The power of the Emperor armor fascinates you, right? There was still a smile on the corner of Shenshin old man's mouth. Cao Kun nodded slightly. The Emperor's armor is indeed powerful. Why can't I summon the Emperor armor's weapons? Upon hearing this, the old man from Shenshin responded calmly. The reason for this is that you have not yet grasped the true meaning of the Emperor's armor. You must know that the Emperor armor is the best of the 5 elements armor. It contains the 5 elements and controls yin and yang. It cannot be mastered in a short period of time. You have to practice it over and over again to become proficient at it. Throughout the morning, Cao Kun practiced with Lilith under the guidance of the old man Shenshin. Following the old man's command, Cao Kun felt a warm power surging from his dantian, and the armor quickly spread to his whole body. His body was surrounded by a faint golden light, and he looked imposing. At this time, Lilith was looking at Cao Kun with a playful look. Come on, master. Lilith opened her red lips slightly, and as she spoke, she turned into a shadow and rushed towards Cao Kun. However, Cao Kun did not retreat. The golden elixir in his body accelerated its rotation and perfectly merged with the power of the Emperor's armor. He stretched out his body like a dragon soaring into the sky. Not only did he easily take on Lilith's attack, he also counterattacked with astonishing speed. Although Lilith intentionally let Cao Kun off, his progress far exceeded her expectations. With the enhancement of the Emperor armor, his Jindan stage cultivation was able to fight against her, a Yin-Yang stage powerhouse who was free from the sea. Master, Lilith needs to be serious. There was a hint of seriousness in Lilith's eyes. If Cao Kun really encounters an ordinary nascent soul expert, with his current strength and the blessing of the Emperor armor, he will definitely win the battle. At this moment, Cao Kun was facing the Succubus Lilith, who had reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Lilith slowly drew an exquisite heart symbol on her chest. Then she blew a kiss. That flying kiss not only contained endless tenderness and love, but also carried a powerful spiritual force. The love just now turned into a stream of light and shot straight to where Cao Kun was. Faced with this sudden attack, Cao Kun's heart was filled with alarm. In an instant, he let out a low cry. Aurora shield. Suddenly, there was a bright light in the air, and a dazzling golden shield condensed out of thin air. The brilliant colors of the aurora flow on it, as if it can resist all attacks in the world. However, Lilith's attack was beyond Cao Kun's expectations. The loving kiss did not hit the shield like an ordinary physical attack. Instead, it silently penetrated the boundaries of matter and directly hit Cao Kun's spiritual world. Cao Kun felt an unprecedented pressure coming towards him. His consciousness was quickly drawn into a vortex. The surroundings were filled with Lilith's spiritual fluctuations that were full of temptation and danger. At this moment, a familiar flute sound suddenly echoed in Cao Kun's spiritual world. At the same time, a familiar sentence appeared in Cao Kun's ears. What is love? Chapter 73. What's the matter? At this moment, the 9 revolutions divine jade was leisurely floating in the air, emitting a faint warm luster. The old man from Shenshin appeared in front of Cao Kun silently. His gaze was deep, fixed on the floating divine jade. 9 revolutions divine jade, it's actually this thing. Then, he turned his gaze to Cao Kun and asked slowly. Boy, have you obtained the inheritance of the mysterious soul? Upon hearing this, Cao Kun looked confused, scratched his head involuntarily, and smiled foolishly. What's the matter? Upon hearing this, the old man from Shenshin narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he wanted to see through Cao Kun's body and peek into the secrets deep in his soul. After a moment, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his laughter was hearty and slightly relieved. Ha 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 ha, I see. It seems that I am short-sighted. After saying this, he stared at Cao Kun with sharp eyes. Boy, why didn't you tell me earlier that you were the legendary Yin-Yang immortal body? Upon hearing this, Cao Kun frowned slightly and retorted with a hint of grievance. Old man, you didn't ask. For some reason, an unprecedented look of joy appeared on the face of the old man Shenshin. You kid. There was a hint of teasing and kindness in his words. Since you hold the legendary 9 revolutions divine jade, then I will no longer disturb your sea of consciousness. After saying this, he moved slightly, and a fairy-like aura that transcended the world surrounded him, as if he was about to enter the jade. Seeing this, Cao Kun became anxious and quickly spoke out to dissuade him. Wait a minute, old man. There's a snake man hidden in the jade, and it's extremely dangerous. When the old man from Shenshin heard this, he was not afraid, but laughed out loud towards the sky. Ha ha ha, you're worrying too much, kid. As the saying goes, what is love in this world? It is the promise of life and death. My boy, the true meaning of spiritual practice lies in perseverance. If I have free time in the future, I will step into this 9 revolutions divine jade. I will teach you everything I know. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed, like a wisp of smoke, and suddenly he merged into the 9 revolutions divine jade that emitted a faint spiritual light. The 9 revolutions divine jade immediately turned into a streak of light and returned to the system space silently. Lilith lightly wrapped her arms around Cao Kun's waist, pointed at her head, and then spoke. Master, is there something wrong with this old man? Why are you talking so weird? Upon hearing this, Cao Kun curled up the corner of his mouth into a playful smile. I think so too, but even so, you can't escape punishment. As soon as these words came out, Lilith licked her lips, and her eyes suddenly flashed with anticipation. Oh, how does the master plan to punish Lilith? Cao Kun waved his finger gently and said slowly. Go lie down on the edge of the bed. Half an hour later, Lilith slowly stood up, covering her hips with her hands, a faint blush on her cheeks. Cao Kun held the belt in his hand and asked softly with a look of scrutiny. Will you dare to do it again next time? Lilith smiled playfully upon hearing this. It's never too late to talk about it next time. Cao Kun's eyes suddenly widened, and then Cao Kun said to Lilith. Come with me. Soon, the two arrived at the secret realm of Jingushuan. As you step into the Wanyu Tower, an elegant floral scent intertwined with a light tea fragrance hits your nose, making you feel relaxed and happy. I saw 2 beautiful ladies, Bai Yunjie and Lu Ruyan, sitting by the window. They are of similar age, both extremely beautiful and charming, each with their own unique charm. At this moment, they are whispering and smiling sweetly. Yunjie. Cao Kun's voice became much gentler, as he was afraid of disturbing the harmonious atmosphere in the room. He approached slowly, his eyes full of tenderness and concern. Bai Yunjie looked up when she heard the voice, and saw that it was Cao Kun. A gentle smile appeared on her face. She was about to stand up to greet him, but Cao Kun gently pressed his shoulders to stop her. Just sit there and don't disturb the fetus. Then, Cao Kun turned around and his eyes fell on Lilith again. Lilith, from now on, when I'm not around, you will protect her closely and ensure her safety. Upon hearing this, Lilith danced lightly and came to Bai Yunjie. Hello, sister. This simple greeting made Bai Yunjie feel favorable towards him. Bai Yunjie looked at Lilith in front of her, tilted her head slightly, and spoke softly to Cao Kun beside her. Hubby, is this really okay? Hearing this, Cao Kun gently patted the back of Bai Yunjie's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, don't be fooled by Lilith's petite figure. To be honest, I'm afraid the three of us combined are not even as old as her. Lilith was immediately unhappy when she heard this. She put her hands on her hips, her face full of dissatisfaction. HMPH, Master. In our demon tribe, 100 years old is still just a child. It's the right age to explore the world, learn and grow. Bai Yunjie and Lu Ruyan, who were standing by, looked at each other in surprise when they heard the word, Demon Clan. Cao Kun looked at the scene in front of him and spoke slowly. You have also seen this path of cultivation. Aside from cultivation, there are many different races in this world, and non-human races are the only ones that dominate. You should prepare yourself mentally as soon as possible. After he finished speaking, he changed the subject slightly and turned his gaze to Bai Yunjie beside him, with a hint of non-probing in his tone. Madam, have you heard anything about Xiao Chen? Bai Yunjie nodded slightly, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes, and she responded softly. The official announcement has been made. Although he is my son, his actions are truly his own fault. Her tone was very decisive. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun couldn't help but feel confused. He had been in a coma for 7 days and knew very little about the outside world, so he couldn't help but chase it at this moment. What did the official announcement say about Xiao Chen? Seeing this, Lu Ruyan gently took over the conversation. The official announcement stated that Xiao Chen was suspected of colluding with foreign forces. A decapitation operation was carried out against several national-level scientific researchers in the Koch International Hotel. Many suspects were shot dead on the spot. After listening to what Lu Ruyan said, Cao Kun couldn't help but sigh at the ability of the Daxia officials to fabricate stories. Bai Yunjie smiled calmly and touched her belly. It's okay, it's okay. Seeing Bai Yunjie stroking her belly, Cao Kun suddenly remembered the dragon tyrant war body bloodline. Tongzi, can this bloodline be absorbed by others? Ding. Of course. Hearing the system's answer, Cao Kun couldn't help but tease. Tongzi, are we now starting to integrate with the international community? Extract the blood of the dragon tyrant battle body for me. Ding. Extraction successful. At this moment, a dragon-patterned fruit appeared in Cao Kun's hand. The fruit emits a faint fragrance that makes people feel relaxed and happy. But even more striking is the surface of the fruit. The fruit is a gorgeous green, and the outer skin has patterns like dragon scales, as if it has condensed all the essence of heaven and earth. Cao Kun handed the fruit to Bai Yunjie. Eat this. Chapter 74, The Power of Blood, Golden Dragon's Reverse Scale. Bai Yunjie's eyes were involuntarily attracted to the fruit in Cao Kun's hand. Why does this fruit look so strange? Lu Ruyan on the side joked. It looks so strange, why not just call it a kiwi fruit? Cao Kun smiled and then began to explain. Although this fruit looks strange, it contains powerful bloodline power. It is of great benefit to the fetus, ensuring the health of both mother and child, and bringing long-lasting blessings. Bloodline power. What is this? The two girls looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. Although Bai Yunjie and Lu Ruyan have already dabbled in the path of cultivation. But those minor details hidden deep in the edge of the cultivation system are still like flowers in the fog to them, and they are not very clear about them. Seeing this, Cao Kun gently stroked his chin. The power of bloodline. He pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. The power of bloodline, in short, is the power of bloodline. As soon as these words were spoken, Lilith couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. The laughter was crisp and pleasant. Ha ha ha, let me explain in detail. Lilith took over the conversation and spoke slowly. The so-called power of blood is the mysterious strength deeply rooted in a race or unique physique. Just like me, as a descendant of the Succubus family, the source of temptation and enchantment flows in my blood. This grants me the ability to mobilize the unique power of the Succubus, a mysterious force that can stir hearts and confuse the living. There was a subtle hint of charm in Lilith's words. When Bai Yunjie and others heard this, a look of sudden enlightenment flashed in their eyes. Then, Lilith changed the subject and focused her gaze on the fruit in her hand. Master, the fruit in your hand is extraordinary. I feel that it contains a tremendous vitality and an untamable and domineering force. I wonder what kind of bloodline power is contained in this fruit. Cao Kun just said 2 words lightly. Dragon Clan. Dragon Clan. Lilith's pupils couldn't help but tremble, and she couldn't help but mutter. What's wrong? Lilith poked with her index finger and spoke softly. It's better not to inherit this evil bloodline power. After hearing Lilith's words, Cao Kun finally understood the reason. It turned out that Lilith mistook the dragon clan mentioned by Cao Kun for the evil Western dragons. Cao Kun laughed. What are you thinking about? This is my Daxia totem, not the evil thing you imagine. The Great Sha Dragon clan represents strength, wisdom, luck, and authority. How can that four-legged lizard from the west compare? Bai Yunjie took a deep breath when she heard this. Her heartbeat quickened and an inexplicable sense of anticipation arose in her heart. She slowly stretched out her delicate hand and lightly touched the smooth and strange surface of the fruit with her fingertips. In an instant, a warm and gentle power flowed out from the fruit. It instantly penetrated her fingertips and reached deep into her soul. At this moment, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged like a tide, surrounding her tightly. This strange feeling made Bai Yunjie's brows unconsciously frown. A hint of understanding flashed across Cao Kun's eyes, and then he spoke gently. The bloodline power of this fruit comes from the same source as Xiao Chen's. That's why I brought it to you. At this moment, Bai Yunjie couldn't help but hesitate. Then will this child be with? Bai Yunjie's concerns made Cao Kun burst into laughter. Don't worry, this child will definitely not go down the path of no return like Xiao Chen. Then Cao Kun changed the subject and urged gently. Okay, hurry up. Upon hearing this, Bai Yunjie nodded slightly and slowly put the dragon fruit into her mouth. As the dragon fruit entered her stomach, an unprecedented powerful force instantly exploded in her body. This power, carrying vitality, roamed freely in her body. Wherever it passed, all things revived and became full of vitality. Seeing this, Cao Kun reminded softly. Hold the origin and keep the oneness, do not be careless, let nothing in from the outside, let nothing out from the inside, return to the source, and all things will be complete. As Cao Kun's voice slowly fell, the mantra of Phoenix Dance emerged in Bai Yunjie's mind. The rhythm of her breathing blended perfectly with the rhythm of the surrounding spiritual energy. At this moment, a warm current quietly gathered in her lower abdomen. This warm current seemed to have life, flowing through her meridians. This warm current not only sorted out the chaotic cold and yin energy in her body, but also allowed her pseudo-Tianyan body to successfully transform into a Tianyan body. This power. Bai Yunjie was filled with shock and doubt, a hint of confusion and curiosity flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she couldn't help but whisper to herself. At this moment, in the system space, the golden dragon scale obtained when killing Xiao Chen began to tremble violently. Seeing this, Cao Kun frowned. He stretched out his hand and took the trembling scale out of the void, carefully held it in his palm, and looked at it carefully. What makes the reverse scale different from other scales is that it is a palm-sized, crescent-shaped scale under the dragon's neck. I forgot about this reverse scale. Cao Kun muttered to himself. At this moment, in front of Cao Kun's eyes, this reverse scale slowly melted in the astonished eyes of everyone. It turned into a drop of dazzling golden liquid. Immediately afterwards, this drop of golden liquid was pulled by some irresistible force and flew straight towards Bai Yunjie, who was sitting cross-legged, as if on automatic navigation. Feeling something coming towards her, Bai Yunjie suddenly opened her eyes. The body instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was as if it was under a spell and could not move. Cao Kun discovered that the destination of this drop of golden liquid transformed from the inverse scale was actually Bai Yunjie's lower abdomen. The moment the golden liquid touched Bai Yunjie's lower abdomen, an unprecedented light burst out from there. The entire Wanyu Tower was dyed with a faint golden glow. The light is warm and peaceful, yet carries a hint of majesty that cannot be ignored, which makes people feel awe. However, this dazzling light only lasted for a moment before receding like the tide, and everything returned to calm. Seeing this, Cao Kun quickly stepped forward, his eyes full of concern and anxiety. He gently placed his hand on Bai Yunjie's lower abdomen, circulated the spiritual power in his body, and carefully explored every subtle change. After a careful and comprehensive inspection, he was surprised to find. Not only was Bai Yunjie's body not damaged at all, but it seemed to be more gentle and smooth like jade than before, and her breath was even longer. Husband, what was that just now? Bai Yunjie finally broke the silence, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes were fixed on Cao Kun, as if she wanted to find the answer from his face. Cao Kun shook his head slightly. It's okay, Yunjie, you don't have to worry. He gently comforted Bai Yunjie, but was thinking secretly in his heart. Golden Dragon's reverse scale, I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 75 Undercurrent. Downarton Abbey. 3 mummies, wrapped in bandages, lay there quietly. Cao Kun. One of them had a deep and hoarse voice, his fists clenched tightly, and a heart-pounding creaking sound came from between his bones. At this moment, a gentle but somewhat frightened figure flashed into the room. Brother Su Yuan. At this moment, in another corner of the room, old man Tang Lan stood quietly by. Hearing the girl's words, Su Yuan replied. Asterisk 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 hash hash asterisk asterisk. Grandpa, what is brother Su Yuan talking about? The girl's eyes flushed red as she sat down on the edge of the bed, looking at the young man with distressed eyes. Tang Lan raised his hand gently, signaling the girl to stay calm. Zixuan, don't worry, Su Yuan and the others are fine. You have nothing to do here, please leave first. Tang Lan obviously didn't want his granddaughter to get involved in the affairs of the underworld. Tang Zixuan couldn't help but get angry when she heard that. What do you mean it's none of my business? At this moment, Su Yuan clenched his teeth, trying his best to suppress the pain, and spoke slowly. Zixuan, please step aside for a moment. We need to discuss some urgent matters. Upon hearing this, although Tang Zixuan was unwilling, she obeyed obediently, slowly turned around and walked out the door. My lord. Seeing his granddaughter leaving, Tang Lan no longer had any scruples. He suddenly knelt on one knee with a serious expression. There's movement from Cao Kun's side. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nimbly untied the bandages wrapped around his body one by one, while looking at Tang sharply. Oh, what's Cao Kun doing this time? Tang Lan bowed even deeper, his tone filled with awe. According to spies, Cao Kun will hold a press conference in 3 days, jointly with Zhui Xuanji and Daxia Military Industry. Hearing this, Su Yuan spoke haltingly and with difficulty to squeeze out his own guess. It must be that battle armor without a doubt. Armor. When Tang Lan heard this, a hint of doubt flashed across his brows. He was not present at the scene that day and knew nothing about the existence of the armor. Yi Fan's expression was as calm as water as he spoke slowly. Yes, it must be the armor from that day. If the wielder is skilled, this armor is indeed capable of killing the Grand Master you all call a master in an instant. What? When Tang Lan heard this, his pupils suddenly dilated, and an emotion of disbelief surged into his heart like a tide. Doesn't that mean that if the Cao family can master the method of mass-producing battle armor, even the weakest one will be a Grand Master? Yi Fan nodded, but still didn't care. Even 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals are nothing but cannon fodder in front of a truly powerful being. No need to worry about this armor. The top of Ji Mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland. Inside Qingyan Temple, ancient trees stand tall, and although the incense is not strong, it has an extraordinary and otherworldly atmosphere. At this moment, the candlelight in the hall flickered, illuminating the figure of a middle-aged woman. She sat upright on a cushion with a cold expression. Mother, it seems that Long Ao and the others have failed. Cao Lun stepped into the hall, bowed, and there was a hint of urgency in his voice. Upon hearing this, Sun Fengwan curled up the corner of her mouth into an imperceptible sneer. HMPH. Long Ao, everyone says he's brave and unparalleled, but it turns out he's just a useless figure, all show and no substance. Upon hearing this, Cao Lun bent his waist a little more, appearing even more humble. Mother is wise, but how should we deal with this sudden change? There was a hint of anxiety in his tone, and his eyes were fixed on Sun Fengwan's face, eager for guidance. Sun Fengwan gently stroked the Gukun beside her, plucking it with her fingertips, producing a distant and deep sound. 3 days from now, Cao Kun and Zhui Xuanji will hold a grand press conference in the city. Are you aware of this? Cao Lun was startled when he heard this and quickly replied. I've heard that this press conference is very important. Cao Kun has invited various forces in the name of the Cao family. It was announced that they had joined forces with the Daxia military and had made new progress in scientific research. Sun Fengwan raised her eyebrows slightly, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Daxia, it seems they intend to use this opportunity to intimidate the enemy. She pondered for a moment and continued. I just don't know about Bayu and Old Eagle. Having said that, Sun Fengwan stood up, walked lightly to the center of the hall, her eyes sharp. Cao Lun, please contact the Shenmao Bureau immediately. We need to make arrangements in advance and not let Cao Kun and his men succeed. At the same time, send out more assassins and spies to ensure the authenticity of the news. Cao Lun was startled when he heard this and quickly responded. Yes, mother. I'll do it right away. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, but seemed to think of something, stopped, and looked back at Sun Fengwan. Mother, if we confront the Daxia military head-on, I'm afraid. Sun Fengwan smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Remember, a truly strong person is never afraid of any challenge. As long as you can enter that holy realm, the Daxia military will be nothing to you. After saying that, she waved her sleeves, turned around, sat back on the mat, and closed her eyes to rest. Cao Lun hurriedly left the hall with his mother's instructions and expectations. After leaving Qingyan Temple, Cao Lun headed straight for the Chen family mansion. Brother Cao Lun, your visit today is definitely not a coincidence, right? Chen Shang's voice came from deep in the hall, and he looked at the uninvited guest in front of him with an unfriendly look. Cao Lun smiled slightly, and there was a bit of cunning and sophistication in that smile. Although he is uneducated, he has a deep understanding of the ways of the world under the careful training of his mother Sun Fengwan. He spoke slowly, his words polite yet sharp. Brother Shang, you are too kind. I am actually traveling here out of concern. I heard that the Chen family has been in turmoil recently because of Cao Kun. Brother Shang, you have been very busy. I am very worried and have come to visit you. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Shang's face instantly turned gloomy. The teacup in his hand seemed to carry a lot of anger. He actually crushed it into tiny pieces of porcelain, which were scattered all over the floor. The crisp sound echoed in the empty hall. Cao Lun, if you're here to laugh at me, there's no need to beat around the bush. Chen Shang's voice revealed his anger and dissatisfaction at the moment. Seeing this, Cao Lun secretly calculated in his mind, but his expression remained calm, still maintaining that perfect smile. Brother Shang, you misunderstood. I never meant that. I came here this time to discuss with Brother Chen how to deal with Cao Kun. At this time, Chen Shang knew very well that Cao Kun was very powerful and was not someone that ordinary people could provoke. Cao Lun, listen to my advice. You are no match for Cao Kun. It's better to just be your second master. It's better to be alive than to lose your life. Chapter 76. Time is running out. Cao Lun nodded slowly. It's good to be alive, but I have no way out now. Between me and Cao Kun, it's either you die or I live. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chen Shang, if I die, can you escape? Cao Lun's eyes were like two sharp swords, shooting straight at the man opposite him. Chen Shang stared at Cao Lun, his eyes flashing with complex light in the night, as if he was weighing and thinking. After a moment's silence, he slowly said, "What are your plans?" Cao Lun raised a faint smile and spoke slowly. Killing with a borrowed knife. Oh. Chen Shang raised his eyebrows slightly. I'd like to hear the details. Cao Lun turned around and put his hands behind his back. Cao Kun, in a few days, I will personally host a grand press conference in the name of the Cao family. Upon hearing this, Chen Shang leaned forward involuntarily. Cao Lun, did you get any inside information? There was a subtle hint of urgency in Chen Shang's voice. Cao Lun turned around and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's right, Brother Chen. In 3 days, Jiui Xuanji, which Cao Kun recently acquired, will announce a product that will revolutionize the industry. This product even has the participation of various forces such as the Daxia military. The cruel look in Chen Shang's eyes became even more intense. You mean? The two looked at each other for a moment, as if they understood each other's eyes, and then smiled knowingly. The 3-day deadline is approaching in a flash. Cao Kun. A low and powerful call quietly sounded in Cao Kun's ears. He turned around suddenly, his eyes as sharp as torches, instantly locking onto the figure that was slowly walking into his sight. He was a middle-aged man, wearing a neat military uniform, as tall and straight as a pine or cypress. On the epaulettes, gold stars sparkle. He is upright and inviolable. This person is Yun Xiao, one of the generals of Daxia. Yun Xiao slowly walked up to Cao Kun, gently raised his hand and patted Cao Kun on the shoulder. Cao Kun, we will always remember your contributions to Daxia. Cao Kun chuckled, with a hint of joking in his tone. General Yun is wrong. Merchants value profit. This is just a win-win situation for both of us. Yun Xiao laughed loudly and clearly. You are always so clever and cunning, making people love and hate you. After saying this, Yun Xiao's expression changed and became extremely solemn. But then again, according to reliable information, we caught a lot of big fish at today's press conference. Many killers have been lurking quietly with ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun curled up the corner of his mouth with contempt, rolled his eyes, and said nonchalantly, "No problem." While the two were talking, Jarvis' message also reached Cao Kun's mobile phone. Cao Kun took a glance and then handed the phone to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao's eyes swept across the lines of text, and his face instantly became gloomy. It seems that everyone who came today has their own ulterior motives. Isn't this what you were expecting? Cao Kun's voice sounded leisurely, with a hint of playfulness in his tone. Behind this seemingly ordinary press conference, there is a little-known secret. The other participants were completely unaware that this grand event was actually a chess piece carefully arranged by the Daxia military. The purpose is to lure the snake out of its hole and expose the true face of the shadow lurking inside, the local spy. The press conference was brightly lit and the atmosphere was warm. Zhou Yihong, CEO of Zhui Xuanji, stood under the spotlight, with a spring-like smile on his face, and delivered a passionate speech. On the stage, the military representative Yun Xiao had a stern expression on his face, glancing at everyone below from time to time. Just now, a list quietly appeared on Cao Kun's mobile phone screen. The list above is of those forces present at the scene who are not foreign forces. What he didn't expect was that there was a big "no" written on the list. After more than 20 minutes of wonderful explanation, the atmosphere on the scene gradually heated up and naturally transitioned to an interactive question-and-answer session. At this moment, a sharp media reporter was the first to break the silence. "Hello, Mr. Cao." His eyes were bright as he stared at the elegant Cao Kun on the stage. An insider privately revealed that the design of this astonishing Xingtian battle armor was actually undertaken and completed independently by you. Excuse me, is this statement true? Cao Kun gently took the microphone. That's not the case. The rumor is wrong. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone thrown into a lake, causing ripples. The whole venue was immediately filled with discussions and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Seeing this, another reporter, unwilling to be left behind, quickly took over the conversation with sharp and direct questions. "So, Mr. Cao, we're all very curious about the inspiration and blueprint for this innovative design of this suit of armor. Is there any cross-border scientific research collaboration involved, or has it inadvertently touched upon sensitive areas regarding theft?" Puff. Cao Kun couldn't help but laugh out loud. "As to whether I've been involved in such shady activities as stealing the scientific research essence of other countries, I'm afraid my answer will be disappointing." There was a certain confidence and uninhibitedness in his tone. "Even if I gave you the blueprints, your fathers wouldn't be able to build the armor." Everyone below showed angry expressions. "Mr. Cao, what do you mean by this?" Cao Kun narrowed his eyes slightly, flashing with a cunning light. "Why don't you understand what I'm saying? Your dog. Do you understand?" Cao Kun glanced at the watch on his wrist. "It's almost time." His voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in the conference hall. "If you don't leave now, it will be too late." At this moment, the spirit shadow sword hanging high above the dome of the press conference suddenly shone brightly, with an air of chilling coldness that went straight to people's hearts. "Mr. Cao, please think twice. This press conference was broadcast live around the world, and any extreme behavior could lead to unpredictable consequences." The voice of a media person who didn't know the truth was trembling. However, Cao Kun just laughed out loud. "Live broadcast. Straight to your head." After he finished speaking, a cold light flashed by. Then, there seemed to be a sound of something heavy falling in the air. Accompanied by a burst of terrified screams, the venue was instantly engulfed in chaos. What fell was the head of a person who died with his eyes open. "I'll give you 1 minute. Anyone who surrenders now will be forgiven." Yun Xiao stood up and said. At this time, a large number of fully armed soldiers broke in from outside the door. Most people chose to surrender themselves, but there were still some stubborn people who remained unmoved. 30 seconds left, hurry up. Cao Kun sat on the stage, gently wiping the blood off the Yin-Yang sword. Chapter 77 Ask the heroes of the world. It's time. Aren't you leaving yet? Cao Kun slowly stood up, and the cold light of the Yin-Yang sword in his hand became even more fierce after being wiped. In that case, let this sword light be your final destination. The spirit shadow sword transformed into a streak of silver lightning, weaving through the remaining resistors. Tap tap. A heavy sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. In the crowd, a figure was like a ghost. In just 2 steps, he broke through the heavy defense lines at incredible speed. The defense line built by the soldiers was easily torn apart like paper. Cao Kun glanced at the blood on the ground and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Can you escape? The press conference was held in the solemn Great Hall of Hangxing City, with the vast Qing Lake behind it. The water of the clear lake is vast and boundless. At this moment, Cao Kun walked calmly, neither hurried nor slow, following the figure. Walking on the waves, he's actually a grandmaster. No wonder he was able to escape. In front, the man was agile, and with every step he took, the surface of the lake seemed to be split by an invisible sharp blade. Waves several meters wide exploded, turning into huge waves that surged towards Cao Kun with the force of thunder. Black iron fist, mountains collapsing and earth cracking. The man spoke in a low voice in the Daxia dialect, not very fluently. The fist wind, carrying a tremendous force, slammed towards Cao Kun. However, facing this blow that was enough to shake the mountains and rivers, Cao Kun remained calm. He just raised his hand lightly, and collided with the shocking punch with ease. In an instant, strong winds blew up. Little boy, you have quite a bit of strength. Seeing this, the man's pupils suddenly shrank and his face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? He never thought that his full-strength attack could be taken so easily. And the other party seems to be at ease. This strength and composure made him feel a chill in his heart. Shuriken, swift. Before the man finished speaking, his left hand had already thrown out an 18-centimeter kunai with a sharp edge like lightning, pointing directly at Cao Kun. Oi, kid, you're too slow. Cao Kun snorted coldly. Without moving, he easily caught the kunai that was whistling towards him with just 2 fingers. Well, today I'll let you experience what it means to be truly strong. After saying that, Cao Kun suddenly stepped down with his right foot. The surface of the lake suddenly seemed to be hit by a huge hammer, exploding with a loud bang and splashing water everywhere. Immediately afterwards, the water on both sides of the lake suddenly rose from the ground as if controlled by an invisible hand. 2 water curtains tens of meters high were formed, covering the sky and the sun. Cao Kun stood in the center of the lake, his clothes fluttering in the wind, and his every move showed his extraordinary and otherworldly demeanor. The man's expression changed slightly in the face of this earth-shaking power. Whoosh! A water curtain tens of meters high suddenly condensed, like a weathered giant fist, carrying the power of heaven and earth, roaring towards the man. The lake surface along the way was ruthlessly torn apart by this force, with waves splashing everywhere, which was magnificent. In a flash, the giant fist was right in front of him. The man's face was solemn. He instantly mobilized all his strength and crossed his arms across his chest to form a solid barrier. Boom! There was a deafening roar, like a thunderbolt falling, or like an out-of-control chariot crashing at full speed. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The man's whole body was shaking slightly, but he still gritted his teeth and resisted. However, at this critical moment, a light figure quietly appeared on the battlefield. A woman dressed in an exquisite kimono, holding an ancient oil paper umbrella, stands in the air like a fairy walking out of an ink painting. She turned her wrist slightly and waved the umbrella lightly, and the originally unstoppable water fist slowly dissipated under the umbrella. Then the woman bowed politely to Cao Kun and said, "That's enough to prick me, Cao Chan." In the dripping water droplets transformed by the water fist. The woman slowly raised her right hand, 1,000 silks to protect the rain. At this moment, several water droplets shot out like bullets. Its speed was so fast that it almost caught up with the speed of sound, and it instantly approached Cao Kun's chest. What's this? Cao Kun turned quickly, trying to avoid the sudden attack. But he was a step too slow, and the raindrops fell heavily on him. Ah! A tingling sensation spread through his body, and Cao Kun let out a few strange cries. It's a massage. It feels so good. He looked at the woman and said jokingly, "Flower girl, keep going, keep going." When the woman saw this scene, her brows furrowed tightly, and an uncontrollable anger surged in her chest, eventually turning into a roar. Bakailu. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun curled up a playful smile and even imitated the woman's tone. Yoshi. Beautiful flower girl, you are so cute. However, just as Cao Kun was teasing, something unexpected happened. The man next to him took advantage of Cao Kun's unpreparedness and quietly launched an attack. Countless hidden weapons attacked him like heavy rain, trying to take his life in the blink of an eye. Cao Kun's eyes instantly turned cold, and his eyes twitched slightly, showing his extreme disdain for this sneak attack. He waved his sleeve nonchalantly, and the spirit shadow sword condensed from nothingness, turning into a stream of light, accurately facing the hidden weapons. At the same time, the sword's momentum did not decrease, and it went straight for the attacker. Everything happened in a flash. When the dust settled, the man had turned into several pieces and scattered all over the ground. Men-chan, the woman called softly, a hint of sadness in her voice. Before Cao Kun could think about it, the woman had quietly appeared in front of him. Rain curtain weaves dreams. There were faint aqua-blue ripples gently rippling in the woman's eyes. What? However, after a few seconds of silence, she exclaimed, with a look of disbelief on her face. On the other hand, Cao Kun smiled indifferently, tugged at his collar lightly, and glanced at his watch. Oi, little devil, I don't have much time. Sakura girl wanted to attack him in anger, but she didn't expect that as soon as she had the idea, she was restrained by Cao Kun in a lightning speed. You seem a little hot. It's time for you to calm down. Oi, kid, get down quickly. You know what I mean. Sakura girl had her wrist held by Cao Kun, and she looked at him with confusion. Cao Kun waved his hand and summoned the spirit shadow. Amid the Sakura girl's cries of, Yamidi, he took off with the Sakura girl on his sword. After a while, Cao Kun, who was walking on a sword in midair, shuddered all over and then pulled up his trousers. He glanced at the unconscious Sakura girl and the trace of blood. Cao Kun couldn't help but sigh. Ask all the heroes in the world, who can be compared with me, Cao. The first time I fought against the Japanese, I flew a fighter plane. Chapter 78. A young master of the Cao family and a good wife. The next day, Sakura girl slowly opened her eyes, and in the dim light, what came into view was Cao Kun's face. At this time, Cao Kun was sitting quietly beside the bed, his eyes seemingly fixed on Sakura girl. In fact, at this time Cao Kun's spirit was talking with the residual soul of the old man from Shenshin. Recalling the scene of yesterday, Sakura girl's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. She tried to activate the power in her body, but was shocked to find the power in her body. At this moment, it was as if he was tightly bound by invisible shackles and could not move at all. Cao Kun's consciousness quickly withdrew from the communication with the old man from Shenshin, and his gaze refocused on the slightly confused face of Sakura girl. You're awake, Cao Kun said lightly, but Sakura girl's next move caught Cao Kun off guard. Sakura girl sat up from the bed and bowed to Cao Kun. Oh hi you, dog zha moss. Cao Kun interrupted Sakura girl's next move and stared at her with sharp eyes. Tell me, what is your origin? Upon hearing this, Sakura girl frowned slightly, and a hint of confusion and puzzlement flashed in her eyes. Seeing this, Cao Kun couldn't help but sigh. What an idiot. From now on, you will live here. However, Sakura girl still looked at Cao Kun with innocent eyes. Cao Kun smiled bitterly in his heart and shook his head. Come in, Lilith. As soon as he finished speaking, the bedroom door quietly opened and Lilith walked in slowly. Very different from yesterday. Now Lilith's eyes have lost their former liveliness. The whole person seemed to have lost his soul, appearing particularly empty and confused. Cao Kun keenly noticed Lilith's abnormality, and a ripple appeared in his heart. Lilith, what's wrong with you? Lilith slowly walked to Cao Kun and then jumped into his arms. The whole person was wrapped around Cao Kun like an octopus. Owner. Lilith was pouting coquettishly in Cao Kun's arms. Every word contains the unique magic of a succubus, which makes people involuntarily indulge in it. Hungry. Sakura girl, who was standing by, witnessed this scene and a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. The interaction between the big and the small made her secretly guess that Cao Kun was committing a crime. Cao Kun looked at the surprised Sakura girl, then pointed at Lilith. Lilith. Sakura girl heard this and then tried to repeat it clumsily. Ni nisi. Upon hearing this, Lilith frowned slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her clear eyes. He shouted, his hands unconsciously on his hips. It's Lilith. You idiot pig. Then, Cao Kun focused his attention on the angry Lilith. Lilith, this task is left to you. Use your method to train her well so that she can communicate normally. Yes, master. Lilith's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she quickly saluted Cao Kun with a standard and neat military salute. Cao Kun frowned. Where did you learn this military salute? Not next time. Yes, Master, rest assured, Lilith will definitely train her into a docile and well-behaved puppy who will absolutely obey your every command. There was a hint of mischief in her voice. As Lilith finished speaking, the expression on Sakura girl's face changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. Cao Kun shook his head slightly, a helpless smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Lilith, when you have nothing else to do, it's best to avoid those inappropriate things. Hearing this, Lilith raised the corners of her mouth slightly and playfully stuck out her pink tongue. Existence is reasonable. Cao Kun almost fainted from anger. Well, I talked for a long time but didn't hear a word I said. Just then, an untimely cooing sound broke the silence in the room. Cao Kun looked down at the watch on his wrist and saw that it was already lunchtime. Let's go and eat. After dinner, Wu Chengkong walked steadily to Cao Kun's side. Master, North and his group have arrived at Shenongjia. But after several days, there has been no trace of the hidden village. Cao Kun lay leisurely on the sofa, his eyes half closed, and nodded gently. Let this matter unfold slowly and there is no need to rush it. After saying this, he gently stroked the ancient ring with his slender fingers. Is there any movement on Chen Shang's side? Wu Chengkong's expression slightly restrained when he heard this, and he answered after pondering for a moment. A few days ago, Cao Lun quietly visited the Chen family. It's difficult to get a full picture of his specific words and actions. But in my opinion, there may be a secret collusion between the two. I'm afraid what happened yesterday is related to them. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun curled up the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. They are in cahoots with each other, it's a good show. I want to see what these two idiots can come up with. Chen family. Ha ha ha, Mr. Sato is truly extraordinary. This, honey trap, was executed with such mastery that it was truly astonishing. Chen Shang held the wine cup filled with fine wine in his hand, raised it to his chest, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The middle-aged man in front of him was Sato Ying, the vice president of Kikutake Company. Sato Ying smiled slightly and waved his hand modestly. Mr. Chen, you are overpraising me. As the old Daxia saying goes, since ancient times, heroes have all been lustful, but there has never been a hero without love. I simply cleverly exploited human weaknesses and used a subtle tactic to precisely hit the opponent's soft spot. Cao Lun, who was watching quietly on the side, couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly after hearing this. Listening to Sato Ying's accent, Cao Lun felt an itch in his philtrum. Cao Lun, standing aside, spoke softly with a hint of inquiry in his tone. Mr. Sato, how did you cleverly plan the mystery of that woman's life? Upon hearing this, Sato Ying slowly curled up the corners of his mouth into a meaningful smile. The Cao family's young master is known for his romanticism, and he particularly loves the charm of mature and gentle wives. So I carefully selected a wife for Master Cao, catering to his preferences. There was a hint of playfulness and calculation in his words. And what's even more amazing is that the ninja who was killed by Cao Kun's sword that day was actually Wu's fiancé. They have been my loyal warriors since they were young. They are close friends and have a deep affection for each other. Now that Men has died at the hands of Cao Kun, Wu has taken the opportunity to penetrate deep into the enemy camp. I'm afraid Wu has already hated Cao Kun to the core. The other side, Lilith looked at Wu, who was lying limp as mud, and said with disdain. It needs to be properly trained. Master, let's continue. Cao Kun discovered that after his efforts, the tattoo on Lilith's lower abdomen was glowing again. Then Cao Kun said, come up and move on your own. Chapter 79 Golden-haired, white-faced nine-tailed fox. Mirror Lake Pavilion. There is mist beside the Wanyu Spirit Spring. At this time, after a few days of nourishment, the soul of the old man Shenshin was able to stay in the outside world for a while. The soul of the old man from Shenshin floated leisurely in front of Cao Kun. His eyes were examining this small world with an almost incredulous expression. Depend on. The curse from the old man Shenshin broke the silence around him. You kid, your luck is too damn good, isn't it? The spirit of the old man from Shenshin trembled slightly, and his tone was full of reluctance and envy. Back then, he had gone through countless hardships until he entered the realm of Dongshu. After wandering on the brink of life and death countless times, he accidentally obtained a dilapidated secret realm of Dongtian. It was a desolate place, with nothing but endless nothingness and not even a trace of life. Not to mention the gurgling, spiritual fantasy moon spring in front of you. Cao Kun stood aside, scratching his head at the sudden emotional outburst of the old man from Shenshin. Then he changed the subject and asked, "Old man, what on earth is this fox demon you mentioned just now?" The old man from Shenshin took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and spoke slowly. "When you entered the divine jade just now, I noticed a trace of demonic energy on you." Demon energy. A flash of enlightenment passed through Cao Kun's mind, and his figure flashed, and he left the quiet Jingu pavilion in an instant like a wisp of smoke. Bang bang bang. At this time, Wu was standing outside the door, holding a plate of fresh fruits, and knocking on the door lightly with her fingers. "Stop knocking." Lilith came walking slowly. "When the master is in seclusion, disturbance is the most taboo. Let's withdraw for now and not disturb this peaceful place." At this moment, Cao Kun's eyes were flashing with a strange golden light, and he was fixed on the scene outside the door. Name: Wu. Age: 23. Height: 162 centimeters. Constitution: golden-haired, white-faced nine-tailed fox Tamamaname. Realm: Grand Master. Appearance: 95. Favorability: 70. Kung Fu: Phantom Fox Technique. Cao Kun only read 2 lines and didn't read any further. Cao Kun returned to Jingushuan again. He leaned over and fished out the 9 revolutions divine jade from the fantasy moon spirit spring. "Old man, come out quickly. Don't talk to that snake demon." Cao Kun shouted softly. Before he finished speaking, a wisp of fine, silky white smoke slowly escaped from the 9 revolutions divine jade. Then, the familiar yet ethereal figure of the old man from Shenshin slowly took shape and stepped out from the jade. "Hey, you kid, why are you here again so soon?" Cao Kun looked solemn and his eyes were as sharp as torches as he stared directly at the old man from Shenshin and asked, "Old man, have you ever heard of the name, golden-haired, white-faced nine-tailed fox?" Golden-haired, white-faced nine-tailed fox. When the old man from Shenshin heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank and he stared at Cao Kun in disbelief. You mean, you met a golden-haired, white-faced nine-tailed fox?" Cao Kun nodded slightly. "What's wrong with that?" Seeing this, the old man from Shenshin took a deep breath and prepared to slowly tell the ancient legend about the golden-haired, white-faced nine-tailed fox. Legend has it that when the world was first created, the world was in chaos and nothing had yet taken shape. In this chaos, a wisp of rising yin energy between heaven and earth separated and transformed into a demonic fox. When this demon fox was first born, it was surrounded by a mist interwoven with dark blue and pitch black. As time went by, its fur gradually changed from dark to light, and finally turned into a brilliant golden coat. And the fox demon's originally single tail, under the baptism of time, miraculously split apart, turning into 9 slender and flexible tails. People call it the golden-haired, white-faced nine-tailed fox. After hearing the words of the old man from Shenshin, Cao Kun couldn't help but move his throat slightly and swallowed his saliva involuntarily. This fox, is it so powerful?" The old man from Shenshin shook his head slightly and smiled. "Don't worry, the first demon fox transformed by the yin qi is dead and cannot be deader. The person you met must be his descendant for who knows how many generations. What I'm curious about is, since that earth-shattering war in the Tang dynasty, the demon race was severely injured and subsequently chose to seal themselves. Isolate yourself from the world and stop interfering in human disputes. And the 9-tailed clan even found the land of Qingzhou and made it their secluded paradise, hiding from the world ever since. But now, the spiritual energy is thin. The demon race should be more cautious. How could they easily set foot in the territory of Daxia?" The old man from Shenshin frowned, his doubts evident in his words. Suddenly, Cao Kun seemed to remember something, slapped his forehead and said urgently, "I almost forgot to mention that the man is not from Daxia. She is Japanese." As soon as these words were spoken, the old man Shenshin's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. "I see. Next time you speak, can you please not tell only half of the story?" Then the old man from Shenshin changed the subject and continued. "Once upon a time, a 9-tailed fox transformed into a young girl and boarded the ship of Kibi Makibi, the Tang envoy returning to Japan from the Tang dynasty. After arriving in Japan, it was abandoned and adopted by a samurai. Because of her talent and beauty, she entered the palace before she even came of age. The 9-tailed fox calls herself Tamamaname and attempts to get close to the emperor. She absorbs the emperor's energy day and night in order to one day replace him and take over Japan. The truth was finally revealed, and it was discovered by Onmyoji Abe Taiza. After its true identity was exposed, it transformed back into its original form and fled into the sky. But in the end, the nine-tailed fox was surrounded by the army and was eventually eliminated. It is said that its body turned into the killing stone. Cao Kun stood in front of the old man from Shenshin, stroking his chin and thinking. At this time, he already had a guess in his mind. Could it be that Sakura girl is actually the descendant of the legendary nine-tailed demon fox, Tamamoname? Or maybe, by chance, she obtained Tamamoname's inheritance. There was a complex light flashing in Cao Kun's eyes, and he kept muttering. Japan, could it be the work of the Kikutake company again? But they wouldn't be so stupid as to pay for someone else, would they? No, two people in a pile of human tissue. Seeing this, the old man from Shenshin teased. Haha, you are so lucky, boy. First, I experienced the beauty of the human world with the succubus. Now, it is suspected that he has formed an indissoluble bond with the vixen. This fate is really tangled and tangled. If you didn't possess the Yin-Yang immortal body, you would have been drained of your essence and turned into a pile of bones. Old man, do you know what it means to be in pain and happy at the same time? Hearing this, the old man from Shenshin stared at Cao Kun and said with a smile. Young man, exercise moderation. Cao Kun patted his kidneys. Control. If you're restrained, are you still considered young? Chapter 80 Divine Mark Technique, 9 Marks of Golden Elixir. Hey, you kid, he looks so frivolous, and he's a bit like me when I was young. The old man from Shenshin chuckled and continued. Seeing that your Jindan realm has stabilized, I will teach you a little skill today. When Cao Kun heard this, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. We're both following each other. Old man, if you have hidden any rare treasures or secret manuals, you must think of me first. Upon hearing this, the old man from Shenshin burst into laughter. Good boy, your mouth is as sweet as honey. In that case, I will let you open your eyes and see what true cultivation is. As he spoke, the old man from Shenshin slowly stood up. He waved his sleeves lightly, and ripples seemed to appear in the air. Boy, have you ever heard of the 9-patterned golden pill? 9-patterned golden pill? What is this? Cao Kun asked in confusion. Seeing Cao Kun's confused face, the old man Shenshin shook his head helplessly. The so-called 9 golden core patterns are the 9 mystical patterns that naturally condense on the golden core of a cultivator's body when they reach a very high level. Each of these 9 divine patterns contains the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, and each one will provide practitioners with 10,000 pounds of strength. Speaking of this, a complex light flashed in the eyes of the old man Shenshin. And only a few people can achieve the true 9-patterned golden pill. How should this divine pattern be formed? Cao Kun asked in confusion. The old man from Shenshin smiled slightly. He slowly stretched out his fingers, which were as thin as pine branches, and lightly touched Cao Kun's frowning brows. Use the power of heaven and earth to engrave divine patterns on the golden elixir. As the words fell, a magic technique appeared in Cao Kun's mind. Divine rune technique, what an extremely mysterious technique. Cao Kun muttered to himself, with an unprecedented light flashing in his eyes. However, the old man Shenshin shook his head gently, covered his forehead with one hand, and smiled helplessly. For true cultivators, divine rune technique is merely an entry-level skill. Anyone can master it. Don't be complacent about this. The path of cultivation is long and difficult. Only by perseverance can you achieve success. Cao Kun just treated the words of the old man from Shenshin as air. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated, and began to recite the divine rune technique formula that emerged in his mind, word by word. As the mantra flowed, a faint spiritual energy began to spread around Cao Kun. Buzz. Suddenly, a deep buzzing sounded inside Cao Kun's body. Cao Kun closed his eyes and concentrated, closing his 6 senses. His whole body turned into a sculpture, and he carefully used the divine rune technique to engrave divine runes in his body. An hour later, Cao Kun's eyes suddenly opened, and 2 golden rays as bright as the sun shot out. As the first divine pattern slowly condensed and took shape on the surface of the golden elixir, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was deeply attracted and rushed into Cao Kun's body. Cao Kun's body was also greedily devouring all the spiritual power around him. When these spiritual powers flow through the divine patterns, they are cleverly compressed and purified, and finally stored in the divine patterns. Haha, the first divine pattern is done. Cao Kun's laughter was bold and confident, echoing all around. He casually threw a punch, and wherever the fist went, there was a faint and majestic dragon roar. The old man from Shenshen, who was watching quietly on the side, frowned slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He slowly spoke, "Cao Kun, why is your 10,000 jin strength different from others? Why are you 90,000 pounds? Upon hearing this, Cao Kun laughed and said, "Isn't 90,000 jin also 10,000 jin of strength?" If Cao Kun showed his golden elixir, he would definitely be attracted by the unique divine patterns on his golden elixir. The divine patterns on Cao Kun's golden elixir are complex and exquisite. Unlike the single pattern that ordinary people see, it is divided into two types. One is a dragon pattern that soars into the sky and winds its way around. The other one shows a phoenix dancing in the sky, with gorgeous and dazzling phoenix patterns. Huh, no wonder it's you, kid. Cao Kun was confused by the incomprehensible words of the old man from Shenshen. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, go out. I need to rest. Cao Kun pointed his finger at the tip of his nose in disbelief. Me? You want me to get out? This is my territory. Then Cao Kun walked out of Jingushuan. At this moment, the little ghost's hair stood up all over his body, like a lion cub ready to pounce, sticking close to Lan Yuyu's side. Hostility flashed in those amber eyes, and from time to time they confronted the Sakura girl not far away, making bursts of low and powerful, meow, sounds. Little ghost, this old Japanese cat who has lived for who knows how long, has already used his keen intuition to perceive the unusual aura of Sakura girl. Little boy, be good and relax. Lan Yuyu gently stroked the little ghost's soft fur. Under her comfort, the little ghost's tense nerves gradually relaxed and his hair slowly calmed down. Seeing this, Sakura girl involuntarily bent her knees and squatted, trying to touch the little ghost with her fingertips. However, a hint of ferocity flashed across the little ghost's eyes in an instant, his neck raised, and his sharp fangs were vaguely aimed at Sakura girl. Little devil, don't be rude. Lan Yuyu raised her hand quickly, and her palm landed lightly but firmly on the kid's forehead. Oi, little devil. Just when the atmosphere was becoming a little tense, Cao Kun's voice sounded from not far away. When the girls heard this, they were delighted and turned around, only to see Cao Kun slowly walking into the crowd. He naturally walked to Lan Yuyu's side and picked up the little ghost with one hand. Then he whispered a few words in the little ghost's ear, causing the little ghost's originally tense body to gradually relax. The corners of his mouth even involuntarily curled up into a strange smile, and he let out a low, hee laugh. Seeing the cat and the man with smirks on their faces, the women couldn't help but look at each other. At this moment, Lu Yun'er came over and said, "Mom has prepared a table full of delicious food. Come and enjoy it." The group followed her into the restaurant, and the view before them suddenly opened up. A table full of delicious food slowly unfolded before everyone's eyes. Sister Ruyan, this is what you did. Lilith looked at the dishes that looked like works of art with an exaggerated expression, and her saliva was almost unable to swallow. The same thing happened to Sakura girl. She swallowed unconsciously, and her stomach made a gentle protest at the right time. For her who is used to simple sashimi and dipping sauce. The table before us is a feast of color, aroma and taste, which is undoubtedly an unprecedented double feast for vision and taste. On the table, every dish is colorful, of different shapes, and fragrant, captivating the soul, making people yearn for it before they even pick up their chopsticks. Deep down, Cao Kun always has a slight resistance to Western food. He often wondered, how could the culinary art originating from the West, however brilliant, be compared with the thousands of years of long-standing food culture of Daxia? In the battle of taste, let me ask you, which country in the world can match the breadth and depth of our great Shah? As for the prestigious Michelin, in his opinion, it was nothing more than something that was too exquisite, not substantial, and expensive. It's just a few home-cooked dishes. Lu Ruyan took off her chef's uniform and walked over slowly. Her eyes swept across the crowd, and there was a subtle hint of uneasiness in her words. I haven't cooked in a while, if the taste is lacking. However, before she could finish her words, she froze. At the table, everyone had forgotten everything around them and was immersed in the food. The way he ate voraciously looked as if he had finally received a downpour after a long drought and was extremely hungry. Chapter 81 The Black Dog in Flowered Pants. Meow. The little ghost smelled the fragrance, took a few steps at a time, and rushed to Cao Kun's side, rubbing Cao Kun's feet with its soft fur. Then, it stretched out its body and jumped onto the dining table nimbly. However, the joyful atmosphere was instantly broken by a slight click. Garfield's little paw accidentally stepped into the still warm soup. Oh my god! An unexpected rain then fell, but fortunately Cao Kun reacted quickly and avoided the rain. Seeing this, the little ghost's eyes flashed with panic, and he quickly retracted his wet claws. Then a series of rapid and slightly apologetic meows were heard. It seems to be trying hard to weave its innocent words and attempting to defend itself using this unique language. Seeing this, the servant beside him hurried forward to wipe it. Taking advantage of this moment of peace, the kid sat down at the dining table without hesitation and began to eat without caring about his image. At this time, Cao Kun looked at the little ghost who ran to Lan Yue. Cao Kun just waved his hand and grasped the panicked figure firmly in his palm. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile, and he uttered two words softly, "Go." Greater than D less than no. The little ghost's cat face was full of confusion and astonishment. Immediately afterwards, the little ghost felt his whole body lighten, and then he suddenly lost his support. A strong push came from behind, turning it into a black shadow, cutting through the air, and finally landing heavily in the deep and dense forest on the back mountain, causing a slight rustling of branches and leaves. Meow meow meow, I will be back. The little ghost's roar echoed in the mountains and forests. Woof woof woof, finally found it. At this moment, a sudden burst of dog barking suddenly exploded from behind the little ghost, breaking the surrounding silence. Meow meow meow, who is this evildoer? The little ghost muttered to himself, then twisted his body lightly, and his pair of green eyes locked onto the source of the sound. I saw a big black dog wearing colorful flowered shorts standing majestically not far away. Meow, 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 oh, it's a clown dog wearing flowery shorts. The kid had a playful smile on his face, but a hint of alertness flashed in his eyes. His body tensed up involuntarily as he entered a state of readiness for battle. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof, humph, where did this wildcat come from? How dare you run wild in Lord Dog's territory? The big black dog grinned, revealing its sharp white teeth, its eyes full of disdain and provocation. When the little ghost heard this, he was not afraid. Instead, he straightened his back and replied. Meow meow meow, meow meow meow, what a joke. In this vast world, where is not the territory of Lord Cat? Meow, 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 you wild dog, get out of the way quickly, lest we offend the peace. As soon as these two sentences were spoken, a tense atmosphere filled the air. Hearing this, He-Go's eyebrows raised slightly unconsciously. Oh, today, Lord Dog will let you, little fellow, understand the order of hierarchy in the world and the inviolability of the strong. Before he finished speaking, the black dog suddenly jumped up and used the long-lost, black dog stealing peaches, stunt in the martial arts world. He intended to attack the enemy by surprise and catch them off guard, and directly take the kitten's lower three roots. This move was so cruel and unethical that it made the kitten's balls stand up. However, at this critical moment, the kitten showed extraordinary reaction speed. Its figure flashed by like a ghost, and it easily avoided the fatal blow that could have wiped out its offspring. Meow, woo, woo. After the kitten landed, its originally clear eyes were now filled with anger, and its teeth were clenched. Meow meow meow, you're bullying the cat too much. The kitten roared in its heart, and then its body tensed up again. Meow claw. With a crisp chirp, the kitten's almost transparent sharp claws cut through the air like lightning, pointing directly at the big black dog's cunning eyes. The black dog stretched out its body and jumped up lightly, easily resolving the little ghost's sudden attack. When it turned around, it scanned the surroundings with its sharp eyes, but was shocked to find that the little ghost had disappeared. Only a series of footsteps gradually moving away were left behind. Meow meow meow, silly dog. Still thinks he's so capable. Meow, want to fight your cat. Humph, I read, The Art of War. Before he finished speaking, the familiar barking of the black dog suddenly rang out in the air again. Woof woof woof. There's no point in running away. Today I'll show you how powerful Lord Dog is. Chase all the way to the manor. The little ghost raised his chin with the attitude of a winner and stuck out his tongue at the black dog. Meow meow meow, you, come here. The black dog's sharp eyes stared straight at the little ghost not far away. The little devil's mean look made it furious, and the veins on its forehead throbbed faintly. This slight fluctuation did not escape Cao Kun's keen perception. He flashed and came to the side of the little ghost silently. State. Cao Kun gave the little ghost a slap on the face without any hesitation. This strike was clean and neat, without any drag. The kid felt as if his head was hit by a heavy hammer and he instantly lost his balance. Amidst the wailing, a shocking big bump suddenly appeared on his forehead. Woo woo woo. Do you have a problem with your sexual orientation? Even if you bring a dog back, it's a black dog wearing flowery shorts. As he spoke, Cao Kun felt something was wrong. Etc. Flower pants. Black dog. At this moment, a big black dog wearing flowery shorts and walking upright suddenly appeared in Cao Kun's mind. Thinking of this, Cao Kun used the purple gold pupil to break delusion without saying a word. Name: Black Emperor, memory incomplete. Age: unknown. Physique: heaven swallowing a mortal body. Realm: Qi training level 9, recovering. Soul realm, incomplete soul. Appearance: 10. Kung Fu, heaven swallowing scripture, half emperor. Looking at the panel of the dog in front of him, Cao Kun couldn't help swallowing. Here comes the ancestor. At this time, Haiwang looked at Cao Kun with surprise. Boy, do you know me? Chapter 82 Woohoo, take off. Cao Kun scratched his forehead lightly, frowned slightly, and a look of confusion played on the corner of his mouth. Hey, why is this Black Emperor so excited? Why is he barking non-stop? As soon as he finished speaking, the black dog named Haiwang came straight in front of Cao Kun. There was a strange light in his eyes, and then he barked a few more times. Boy, who's barking? No. Today, Lord Dog will make you suffer. I saw it kicking the ground with all four legs, and its body was like an arrow shot from a bow, breaking the tranquility of the air and bringing up circles of fine dust vortexes. There is no complicated martial arts display, nor any fancy body movements. The Black Emperor relied solely on the ancient and pure, Iron Mountain Lean, to concentrate his strength in his spine, suddenly unleashing a powerful impact. However, just as this power was about to pour out, thunder exploded. The Black Emperor's figure was like the brightest meteor in the night sky, drawing a long arc. With a plop sound, it fell heavily on the grass dozens of meters away, stirring up a cloud of flying grass debris. The Black Emperor's figure rolled on the ground for dozens of times before he could barely stabilize himself. Haiwang stood up, his eyes as sharp as torches, shooting straight at Cao Kun, who was smiling in the distance. Cao Kun, with a playful smile on his face, gently brushed off the dust on his robe. Hey, you black dog, you actually have such a talent for acrobatics. It really opens my eyes. Then, Cao Kun's expression changed, becoming formal and gentle. He raised his hands slightly and made an invitation gesture. You are a guest, please come in. Haiwang looked at Cao Kun's respectful attitude and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in his heart. It shook its tail gently, as if nothing had happened, and walked in front of Cao Kun with its head held high. That's the right attitude. Your lord is happy, so today I will grant you a great opportunity. However, in Cao Kun's ears, Haiwang's mumbling still sounded like a series of dog barking. The Black Emperor seemed to be able to see into people's hearts. He gently shook the hair on his forehead and opened his little mouth. Immediately afterwards, a familiar and dazzling ball of light bloomed leisurely in the void. This scene was exactly the same as the wonderful scene when he had just comprehended the divine rune technique from the old man in Shenshen. Cao Kun couldn't help but whisper, could this be another magic trick? Haiwang nodded in affirmative response. Then he gracefully raised one of his front paws and made a gesture of approval. Although Cao Kun yearned for it, he remained cautious. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. So he asked the system. Tongzi, does this ball of light pose any threat to me? Ding. Host, rest assured, this is just a dispensable spell. The system's response instantly wiped away all his doubts and anxieties. I see. No wonder they are so generous. A relieved smile appeared on Cao Kun's lips. He slowly closed his eyes, raised his hands slightly, and slowly approached the ball of light. The ball of light seemed to sense his approach, swaying gently, and eventually transformed into a force that merged into his sea of consciousness. At this moment, deep in Cao Kun's consciousness, a door to a new world slowly opened. Each picture is like a dream, yet real and tangible. The magnificent sight of thousands of beasts galloping and roaring, the voices, emotions and even thoughts of every living creature resonated with him. When the last ray of light dissipated, Cao Kun suddenly opened his eyes, with a glimmer of enlightenment in his eyes. He murmured softly, "It's the language of all beasts." The Black Emperor standing aside had a sly smile in his deep eyes and his tail swayed slightly. "Hey, kid, you've got a pretty good understanding. You've gotten the hang of it so quickly." Cao Kun was surprised to find that he could understand He Huang's barking completely. Upon seeing this, Black Emperor patted the ground with his front paws leisurely. "Well, boy, now you understand how extraordinary I am, your lord. This, 10,000 beasts language, is the supreme demon of the demon race, the Demon Emperor. He went through many vicissitudes of life and spent millions of years painstakingly creating this imperial-level secret book. If it weren't for the fact that I saw you were a good match, how could I have given you this supreme secret book?" Ding! The system reminds the host not to believe or spread rumors. Hearing this, Cao Kun smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Yes, it is the brother-level technique. On the side, the little ghost seemed to have discovered a new world. He widened his eyes and stared at Cao Kun. "Boss, you can actually understand animal language." The little ghost's voice was full of disbelief. However, Cao Kun only raised his eyebrows slightly and did not directly respond to the little ghost's exclamation. When the little ghost saw this, a mischievous feeling surged in his heart. He rolled his eyes, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he decided to give it a try. So he deliberately lowered his voice and shouted to Cao Kun. "Big idiot. HMPH, little devil, listen to me. When you fall asleep at night, that's when I'll show off my skills. I'm going to poop hot, delicious shit on your face. I want you to experience the feeling of flying too." Hearing this, Cao Kun slowly turned around and looked directly at the little ghost. That look made the little ghost shiver involuntarily. "What did you say, little devil? Shit on my face?" When the little ghost heard this, his originally cunning cat eyes suddenly widened into a look of astonishment. "Do you want to experience flying again?" The little ghost exclaimed in his heart. How is this possible? What the hell, what the hell? The little ghost wailed in his heart, and the cat's face was full of fear and confusion. "Boss, I said it was all a misunderstanding, do you believe me? Do you think I believe it?" Cao Kun flashed and stretched out his hand gently, then picked up the little ghost steadily. Cao Kun made a standard throwing motion and then shouted, "Woohoo! Take off!" Chapter 83 Meeting an Old Friend. After dealing with the little ghost, Cao Kun's eyes fell on He Huang. Cao Kun took a step forward and slowly walked towards the Black Emperor. As he walked, he asked softly, "I wonder what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, the Black Emperor shook his head. "Even Lord Dog doesn't know. It was my damn nose that smelled a familiar scent and led me here." A familiar smell. Cao Kun stopped and his eyes met the dark green eyes of the Black Emperor. "To be able to find your destination in this vast world just by smell, you really have a dog's nose." As he spoke, Cao Kun's laughter gently spread in the night sky. He Huang raised his chin slightly. "HMPH, Master Dog, it would be truly bizarre if you couldn't even detect a trace of my familiar aura. But why does my place have a familiar smell to you? Could it be that you, a wild dog, are hungry and looking for an excuse to come here and get some free food and drinks?" The Black Emperor shouted coldly, "Your Lord Dog swallows. Forget it, I don't want to bother with you. Hurry up and get your dog some food. This long journey through mountains and rivers is almost starving your master to death." When taking He Huang out to eat, an idea flashed through Cao Kun's mind like lightning. The next moment, Cao Kun's figure flashed, leaving a faint afterimage on the spot, and headed straight for Jingushuan. Only He Huang was left standing there, his sharp eyes fixed on the direction Cao Kun left, and he couldn't help muttering. "Like, so similar." Inside Jingushuan, the Wanyu Lingquan is sparkling. The figure of the old man from Shenshan slowly emerged. His hair and beard were all white, and his eyes were gentle yet a little helpless. Seeing Cao Kun coming hurriedly, he couldn't help but frown slightly. "I say, you kid, why are you here again?" Cao Kun didn't care and just smiled. "Old man, I'm not here to cause trouble this time. I have something serious to ask you. You've seen a lot, but have you ever seen or heard of an unusual large black dog?" The old man from Shenshan heard this and his eyes flickered slightly. "Big black dog. Humph, there are countless rare and exotic animals in this world, but a big black dog is quite common. But if it can make a kid like you feel unusual, then it's quite interesting." Tell me, what's so special about this big black dog? His name is Black Emperor. He wears these flowery shorts and possesses a body that can swallow the sky. As Cao Kun finished speaking, the entire space seemed to shake. What did you say? Black Emperor. Heaven swallowing a mortal body. The old man from Shenshin had his eyes wide open. How is this possible? He's still alive. Cao Kun nodded. I'm looking for food outside now. Upon hearing this, the old man Shenshin slightly tidied up his silver hair. Then he slowly stood up, his clothes swaying gently in the wind. Walk, take me out and have a look. Cao Kun came before the Black Emperor, holding the 9 Revolutions Divine Jade tightly in his hand. He handed the 9 Revolutions Divine Jade in his hand to He Huang and asked. Smell it, this thing. Cao Kun slowly opened his palm, revealing the 9-turn Divine Jade that emitted a faint fluorescent light. He Huang's nostrils twitched slightly, as if catching a familiar scent in the air. Yes, that's the taste. He Huang said indifferently. Those inside, stop hiding. As soon as the Black Emperor finished speaking, the surface of the 9 Revolutions Divine Jade began to shine brightly. A wisp of fine, silky white smoke slowly rose up. When the old man from Shenshin saw this, tears flashed in his eyes. Brother He, it's really you. But the Black Emperor, at this moment, showed an expression of confusion and puzzlement. Boy, the dog master. Hey, my soul is damaged, do you know me? When the old man from Shenshin heard this, his eyes lit up. He was as excited as a child, his hands trembling unconsciously, and he nodded repeatedly. Brother He, do you still remember Light and Shadow Village? Light and Shadow Village. A glimmer of light flashed in He Huang's eyes. This name seems familiar. Hey, why can't you remember? He muttered to himself, his voice filled with helplessness and unwillingness. He Huang sighed, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Never mind. Thinking too much will only cause more trouble. Since you recognize me, I will stay here for the time being. Cao Kun was stunned as he listened, his mouth slightly open. What the hell? Why do you live here? He widened his eyes and looked back and forth between He Huang and the old man from Shenshin. The Black Emperor simply glanced at him calmly and said, why can't you stay here? Upon hearing this, Cao Kun quickly waved his hands. No, it's just. Having said that, he deliberately prolonged his tone, with a sly look in his eyes. Hey, you know, these days, prices are skyrocketing, and life is not easy. A playful smile appeared on the corner of He Huang's mouth. You are quite calculating, don't worry, I, Black Emperor, have never been a stingy person. When my injuries are healed, I will naturally need your help. After saying that, He Huang turned his gaze to the person standing aside, and then started talking with the old man from Shenshin. Cao Kun also left this place. Seeing Cao Kun walking away, He Huang stood up and said with a smile. Xiao Shenshin, it's been years since we last met. You've aged so much. Time is merciless. When the old man from Shenshin heard this, a look of surprise and joy blossomed on his face, and his eyes became slightly moist. Brother He, your soul is damaged, isn't it? Why are you suddenly? Black Emperor said casually, just a trick to fool children. It's just a minor injury. To me, Black Emperor, it's nothing to worry about. My life is so tough that even King Yama is afraid of me. King Yama. Hey, why mention him? When the old man from Shenshin saw this, his heart tightened and he asked with concern. Brother He, since you are fine, then the true lord. Before he finished speaking, his voice was already filled with worry. He Huang's eyes grew dim at this moment, and he slowly shook his head. It wasn't until the very last moment that the true lord discovered that he. Having said this, he seemed to have touched upon some taboo, and he suddenly stopped talking and just repeated himself. It cannot be said, it cannot be said. After hearing this, the old man from Shenshin understood most of what was going on and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the world is unpredictable, and even heroes cannot escape fate. The air was filled with a faint sense of sadness and admiration. I heard the long and slightly vicissitude sigh of the old man from Shenshin. Why are you sighing, kid? An impulse surged in the Black Emperor's heart, and he wanted to use his claws to teach the old man in front of him a lesson. However, as soon as the thought came to mind, its palm slowly stopped in midair. Only then did He Huang remember that the boy in front of him, whom he had watched grow up, was now just a wisp of vague and intangible spiritual consciousness, residing in that small space. Although his form was gone, his spirit still existed. Therefore, He Huang's tone unconsciously became a little softer as he spoke slowly. Hey, old man, have you been safe and sound in that small place all these years? Do you feel resentful or lonely? The old man from Shenshen said, Haha, brother He, you don't know. Although my soul is within the summoning device, my heart is toward the light. It's enough to survive. Hearing this, He Huang's eyes flashed with approval, and he said in a deep voice. Alive, tell me how you met that guy. He Huang suddenly changed his tone, with a hint of amusement in his voice, and looked at the old man from Shenshen with burning eyes. The old man from Shenshen shook his head slightly, a look of confusion appearing on his face. To be honest, I'm confused myself. That day, I felt an unprecedented, overwhelming force coming from the outside world, as if it could tear the void and shake the universe. When I opened my eyes again, everything around me was unfamiliar. And I appeared next to that bastard. Upon hearing this, He Huang narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had seen through some unknown secret, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What Cao Kun and the old man from Shenshen didn't know was, the aura that made He Huang feel familiar did not come from the old man in front of him. But it comes from Cao Kun. Chapter 84 Zonggang Bagua Ding. 3 days later. Where's the 1,000-year-old Angelica? Cao Kun sat upright on the chair and stretched out his hand towards Shu Tian in front of him. Haha, master, your impatience is really frustrating. Since the last battle, Shu Tian has become Cao Kun's loyal lackey. At this time, Shu Tian walked briskly with his signature sly smile on his face. Recalling that a few days ago, Cao Kun wanted to borrow the formula of the rejuvenating pill and hand it over to the Lan family. The entire Lan family has put all their efforts into obtaining the rare medicinal materials needed for the rejuvenating pill. 1,000-year-old Angelica diurica is an alternative medicinal material recorded in the recipe of the anti-Yan pill. Together with other medicinal materials collected by the Lan family during this period, they can barely make a batch of medicine. At this moment, Shu Tian's hands were gently stroking the wooden box in his sleeves. The wooden box looked ordinary, but it actually contained a mystery. Master, just watch. As he slowly opened the lid of the box, a faint medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. Inside the wooden box, there lay quietly a herb that was as white as jade and emitted a soft luster. It was the 1,000-year-old Angelica. Wonderful. It's truly worthy of being a 1,000-year-old Angelica. Cao Kun smiled slightly and turned to Shu Tian with a deep gaze. Shu Tian, I have a favor to ask of you. I need you to go to the Lan mansion in person. When Shu Tian heard this, his pupils shrank slightly, and a hint of fierceness disappeared in an instant. Master, who shall we kill? Cao Kun shook his head slightly, as if he felt a little helpless about Shu Tian's misunderstanding. Oh, Shu Tian, I don't want you to kill anyone. He paused, I want you to go and invite Uncle Lan here. Remember, it's a please, not something else. Shu Tian was startled when he heard this, and then he bowed and accepted the order. As you command, master. Shu Tian will definitely live up to your trust. Soon, Shu Tian led Lan Li and walked steadily towards where Cao Kun was. Lan Li held an ancient box tightly in his hand and walked slowly to Cao Kun. Boss Cao, the Lan family lived up to expectations, except for the 1,000-year-old Angelica. The rest of the herbs needed for the rejuvenating pill are all ready and in this box. Cao Kun smiled and said, Uncle Lan, you have been working tirelessly these days. It is truly admirable. As he spoke, he stood up from his seat, walked forward in person, and respectfully took the box from Lan Li with both hands. As the lid of the box slowly opened, a faint fragrance of grass and trees quietly spread. These herbs have different unique medicinal properties, so various exquisite boxes are placed in an orderly manner in the box. Tribulus terrestris, Polygonum multiflorum. Cao Kun's eyes moved among the dazzling array of medicinal herbs and he nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned to the system and asked, Tongzi, let me ask you, do you have the furnace needed for alchemy in your treasure house? Ding. As long as you have enough villain points, there is nothing this system can't do. Name, Cao Kun. Age, 20. Height, 187 centimeters. Constitution Yin-Yang immortal body, purple gold pupils, purple sky bloodline. Realm golden elixir level 1. Soul realm, soul awakening. Appearance 99. The full value is the appearance of the readers. Villain points, 30 W. Kung Fu, Immortal Sutra, Emperor, Yin-Yang Dragon and Phoenix Secret God, Wind and Thunder Sword Shadow, Earth, Remnant Ghost Valley Medical Technique, Heaven, 9 Transformations of Spirit Refining, Saint, Heavenly Gang Disha Fist, Heaven, 1000 Illusion Mask Technique, Earth. Great Tao Divine Power, Great King's Hegemony. Magic Weapon, Spirit Shadow Sword, Low-Grade Spiritual Weapon, 9-Turn Divine Jade. Luck, 150,000, Dragon Luck Protection. Cao Kun glanced at his panel and spoke slowly. 300,000 villain points. Does the system have any recommended furnace tripods? Zon Gang Bagua Ding. Among the best magic weapons, all the recipes for the heavenly rank and below have all the necessary materials, can be automatically refined, and the quality is stable at the mid-grade level. Also comes with 2 unique formations. First, Bagua Locking Gold, can resist the consumption of spiritual energy and automatically resist physical attacks. The second one is, big or small as you want, the size of this tripod can change infinitely according to the owner's wishes. Automatically refined pills. And it can also refine weapons. Cao Kun's tone unconsciously carried a hint of disbelief. It also comes with 2 mysterious formations. He murmured softly, the shock in his heart was beyond words. Cao Kun blinked his eyes and asked, Tongzi, if I want to exchange for a top-grade magic weapon, how many villain points will it cost? Ding. 100,000 villain points are required to return to the host. Cao Kun laughed out loud. 100,000 villain points. Haha, I bought it. There was a flash of light, and a huge 4-legged bronze tripod, which was so majestic that it could shake the world, came down into the world. This tripod is neither gold nor jade. A faint blue light flows throughout it, and intricate Bagua patterns are engraved on its surface, as if it can connect heaven and earth and mobilize the power of heaven and earth. He gently stroked the body of the tripod, thinking secretly in his heart. The system says that this cauldron can refine medicine on its own, but how does it proceed? Cao Kun walked slowly around the tripod and then took out a jade slip from his arms. The jade slip exuded a faint warm luster, and contained the recipe for the anti-aging elixir. Unlike the rubbing he gave to Lan Li that day, the original version of the rejuvenating pill was more mysterious. Cao Kun slowly unfolded the jade slip, his eyes jumping between the complicated pill formula and the names of medicinal ingredients. Just as he was immersed in the mystery of the elixir formula, he suddenly felt his mind move. He suddenly established some kind of spiritual connection with the Shuanggang Bagua Ding and could share the recipe for the rejuvenating pill. 1,000-year-old Angelica, the older it is, the more spiritual energy it contains, the more the better. 2 liang of Tribulus terrestris, 3 liang and 4 qian of Polygonum multiflorum, 1 liang and 2 qian of lily bulbs, 3 liang and 2 qian of wild ginseng that's over 100 years old. According to the recipe, Cao Kun lightly wiped his finger on the medicine box, and dozens of rare medicinal herbs appeared before his eyes one by one. Cao Kun carefully took out the herbs one by one and placed them next to the Zon Gang Bagua Ding. With the addition of the last medicinal ingredient, Cao Kun formed seals with his hands, and a large amount of spiritual energy surged out of his body and poured into the cauldron. Boom! A deafening roar broke the silence. A cluster of red flames suddenly gushed out from the bottom of the Zon Gang Bagua Ding. The flames were extremely hot, like magma during a volcanic eruption, and instantly enveloped the cauldron. The temperature in the room rose rapidly. Xu Tian and Lan Li, standing aside, could only feel the rolling heat waves. Sweat kept dripping like beads from a broken string, soaking my clothes, but I still endured the torment of the high temperature. However, for Cao Kun, all this was like a spring breeze. He closed his eyes and concentrated, the spiritual power in his body surged, echoing with the flames in the cauldron, forming a delicate balance. There was no trace of pain on his face, but instead a sense of calmness and determination. As time passed, the crimson flames gradually subsided. Instead, a stronger and more tempting medicinal fragrance filled the entire room. Cao Kun opened his eyes and couldn't wait to open the lid of the tripod. At this moment, a more violent vibration suddenly came from the cauldron. A large pile of emerald green pills floated up from the bottom of the cauldron and floated in the air. The flames below gradually died out. Is that all? Cao Kun's heart trembled suddenly. Besides being shocked, he also felt a bit happy. According to the recipe, the amount of herbs I put in is the maximum amount I can use to produce only 10 rejuvenating pills. However, with the miraculous power of this mysterious furnace, the output has increased several times over. It's truly incredible. Cao Kun slowly took out the yellowed craft paper and carefully wrapped up the crystal clear and faintly fragrant anti-aging pills. Chapter 85. Long Ao lost his mind. Cao Kun waved his sleeves lightly and put all the wrapped pills into his sleeves. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated, muttering silently between his lips and teeth. Small, 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 returning to the invisible micro. As these short and powerful three-word mantra echoed in my heart. The Zonggang Bagua Ding, which originally stood tall and emitted a faint spiritual light, suddenly shrank in size. However, there was no trace of satisfaction in Cao Kun's eyes. It's not enough. He whispered, opened his mouth again, and the three words came out like pearls falling on a plate, clear and powerful. Small, small, small. Transform everything into a mustard seed. Before he finished speaking, the volume of the Zonggang Bagua Ding shrank rapidly again. Finally, it turned into a small golden bean, lying quietly in Cao Kun's palm, shining with a faint metallic luster. Although it turns into a small golden bean, its weight does not change. Cao Kun gently weighed the metal bean, which seemed insignificant but was actually as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A bad idea had already formed in his mind. Then Cao Kun took out a rejuvenation pill, sat cross-legged, and slowly put the pill into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, and a warm and strange energy instantly burst out in his body. He closed his eyes involuntarily and his whole body tensed up. At this moment, a faint flicker of light can be seen under the skin. That was the effect of the anti-aging pill penetrating into the bone marrow. Cao Kun's already perfect face was enhanced again. As the skin gradually becomes firmer and more elastic, a faint fragrance fills the surrounding air. A few minutes later, Cao Kun's eyes suddenly opened, he slowly stood up and muttered. Not much has changed. It seems I'm just too perfect. Then he looked at Lan Li and the others and said lightly. The medicine is a bit strong. It needs to be diluted. On the other side, in Downton Manor, which had been quiet for a few days, several warriors dressed in tight clothes and looking heroic are moving in an orderly manner in every corner of the manor. Recently, the security in this manor has become increasingly strict. I don't know why. A bearded man muttered to himself, frowning slightly, obviously suspicious of this unusual change. Isn't it because the patriarch brought in 3 mysterious people a few days ago? Another warrior with a slender figure and handsome face took over the conversation. He's called a visitor, but he's been relaxing all day, neither practicing nor managing things. He seems to be quite good at enjoying the comfort of this manor. Humph, the world is really going downhill. We work so hard on patrol and guard duty, but they are just eating and drinking for free and living a carefree life. I also heard that Miss Tang was having an affair with one of the young men. Shut up. Be careful what you say. At this time, an older warrior, Lao Tian, spoke. He gently patted the shoulders of the 2 people beside him and spoke earnestly. It's our duty, patrolling is part of our job. As for those outsiders, the master has his own considerations. Besides, we can get a salary of over 100,000 yuan per month, which is already a great salary that others can hardly match. There is no need to say more. We should be content with what we have. After these words, both of them nodded in agreement, and the little emotions in their hearts disappeared. After finishing their patrol, they came to their residence. After drinking a few bottles of wine, their steps became a little frivolous. However, a sudden loud noise, like a bolt from the blue, instantly tore through the tranquility of the night. Bang! The sound of steel breaking was dull and powerful, rolling in from afar. The 3 of them looked in the direction of the sound at the same time, their faces filled with astonishment and confusion. What the hell is this? There was a hint of trembling in Lao Tian's voice. He slowly turned around, his eyes full of anxiety. At this moment, a strange red light cut through the darkness. It was a blood-red sword, and the blade was glowing with a faint light. It flew straight towards Lao Tian with the sound of breaking through the air and with unparalleled power. Everything happened so fast that no one had time to react. The big knife was like the scythe of the god of death, with great force and heaviness, cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound, and it came in front of Lao Tian in an instant. No! Lao Tian's exclamation stopped abruptly. The big knife chopped down mercilessly, like cutting tofu, easily cutting Lao Tian's body into several pieces. Red and white things splattered everywhere. Old Tian! Old Tian! The handsome young man suddenly turned pale. His body's instinctive reaction made him bend over and vomit involuntarily. The buzzing sound in my ears is like a swarm of bees dancing wildly, chaotic and unsettling. Old Tien, who was standing in front of him alive just now, has now turned into a shocking pile of flesh with his organs scattered all over the ground. The scene is unbearable to watch. I don't know how long it took. A sound like thunder exploded in the ears of the two. If you say the wrong thing, you'll get beaten. Then, a cold laugh echoed around. The voice was hideous and distorted, like the prelude to the coming of death, making people shudder. The bearded man slowly raised his head and saw a figure gradually walking out of the shadows. The man was full of blood and energy, walking towards them step by step. Seeing this, the young man was so scared that his limbs went limp and he felt like urinating. "Run! Run!" The bearded man roared a few words at the top of his voice, and the young man climbed up using his hands and feet and ran quickly towards the main building. But the young man didn't stand up yet. A big, strong hand grabbed his throat, preventing him from uttering a word. "Run! Can you get away?" With a snap, the young man lost his life. Seeing this, the bearded man shouted angrily, "I will fight you." At this moment, the sky suddenly changed, and Yi Fan descended from the clouds with his clothes fluttering. Long Ao. However, there was chaos in Long Ao's eyes. The light of reason had been extinguished, leaving only instinctive violence and struggle. He stretched out his body, intending to defeat the sudden invader in front of him in one fell swoop. Facing Long Ao's irrational and violent attack, Yi Fan remained calm. He stepped on the void and rode in the air. In an instant, an indescribable fluctuation filled the air. With the last touch of Yi Fan's fingertips, a dazzling word, Zhen, suddenly condensed in the air. This town was like a falling star or a suppressing mountain. It slowly descended upon Long Ao's head, carrying the supreme power to suppress all things and stabilize the universe. Town. As the word fell, a tremendous force surged out from the word, Zhen, instantly enveloping Long Ao's violent aura. In the face of this force, Long Ao's rage, which was as surging as the tide, gradually subsided. Chapter 86, Formless Meditation. My lord, what am I doing? Long Ao, who was originally sitting cross-legged with strange blood and strong evil spirits surrounding him, gradually regained his sanity. Yi Fan said calmly, "The core of the heaven-devouring blood evil sutra is to devour the blood and energy of all things and condense the ultimate evil energy. Although this method of cultivation can improve one's cultivation very quickly. But if one's mind is even slightly unstable, one will be blinded by passion and lose reason." Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence of the night. Su Yuan's figure appeared not far away, his face full of shock and worry. "Brother Ao," he called out softly, his eyes sweeping over the scattered limbs and arms around him, and his expression instantly turned ugly. Long Ao's clenched fists trembled slightly due to excessive force. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. The chaos in his heart surged like a tide, almost drowning him. At this moment, Yi Fan continued. Cultivation is a process of fighting against the heavens for life and against one's own heart. His tone was calm, but every word was weighty. If one's mind is unstable, it's like a boat without a rudder. Sooner or later, one will lose direction, or even be eaten by fish. Today, I will teach you a book called Non-Form Meditation. It can stabilize the mind and purify distracting thoughts. As he spoke, Yi Fan flicked his finger and two balls of light flew towards Long Ao and Su Yuan. After the incident, Yi Fan's gaze slowly turned to the slightly hurried figure, Tang Lan. He looked a little disheveled at the moment, wearing a loose nightgown casually with the collar slightly open. Lord, Yi Fan nodded slightly, his eyes deep, not dwelling on Tang Lan's embarrassment for too long, but going straight to the point. Have you heard of any Buddhist instruments appearing recently? Buddhist instruments. When Tang Lan heard this, his expression changed slightly and he frowned slightly, recalling the news in recent days. After a moment, a bright light flashed in his eyes. My lord, I remember now. A grand auction will be held in the city tomorrow. Rumor has it that many rare items will be on display. Perhaps the Buddhist artifact you are looking for is hidden among them. Auction. Then let's go and have a look. Yi Fan nodded and said. The auction that old Tangtu mentioned was held in the famous high-end club in the city center, Pintaojing. Pintaojing stands proudly on the skyline with its unique disc-shaped three-story building design. As he entered the club, Su Yuan kept looking around. In the circular corridor, the luxurious yet stylish decoration is dazzling. Every painting and calligraphy hanging on the wall is a masterpiece of a master, and the porcelain pieces are arranged in an orderly manner, with a glaze as smooth as jade. The air is filled with a mixture of light sandalwood and high-end perfume, which makes people involuntarily indulge in it. The decoration here is really luxurious. Su Yuan exclaimed softly, his eyes darting around, full of wonder and curiosity. Next to him, Tang Zixuan was wearing a well-cut black skirt that outlined her graceful figure, and her 7-centimeter high heels made her height almost the same as Su Yuan. Her long hair was gently tied up, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate facial features, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. With such careful attire, Tang Zixuan looks like a queen in elegant clothes and graceful hair. At this moment, she was leaning on Su Yuan's chest in a gentle posture, like a little bird. Su Yuangaige. Those gathered here are all prominent and wealthy people in the world. A small amount of money is nothing to them. After Su Yuan heard this, he understood a little. Before she finished speaking, Tang Zixuan's eyes turned slightly, and she inadvertently looked at Su Yuan carefully. I don't know what she was thinking, but a barely noticeable blush crept up her face. Just as Su Yuan and Tang Zixuan walked hand in hand into the magnificent trading venue on the second floor. Pintaojing Club is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is an elegant hall for meeting guests. Under the soft lighting, exquisite snacks and fragrant tea are interwoven to create a touch of warmth and elegance, allowing guests to sip, savor, chat and laugh. The third floor is the stage for auctions. As for the second floor, it is the most lively trade fair site, with crowds of people and a bustling atmosphere. Celebrities and elegant guests from Hangzhou and its neighboring cities come here to visit every month. Since it is a private invitation system, only well-known figures come, so there are very few fakes. When Su Yuan stepped in, his eyes were involuntarily attracted by a graceful girl at the door. Su Yuan whispered softly, completely unaware of the 2 murderous gazes behind him. Yue. Lan Yue, dressed in gorgeous clothes, stood beside the door. Her every move and gesture exuded the gentleness and nobility of a lady from a noble family. At this moment, a young man in a custom-made suit walked slowly towards them with steady steps. He casually shoved his hands into his pockets, exuding a confidence and grace that could not be ignored. Hi, beautiful. His voice was full of teasing and tenderness, breaking the silence around them. Upon hearing this, Lan Yue gently raised her delicate face with a playful smile on her lips. Why did you come just now? You kept me waiting for so long. There was both anger and a subtle expectation in her tone. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun curled up the corner of his mouth into a playful smile. Oh, Miss Lan, it's been so long since we last met, and you're still thinking about me so much. He pretended to be surprised, with a sly glint in his eyes, and then added half-jokingly. Or is it that I have become more handsome recently? Making it hard for some people to resist. Lan Yue couldn't help but blush when she heard this. She smiled and gave Cao Kun a light look, with a look that contained both coquettishness and helplessness. Cao Kun, I just realized that you are so narcissistic. Seeing this, Cao Kun laughed, then stretched out his left hand and held Lan Yue gently but firmly. Let's go, the auction will start soon. However, just as this warm and romantic atmosphere was about to spread, a sudden voice broke the tranquility like ice. Want to leave? Su Yuan approached quickly and grabbed Cao Kun's right arm with such force that it seemed as if he could crush his bones. Cao Kun slowly turned his head, his eyes revealing undisguised contempt. Su Yuan, please respect yourself. I'm not gay. Su Yuan gritted his teeth and glared at Cao Kun. Cao Kun, what is your relationship with Yue now? Cao Kun raised his foot and kicked him in the knee. He didn't use much strength, but Su Yuan still grimaced in pain and took 3 steps back. Then he pointed at Tang Zixuan beside him and said, whatever relationship you two have, that's what relationship we have. After hearing this, Tang Zixuan looked at Su Yuan with anticipation. Su Yuan Gaige, what is our relationship? Chapter 87 Meditation in Bodhi. Just when Su Yuan didn't know what to do, an angry voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Cao Kun, what do you want to do to our Tang family's guests? As he turned around, a figure came into view. It was none other than Tang Sangui, the Tang family's famous lustful man. Cao Kun narrowed his eyes slightly, and after seeing who was coming, a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey, isn't this Tang Sangui? What a rare guest. His tone was relaxed, yet contained a hint of provocation, and he showed no due respect for Tang Lan. Tang Lan's face darkened when he heard this. Although his voice was not loud, every word was clear. Cao Kun, Su Yuan is a distinguished guest of my Tang family. I hope you can be more restrained in your words and actions and not lose your sense of proportion. Cao Kun smiled and uttered a word lightly. Roll. Tang Sanggui's face froze. After cursing a few words in my heart, I could only leave in shame. In the box, Su Yuaniu sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the crowd below. Bang! With a sudden loud noise, the door was suddenly pushed open, followed by a rush of breath that could not be ignored. At this moment, Long Ao's face was full of anger, and his eyes were burning with rage. Xiao Yuan, that bastard Cao Kun is causing you trouble again. Su Yuan sighed softly and turned his gaze to Long Ao. Brother Ao, don't be angry, it's actually no big deal. I heard everything. Long Ao interrupted Su Yuan and asked, is it because of Lan Yue again? That brat, relying on his family background to commit crimes, is nothing but a scum. Damn, this bastard, I'm going to kill him sooner or later. Third floor. The auction venue was crowded with people. Chu. Cao Kun, who was sitting in the box, suddenly sneezed. After wiping his nose, he immediately heard Lan Yue's teasing from the side. Hey, which pretty girl is missing our Mr. Cao again? Cao Kun curled his lips and didn't bother to pay attention. There were about 100 people in the venue. They are all dressed in suits, polite and pay great attention to their image. The economic strength can be roughly seen based on the seating order. Those sitting in the front row are all top bosses from all walks of life in Hangzhou, while the private rooms are a privilege only enjoyed by children from aristocratic families. If Cao Kun hadn't brought Lan Yue in, the latter would probably never have been able to set foot here in her life. 10 minutes later, the auction curtain opened. Stationery and calligraphy and painting are the first to appear. Cao Kun was not interested in these antiques, and neither was Lan Yue. They both showed a somewhat bored look. At this time, the auctioneer's voice suddenly rang out. Dear guests, please allow me to unveil the penultimate treasure of today's auction. Before he finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. I saw a beautiful lady wearing a classical cheongsam, with a graceful figure and her delicate hands raised lightly. The red silk slowly slid down, and everyone's eyes instantly focused on the slowly rising lift platform. On the silver plate, a quiet and mysterious light quietly bloomed. It was a bracelet, lying quietly on the tray. Next, let me explain it to you in detail. The auctioneer's voice sounded again. This auction item is the Bodhi bracelet left from the chanting temple, chanting Bodhi. Bodhi, Yi Fan whispered. In the vast Buddhist scriptures, Bodhi is endowed with supreme significance. It is not only a symbol of wisdom, but also the fruit of perfect merit. Thinking back to the time when Sakyamuni Buddha attained enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree, at that moment, the light of Bodhi illuminated the world, witnessing the birth of the supreme Dharma. The auctioneer's words slowly unfolded. Now, we are fortunate to witness the rare treasure of Chanting Temple, the Zen Bodhi. Given its extraordinary significance and unique value, we have decided to break the mold and not set a reserve price, allowing this Buddhist connection to flow freely among those who are destined to receive it. But please remember that each increase in price must not be less than 100,000. With the beautiful female auctioneer's graceful wave of her hand, everyone's attention in the venue was once again focused on the Zen Bodhi. The room fell into silence for a moment. Soon, a trembling hand slowly raised up. He tentatively reported a number, 200,000. 300,000, 500,000, 600,000. However, amidst this enthusiasm, there is also some sarcasm. Oh, spending hundreds of thousands to buy a bracelet. Isn't this clearly just giving the auction house an IQ tax? The person who arranged the inside story muttered to himself, with a hint of disdain on his lips. Tang Lan sat aside, looking a little anxious. My lord, what do you think? Yi Fan smiled indifferently. Photograph it. Upon hearing this, Tang Lan raised the bidding card in his hand without hesitation, his voice clear and firm. 5 million, I, Tang Lan, must get this bracelet. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a big commotion in the venue. Seeing this, Cao Kun curled up a playful smile, crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes revealing a bit of disdain and provocation, and snorted softly. Want to? The auctioneer was about to make his announcement when a deep, hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the last row in the farthest reaches of the venue. 10 million. This sudden high price instantly attracted everyone's attention. Swish. The person who made that astonishing offer was a unique and extraordinary person. He was wearing a wide robe with big sleeves, which seemed to be hanging from the clouds. Not only did it conceal his face and limbs, but it also added a touch of mystery. His voice was low and hoarse, like that of an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. Cao Kun narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly scanned the figure shrouded in black robe. Master Huichin. At this moment, the beautiful female auctioneer on the auction table had an excitement in her voice that was hard to conceal. This distinguished gentleman has offered 10 million. Is there any other distinguished guest willing to offer a higher price? You're crazy. Spend 10 million to buy a bracelet. There are so many rich people. The wealthy people shook their heads. Who, except for the richest people, can just take 10 million in cash? Many people who claim to have assets worth hundreds of millions don't even know if they can take out a few million in cash. Depend on. Tang Lan cursed and raised his hand to hold up the sign, 15 million. The man in black robe raised his sinister eyes and looked at Tang Lan, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. 20 million, 25 million, 30 million, 35 million. The man in black robe took a deep breath and quoted a high price of 35 million. Tang Lan couldn't help but curse. 35 million. Do you have that much money? The man in black robe fell silent. Just then, Cao Kun's voice rang out. Well, I'll add 100,000 inches. Chapter 88 Auction. Tang Lan's face suddenly became so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. The veins on his clenched fists bulged, and he couldn't help but squeeze out a few curses from between his teeth. What on earth are you going to do? Tang Lan's voice echoed throughout the auction hall, attracting the attention of people around. Cao Kun seemed to be out of the matter, spreading his hands exaggeratedly. Hey, Mr. Tang, don't be so excited. I'm participating in the bidding. According to the rules, each bid must not be less than 100,000. I'm strictly following the rules. Damn, Tang Lan cursed under his breath. He stood up suddenly, and the chair slid backwards due to the huge force, making a sharp sound. Tang Lan stared at Cao Kun in the box opposite and shouted word by word. 40 million. However, Cao Kun also stood up with an even brighter smile on his face. 40 million and 100,000. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. 50 million. Tang Lan almost roared out the number. 5 million and 100,000. Cao Kun's voice sounded again. Depend on. Tang Lan finally exploded completely. He slammed his fist on the table beside him, sending wood chips flying as he roared in anger. Cao Kun, you are unworthy of being a human being. The highest bidder wins. Is that wrong? Cao Kun spread his hands with a playful smile on his lips. Hearing this, Tang Lan's fingers, ready to strike, almost touched the cold button to raise the sign. A voice stopped his impulse. Let's stop here, Yi Fan said lightly. Seeing that it was Yi Fan who spoke, Tang Lan just nodded obediently. 50 million and 100,000, once. 500 and 100,000, twice. Is there anyone else who wants to make an offer? The auctioneer's voice rang out again, with a hint of urgency that couldn't be missed. She looked around, her eyes full of anticipation. However, all she got in response was silence. 500 and 100,000, 3 times. Finally, the auctioneer no longer hesitated and brought down the hammer in his hand, making a loud echo. Congratulations, the gentleman in box 1 has won the Zen Bodhi. Following the auctioneer's announcement, the entire venue erupted in warm applause, and people cast envious glances towards Cao Kun's box. At this moment, the atmosphere in the box where Yi Fan was located was extremely depressing. At this moment, Cao Kun's voice sounded leisurely. The sword has always been a match for heroes. Today, this bracelet will be given to that hero. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Then everyone's eyes followed Cao Kun's hand. Everyone discovered that Cao Kun was referring to the man in black robe who had just bid. The auctioneer was even more dumbfounded, staring at Cao Kun in disbelief. Mr. Cao, are you sure? Cao Kun smiled slightly. It's just a small amount of money, what's the big deal? It's just a token of my appreciation, just to make friends. Soon, the last lot slowly came on stage. The lights in the hall suddenly converged on the mysterious booth that was slowly rising in the center. The auctioneer was dressed in a gorgeous gown and stood under the spotlight. Dear distinguished guests, tonight, we will usher in the grand finale of this auction. A rare treasure that makes time stand still and beauty last forever. After saying this, she gently lifted the silk covering the booth. As the silk slowly slid down, a crystal-clear jade bottle emitting a warm luster came into everyone's sight. The bottle is carved with intricate and delicate totems. The auctioneer carefully lifted the jade bottle and slowly rotated it so that everyone present could clearly see the pill inside the bottle that was emitting a faint glow. What's inside is the legendary rejuvenating pill. As she finished her words, the entire auction hall erupted in exclamations and discussions. People were whispering to each other, their eyes flashing with endless desire and curiosity for the rejuvenating pill. The auctioneer continued, anyone who takes this pill will have an ageless appearance and eternal youth. At this moment, the atmosphere in the auction hall reached a boiling point. The bidders present stared intently at the anti-aging pill that seemed to contain endless mysteries, secretly calculating in their hearts. At this time, Tang Lan asked, Master, is this rejuvenating pill real? Yi Fan nodded, the thing is real, but it is of no use to me. You can take a picture of it if you like. After receiving Yi Fan's affirmation, Tang Lan nodded excitedly. At this time, he had already thought about how to regain his youth after taking the anti-aging pill. As the auctioneer's voice sounded, rejuvenation pill, starting price, 1 million. The entire venue was instantly boiling with bidding sounds rising and falling like a surging tide. 2 million. A gorgeously dressed lady was the first to shout out a high price. There was a hint of arrogance in her voice. However, this is just the beginning. 2.5 million. Then, a handsome young man was not willing to be outdone. The atmosphere in the venue was instantly ignited, and every bid increase was like lighting a fuse, making the auction more intense and cruel. Tang Lan's eyes were fixed on the anti-aging pill, and he was secretly calculating in his mind. He knew that if he wanted to get it, he would have to pay a price far beyond that of an ordinary person. But he is willing to bear this price. 10 million. Tang Lan finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it instantly suppressed all the noise in the venue. However, the competition did not end there, but instead aroused the fighting spirit of more people. 11 million, 12 million. The bidding sounded again, but each time Tang Lan easily beat them with a higher price. His face remained calm and composed, as if he had anticipated all this. Finally, when the price climbed to a staggering 30 million, only Tang Lan and another young man from a noble family in the box were left confronting each other in the venue. 30 million, is there anyone willing to bid? The auctioneer's voice trembled slightly. At this moment, Tang Lan took a deep breath and slowly stood up. 35 million, I must get this rejuvenating pill. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue seemed to be shaken by an invisible force, and everyone stared with bated breath. The young man from the noble family who had just confronted Tang Lan just smiled slightly and shook his head gently. Once, twice. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer, that familiar voice was heard again. Tang Sangui, why would you want to get an arm if you don't have money? I'll give you 50 million. Your Tang family doesn't have much strength. The speaker was Cao Kun. Faced with Cao Kun's provocation, Tang Lan seemed to have gained some intelligence for some reason. That kid from the Cao family wants to use this method to provoke your grandpa Tang. Chapter 89. You said it. Cao Kun shrugged lightly, a playful smile on his lips, as if everything was under control. He said leisurely. It's up to you. It's only 50 million. For me, it's just a fun thing. Why not use this anti-aging pill as a candy bean for daily entertainment? The unruly and arrogant tone in his words made people want to slap him twice. Tang Zixuan stood aside, her brows furrowed, and dissatisfaction surged in her heart like a stream gathering into a river. Grandpa, how dare Cao Kun be so arrogant and domineering? It's as if everything in the world is in his pocket. Although her voice was soft, it was filled with resentment and indignation. Hearing this, Tang Lan curled up a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth and snorted. Humph, he's just a dandy kid who's relying on his family's influence. Why should I be afraid of him? His words revealed his disdain for Cao Kun. Then, Tang Lan moved quickly and decisively. He reached out and took the exquisite quotation board on the table. Then, he imitated Cao Kun's previous nonchalant look and loudly quoted a price. 5,150,000. This sound instantly caused ripples, making the atmosphere in the entire auction hall tense. Cao pretended to be angry, his face instantly darkened, his eyes widened, as if there were really two flames jumping in them. He glared at Tang Lan, his voice low and dangerous. "Old man Tang, are you looking for death? If you dare to challenge me, Cao Kun, you'd better think about the consequences." Every word he spoke seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying an unquestionable threat. However, Tang Lan remained calm. "The highest bidder wins, Master Cao, that's what you said." 60 million. Cao Kun's voice was like thunder piercing the night sky. There was no hesitation in his eyes, as if the figure of 60 million was just a drop in the bucket to him. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, and the air was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Tang Lan stood up slowly. 600 and 100,000. Cao Kun's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He slammed the table. 80 million. This time, his voice almost resounded throughout the auction hall. Lan Yue sat next to Cao Kun, looking confused. She turned to look at Cao Kun, and her eyes, which were usually full of tenderness, were now shining with a strange light. She muttered to herself, "Didn't he make this thing himself? Yue, don't worry, I will buy this for you no matter what." Cao Kun's eyes were full of affection. Lan Yue suppressed her smile and nodded slightly. Su Yuan's originally calm face had become distorted at this moment. He clenched his fists and stared at Tang Lan with sharp eyes. "Old Tang, keep adding. Today, we must give Cao Kun a good beating." The atmosphere in the auction hall instantly reached a boiling point, and everyone's eyes were focused on these three people. A battle of wealth, emotion and dignity is quietly beginning. "Tang Lan, you." Listening to Cao Kun's angry voice, Tang Lan raised a playful smile. "Thief Cao. Oh no, Master Cao, it's not that easy to make a beautiful woman smile." 100 million. Cao Kun directly raised the price to the threshold of 100 million yuan. At this moment, the entire auction fell into silence, and everyone was shocked by the sudden price increase and was speechless. The smile on Tang Lan's face grew even wider. His eyes swept across the entire audience, finally settling on Cao Kun. "Master Cao, you know that every action has its consequences, and I am your retribution." After that, he shook his head slightly and slowly uttered a few words. 100 million and 100,000. Cao Kun's face turned ashen, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging. He had never been so close to losing control. Tang Lan, on the other hand, looked confident of winning, as if everything was under his control. He closed his eyes and waited for Cao Kun to continue making an offer. After waiting for a while, Tang Lan didn't hear any sound from Cao Kun. An inexplicable feeling of uneasiness quietly surged into my heart like an undercurrent. His gaze was directed towards the box where Cao Kun was. Those eyes were filled with a mixture of disbelief and anxiety. However, no matter how Tang Lan stared, the box was empty. Cao Kun, where are the others?" Tang Lan's voice trembled slightly. Yi Fan shook his head lightly. "Pay it. Every failure is a learning experience, so you can remember it for the next time." With the end of the auction, the person in charge invited several successful bidders to come to the backyard to take a group photo. The group walked with light steps and finally arrived at the backyard. It is spacious and elegant here, with waterside pavilions facing the breeze, pavilions with reflections, colorful butterflies dancing in the flower gardens, and a gentle breeze blowing through the bamboo forest. "Mr. Cao, this way please." The person in charge waved his hand gently, leading the Cao Kuns into the picture. Cao Kun naturally took Lan Yue's hand, which was as beautiful as a newly bloomed white lotus, and gracefully walked towards the C position that was the default position in everyone's mind. Just after finishing the photo shoot, a wealthy man suddenly felt his body shaken, as if he was suddenly grabbed by an invisible force. His body began to shake violently and uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, a strange aura surged out of his body. Dark green and blood red quickly spread, filling the surrounding air with a suffocating chill. He. A sound of pain escaped from his throat. His hands seemed to be burned by invisible flames, and he was frantically digging at his body. It's like trying to break free from some kind of restraint, but unable to do so. The wealthy people around were originally immersed in joy. But at this moment, he seemed to be under a spell, staring at the scene blankly, his eyes full of disbelief and fear. When their eyes fell upon the rich man's terrifying face, they were terrified and screamed. That face was now covered with twisted dark green veins. Muscles are atrophying on a large scale at a rate visible to the naked eye. His skin had lost its former rosy color and was as white as a dead branch covered with a thin layer of snow in winter, as if all the blood in his body had been drained in an instant. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot. Suddenly, a puff sound was heard in the air. I saw the rich man, who was well dressed and had a dignified demeanor. His hand miraculously penetrated the body of a waiter who was standing frozen in astonishment beside him. Dead. Cries of terror pierced the silence. Dead, dead. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, repeating incoherently, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Someone actually dared to kill someone in broad daylight. Murder. An even sharper cry pierced the air, like a frightened bird, pushing the emotion of fear to the extreme. Is it fake? Killing people in public. Chapter 90. Murder and Robbery. As a Jindan stage cultivator, Cao Kun did not take any excessive actions. His eyes were fixed on the wealthy man, who was originally handsome but now had a twisted figure and a hideous face. Cao Kun thought to himself that this sudden change was by no means accidental, and there must be a master behind it. He released a faint aura of spiritual energy, just in case. At the same time, he was secretly exploring the surroundings, looking for the hidden mastermind. In the backyard, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The enclosed space was like a cage, and the only door became the only hope for everyone to escape. The group was in a panic and split into two groups, sticking close to the cold wall and moving cautiously. In this chaos, Su Yuan and Yi Fan appeared to be exceptionally calm. Su Yuan frowned and stood beside Yi Fan, his eyes full of confusion and doubt, and he murmured in a low voice. That shouldn't be the case. Theoretically, how could it become like this? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan folded his hands leisurely in front of his chest and looked around. Let's put this matter aside for now. Found it. Chase it. With a low shout, everyone's eyes followed Yi Fan's sharp gaze like an eagle, locking onto the black-robed figure in front of them who was hurriedly fleeing, Shi Huichan. In a few moments, Yi Fan and his companions flashed and easily blocked Shi Huichan's way. They were so imposing that they surrounded Shi Huichan. Hand over that bracelet, and I'll make sure you escape unscathed. Yi Fan's voice was not loud, but it carried an irresistible force. Beneath the black robe, Shi Huichan's face was hidden in the cold shadows, only his eyes flashed with complexity. Everyone, what is the meaning of this move? Shi Huichan deliberately lowered his voice so that no one could hear his original voice. What do you mean? I'd like to borrow your bracelet. Beside Yi Fan, Long Ao sneered. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible solemnity flashed across Shi Huichan's brows. Do you want to kill people and rob them? I told you, hand over the things and I'll spare your life. At this moment, Yi Fan lightly twisted his fingertips, and his sword fingers condensed into shape, and his whole body was filled with a cold sword intent ready to be unleashed. Upon seeing this, Shi Huichan's eyes widened in anger and he let out several deafening roars that shocked everyone. He suddenly jumped up like an awakened angry lion, with unparalleled momentum, and punched Yi Fan in the face with wind and lightning. Court death. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's lips, and the fighting spirit in his heart was boiling. Instead of avoiding or giving way, he met the attack with a punch. This punch was not fancy at all and was a contest of strength between the two sides. The moment the two fists collided, the space seemed to tremble, and a deafening roar erupted. The fist wind was surging, causing layers of air waves. Crackle. A series of dense explosions were heard, and the black robe on Shi Huichan's body was instantly turned into pieces of cloth and drifted away in the wind under the impact of this overwhelming force. And his entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string, drawing a thrilling parabola. Boom. Finally, Shi Huichan's body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Shi Huichan sat paralyzed in a pile of rocks, growling in pain. The entire right arm was drooping down, and it was obvious that the arm was broken. Just as Yi Fan was gathering the spiritual power around him, he drew his sword from its sheath, and the tip of the sword flashed with a cold light. He was about to end the dying life of Shi Wei Channa with a thunderous force. An unusual atmosphere suddenly surged in the air. A long sword seemed to appear out of thin air. With an incredible speed and angle, it suddenly stood in front of Shi Huichan. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, emitting a faint blue light, blocking Yi Fan's fatal blow outside the invisible wall. No one else is allowed to touch anything I, Cao Kun, give you. A voice came leisurely from a distance. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in everyone's sight. It was Cao Kun, who had repeatedly appeared at critical moments and stirred up the situation. His clothes fluttered in the wind and his face was stern. The sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds and fell right on his face, giving him a light golden glow and adding a touch of otherworldly aura. Seeing this, Yi Fan's face instantly became so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip from it. The hand gripping the hilt of the sword trembled slightly with anger. His eyes were as sharp as torches as he stared directly at Cao Kun and growled through gritted teeth. "Damn it! It's you again, Cao Kun, you troublemaker. Why is it always you who ruins my good deeds again and again? We must end this cause and effect between you and me today." As he spoke, Yi Fan's spiritual power boiled again, the sword light flashed, and he launched a more fierce attack on Cao Kun. However, Cao Kun just smiled faintly. He raised his hand slightly, and the spirit shadow sword returned to his hand. The long sword hummed softly, and the tip of the sword lightly touched the ground. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, closely watching Yi Fan's every move. With a low roar, Cao Kun took the lead and attacked. His long sword cut through the air, causing a sharp whistling sound and going straight for Yi Fan's vital points. Yi Fan's body shook, and he dodged the attack sideways at the critical moment. At the same time, Kang Kong swung his hand back, and a silver trajectory passed through the air, heading straight for Cao Kun's ribs. The two men moved as fast as lightning, and every confrontation was accompanied by sparks from the collision of metal. The battle became more intense, and Cao Kun's sword energy became more and more fierce. Every time he swung the sword, it seemed as if he could tear the space apart. Yi Fan, with his amazing speed and flexibility, kept shuttling between the sword shadows, looking for opportunities to counterattack. The two figures intertwined on the battlefield, forming a thrilling picture. Every collision stirred up circles of ripples visible to the naked eye, shaking the surrounding air. Sweat slid down Yi Fan's forehead, dripping into the dust and being absorbed instantly. Cao Kun still had a smile on his face and didn't even breathe. Just when the battle reached its climax, Cao Kun suddenly used a unique skill. His long sword turned into a dazzling dragon shadow, and with a deafening roar, he pounced towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan faced Cao Kun's attack without any fear. The tip of the sky sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling light, like a star falling into the mortal world, dazzling and extraordinary. With a clear whistle, Yi Fan rushed out like lightning. At this moment, the sky sword transformed into a majestic white tiger, surrounded by a sharp sword aura, and fiercely clashed with Cao Kun's surging dragon shadow. The shadows of the white tiger and the dragon intertwined and fought in the air. Every collision stirred up waves of air, and the space seemed to tremble. With his exquisite swordsmanship and unyielding will, Yi Fan split the arrogant dragon shadow into two. At the same time, he took advantage of the momentum to recoil and glided lightly to the side, forming a confrontation with Cao Kun again. The two were several feet apart, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Yi Fan's chest heaved violently, and every breath was accompanied by a heavy gasp. "Yi Fan, I only used 30% of my power to test that sword strike just now." Cao Kun's voice was relaxed, unlike Yi Fan's. "But if I use all my strength, can you withstand this overwhelming attack?" Chapter 91 The Power of the Aurora Sword. After he finished speaking, a dazzling golden light burst out from all around Cao Kun. Then, an armor summoner shining with a mysterious luster slowly condensed into shape and fell steadily into Cao Kun's palm. "Armor, combine." Cao Kun's voice caused ripples. As he finished speaking, the golden light surged again, enveloping Cao Kun completely. When the light faded, the Emperor's armor stood before everyone. On the armor, dragon patterns are winding and golden light is flowing. "Are you ready for trial?" Cao Kun's voice became louder and more majestic through the resonance of the armor. His gaze was like a torch, penetrating all illusions and staring directly at the three people in front of him. Aurora Sword. Following Cao Kun's order, a long sword made of gold and silver appeared out of thin air. The sword was slender and sharp, and the tip of the sword was condensed with starlight, flashing a heart-pounding cold light. This sword, named Aurora Sword, is not only extremely sharp, but also contains the purest energy in the world, and can cut off all evil and obstacles. Seeing this, Yi Fan frowned and a serious look flashed in his eyes. Acquired spiritual treasure. This is a treasure that even the cultivation world is crazy about, and now it appears in the hands of a mortal. It seems that today's battle will be a tough one. Yi Fan said in his heart, and at the same time, a strong desire to fight quietly rose in his chest, preparing to face the upcoming life and death battle. Cao Kun slowly turned the summoning device inlaid with mysterious runes at his waist. As the summoner emitted a low and long hum, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst out from the summoner, shooting straight into the sky and instantly illuminating the surroundings. In that light, a golden crystal emitting dazzling light slowly emerged, with ancient and complex patterns flowing on it. Cao Kun took out the golden crystal without hesitation and placed it on his long sword named Aurora. In an instant, the Aurora sword began to emit a dazzling light, reflecting the golden crystal, forming an extremely dazzling golden sword light, which cut through the thick clouds and rushed straight into the sky. Then, Cao Kun took a deep breath and firmly planted his feet on the ground. He suddenly raised the Aurora sword high, with the tip of the sword pointing straight to the sky. Golden Shug. Endless thunder power began to gather on the tip of the sword. They intertwined and collided in the air, making a deafening roar, like the roar of thousands of beasts, shocking people's hearts. Just when the power of thunder reached its peak, Cao Kun roared again. Emperor Thunder Slash. Before he finished speaking, the Aurora sword had transformed into a golden lightning, carrying the power to destroy the world, and suddenly slashed towards the three people in front. Wherever the golden sword light passed, there was thunder and lightning, and the wind and clouds changed color. All obstacles seemed so small and powerless in front of this force. Yi Fan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Alarm bells rang in his heart, and an ominous premonition as cold as ice spread throughout his body in an instant. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan quickly cast a signaling look at Long Ao and Su Yuan beside him. Almost at the same moment, the power in the three people's bodies exploded. Yi Fan stretched out his body, and a faint golden light surrounded him. He growled, "Ba Quan." And Long Ao followed closely behind Yi Fan, his muscles all over his body and surrounded by blood. Heaven-slaying Blood Emperor Fist. With a deafening roar, Long Ao's fists intertwined in the air, turning into a blood dragon, carrying the power to split mountains and crack rocks, complementing Yi Fan's attack. As for Su Yuan, he seemed even more mysterious. He did not rush to attack, but slowly closed his eyes. A moment later, several dazzling magic balls suddenly appeared behind him and began to rotate around him. With Su Yuan's gentle wave of his hand, magic balls, each containing terrifying energy, smashed towards Cao Kun. The power of the three formed an impenetrable energy net, distorting the surrounding space into pieces. The rolling air waves raged like a tsunami, centered around them. Wherever it passed, whether it was solid rocks or lush forests, they all seemed so fragile in the face of this force, collapsing and turning into ruins. Dust was flying, covering the sky and the sun, and the entire battlefield was shrouded in chaos. After the smoke cleared, Su Yuan and Long Ao knelt on one knee and spat out blood from their mouths. Yi Fan stood there with a grim expression. Cao Kun doesn't waste any words. He slowly pulled out the wood crystal from the summoning device at his waist again. Then the same action appeared again, and Cao Kun placed the wood crystal on the Aurora sword. Emperor Wind Piercer. As these 5 words exploded in the air like thunder, Cao Kun's aura instantly reached its peak. At this moment, Yi Fan's expression became unusually solemn, even with a hint of fear. He quickly mobilized the blue sky blood in his body. Yi Fan clenched his teeth, closed his eyes and concentrated. After a moment, a drop of golden blood was forced out from his fingertips with difficulty. It seems to contain the brilliance of the entire sun, dazzling and dazzling. The moment this drop of blood left Yi Fan's body, it turned into a kunpeng with its wings spread out, ready to fly, its wings covering the sky and the sun. Kunpeng flapped its wings and flew high, the sound was like thunder, and its momentum was unstoppable. It lightly surrounded Yi Fan, Long Ao and Su Yuan, forming an indestructible protective shield. Just when the Emperor's Wind Piercer was about to penetrate the space, the kunpeng, transformed from golden blood, suddenly exerted force, carrying Yi Fan and the other two, and fled the scene at an indescribable speed like a meteor across the sky. Seeing the 3 people leave in a panic, Cao Kun couldn't help but click his tongue. That's it. I haven't earned enough comeback points yet. Tongzi, how many villain points did you earn this time? Ding. Host, I've done a lot of things today, including provoking Su Yuan and severely injuring 3 of the Destiny protagonists. Total 100,000 villain points. Listening to the system's words, Cao Kun touched his chin and said, 100,000 villain points, not bad at all. Then his gaze turned to Shi Huichin, who was slumped on the ground. Cao Kun smiled and said, Master Huichin, we meet again. Shi Huichin smiled bitterly and said, Donor, you saved my life again. I just don't know how I can repay you this time. Cao Kun waved his hand gently and walked in front of Shi Huichin. Let's not talk about this for now. I want to help stabilize your injuries. Chapter 92 Movie Watching. After roughly treating Shi Huichin, Cao Kun returned home. The next day, Cao Kun stepped into the classroom again after a long absence. This is really rare for him. It was noon and he was walking outside while thinking about something in his mind. However, a figure blocked his way. Wang Chaochao. There was confusion in Cao Kun's eyes. Why are you here? Could it be that you are waiting for me on purpose? As he spoke, a playful smile crept onto the corner of his mouth. Wang Chaochao asked in surprise, how did you know? I have something very important to tell you. But you have to treat me to a meal. Cao Kun chuckled and shook his head helplessly. These days, even the excuses for eating for free are so ingenious. It really caught me off guard. Wang Chaochao stomped her feet lightly when she heard this, and 2 blushes appeared on her face. She said coquettishly, don't talk nonsense, this time I really have something important to discuss with you. How about it? Off-campus food city. Wang Chaochao thought Cao Kun would take her to a big meal, but what she didn't expect was that Cao Kun ordered a grilled fish hotpot. At the dinner table, Cao Kun couldn't help but ask. Tell me, what's the matter? Wang Chaochao gently put down the chopsticks in her hand and said slowly. Well, it's about Su Qingshe. She's leaving for Kyoto in a few days. Su Qingshe. Cao Kun repeated the name, frowning slightly. Why did she suddenly decide to go to Kyoto? Is there something important? Wang Chaochao sighed softly and shook her head. I'm not sure about the specific reasons. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun's gaze lingered on Wang Chaochao's face for a moment. I see. I thought it was some earth-shattering event. Changing the subject, he suggested, are you free this afternoon? How about we go for a walk around town together? Wang Chaochao agreed immediately. Okay, I don't have any classes scheduled this afternoon, so I'll just take this as a break. After dinner, Cao Kun drove his McLaren and took Wang Chaochao to Wadaguacha. Half an hour later, the McLaren drove into the underground parking garage in Wadaguacha. After getting off the car, Cao Kun took Wang Chaochao to the cinema in Wadaguacha. In the cinema, light and shadow interweave. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar shook every inch of space, as if the giant drum in the sky was being beaten violently by an invisible hand. On the big screen, the sea is no longer calm. It transformed into a furious beast, with huge waves surging and piling up layer upon layer. Like a galloping army, every wave carries the power of destruction. When the wind blows, the clouds surge and the sky seems to be torn apart. Thick streaks of lightning streaked across the sky, like the angry whip of a god, lashing the sea fiercely, stirring up countless dazzling lights and deafening roars. As the storm intensified, huge whirlpools began to emerge on the sea. They spun and roared, and the darkness in their center was deep and eerie, like a portal to another world, with its mouth wide open, trying to devour everything in the world. A huge figure suddenly appeared on the horizon. It was the legendary sea monster. It was covered in thick scales, its eyes flashed with a faint green light, and it was surrounded by an icy aura as it approached the shore. Look! What's that? Shouts of terror erupted from the crowd, and despair was written all over everyone's face. Monster! It's a monster! Panic quickly spread and people began to flee in all directions, trying to escape this cursed place. That's a sea monster. Someone uttered the name tremblingly. A powerful and terrifying creature born in the ocean, the sea monster. As the camera switched, Wang Chaochao couldn't help but gasp, her heart filled with fear and doubt. What is that strange sight? Countless skulls formed by the waves suddenly appeared. They are not ordinary piles of bones, but are ingeniously woven by the surging waves. In a flash, those scattered waves of skeletons gathered into a majestic giant skeleton. Its height reaches the sky, hundreds of feet tall, standing above the waves, becoming the most terrifying existence between heaven and earth. Wang Chaochao widened her eyes as she watched the scene on the screen. Boom! A roar that had been accumulated for thousands of years suddenly erupted from the throat. At this moment, the audience felt as if they were on the top of an endless raging ocean, surrounded by raging storms and surging waves. However, just as this devastating force was about to unleash, in the sky, a dazzling silver light cuts through the sky, like the first light of dawn, illuminating the sea shrouded in haze. A giant silver-white dragon, riding on the clouds, suddenly descended. Its figure was slender and majestic, though only 100 meters long. However, in front of the sea monster, it possessed an inviolable dignity and power, as if it were a natural king, despising all worldly power. How dare you, a daring monster, wreak havoc on the world and stir up trouble? The dragon's roar was clear and resounding, shaking the sky, and every word contained irresistible majesty and justice. The silver dragon's eyes were as bright as torches as it stared directly at the sea monster. You still dare to stir up trouble? Stop immediately, or you will bring shame upon yourself. This scene is like the most magnificent painting in the world slowly unfolding. On one side is the tyrannical overlord of the sea. On one side is the sacred dragon that protects all living things. The two are facing each other, and the atmosphere is extremely tense. The sea monster roared, shaking the sky. Its sound waves were like rolling thunder, instantly stirring up huge waves on the sea surface. Countless waves seemed to be controlled by invisible hands. They suddenly rose into the air and turned into thousands of crystal-clear swords, flashing with cold light. They roared from all directions, vowing to strangle the silver dragon shadow invisibly. Kill. At the command of one word, the sea boiled with rage and the sky and earth changed color. At this critical moment, the little dragon shining with silver light miraculously transformed into a half-grown boy, standing in the heart of the turbulent ocean. He was dressed in a spotless white robe, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, like an immortal walking in the clouds. His long sea blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, dancing gently in the wind. The two dragon horns on his forehead shone brightly, highlighting his noble dragon bloodline. He stood with his hands behind his back, his brows furrowed, his eyes revealing a calmness and determination beyond his age, as if nothing in the world could shake him in the slightest. Facing the overwhelming waves of water and swords, the young man was not afraid. Instead, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He lightly raised his jade finger, and a faint blue light flowed at his fingertips, forming a sharp contrast with the violent sea elements around him. Certainly. A word was uttered softly, like the sound of nature, penetrating the surging waves. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The originally raging waves and swords were miraculously stopped in the air and could not move at the young man's finger. It was like a giant beast bound by invisible chains, having lost its former wildness and unruliness. On the sea, except for the young man who still stood proudly, there was dead silence all around, with only the sound of waves lapping against the shore. And that huge monster, the sea monster. Its body stretched across the sky, and on its face, which was condensed by a tsunami, fear and anger were intertwined into a distorted mask. But he could only watch himself being trapped in this invisible cage, unable to move at all. Disperse. Following a low and majestic utterance, the young dragon raised his palm. In an instant, a vast and boundless magical power gushed out from his palm, as if an ancient god had awakened. In his rage, the mountains and rivers trembled, and the heaven and earth changed color. This force seems to be able to overturn the universe and sweep across thousands of miles of territory with one hand, and its momentum is unstoppable. Roar. The sea monster roared with unwillingness and despair, the sound piercing the clouds and splitting the rocks, echoing between heaven and earth, but in the end it could not break free from the power that suppressed everything. Its majestic body was seen crumbling inch by inch under the impact of magic power, turning into drizzle all over the sky, and finally returning to nothingness, leaving only the echoing sound, telling of its former glory and decline. At this moment, the world returned to tranquility, and only the young man stood in the void with his clothes fluttering in the wind. Gradually, the sea calmed down. A ray of sunshine shines on the sea, clearing the clouds and revealing the sun. Chapter 93. Where's the water? In the cinema, a thrilling action movie is being played. The sounds of explosions and fists hitting flesh intertwined into an audiovisual feast, which caused bursts of exclamations and applause from the audience from time to time. However, in this lively scene, Cao Kun had no mind to watch. As a cultivator, Cao Kun's 5 senses are extremely sharp and he can detect subtle sounds that are difficult for ordinary people to detect. In this space that should have been filled with movie sound effects, a discordant note quietly invaded his ears. It wasn't the fictional battles of the silver screen, but the sounds of a struggle far more intimate and primal. It quietly awakened some primitive impulse deep in his heart. This voice was secretive and alluring, with an indescribable allure that made Cao Kun frown. Oh my god, this is so exciting. He tried to concentrate and bring his attention back to the spectacular fight scene on the screen. But that voice was like a leech, becoming clearer and clearer, stirring up his instinctive desires as a human being. What is even more unbearable is that this inexplicable restlessness seems to have found its catalyst. Wang Chaochao, who was sitting next to Cao Kun, inadvertently exuded a faint fragrance that gently brushed against his nose, and was like the finest silk, gently caressing his heartstrings. This fragrance, originally fresh and unworldly, was like dry wood meeting a raging fire, instantly igniting the nameless fire that was stirring in his body. Cao Kun took a deep breath and tried to practice his skills to suppress the sudden desire. He closed his eyes and concentrated, breathing in his heart. However, Wang Chaochao's unintentional body fragrance was like the most cunning goblin, constantly teasing his nerves. Instead of being extinguished, the flame grew more intense, almost swallowing him whole. At this moment, Wang Chaochao, who was concentrating on watching the movie, suddenly felt a pair of big hands covering her thighs. She turned her head and saw Cao Kun making a hushing gesture at her. 10,000 words omitted here. After the movie ended, Cao Kun helped Wang Chaochao out of the cinema. As everyone left, the cleaning lady entered the hall and began to clean. Looking at the seats of Cao Kun and Wang Chaochao, the cleaning lady couldn't help but frown. Where does all this water come from? After finishing an afternoon of exercise, Cao Kun's steps were heavy, but his heart was filled with the joy of release. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Cao Kun stepped into the house. Meow. A soft but slightly tired cat meow broke the silence in the room. I saw a figure staggering to the coffee table, jumping lightly and landing steadily on the soft sofa. Then, the figure stretched out in an almost exaggerated posture, Zheyu lying down, completely disregarding his image, with his little tongue gently sticking out, his eyes full of fatigue and satisfaction from the days running around. Ever since being thrown out by Cao Kun twice, the whereabouts of this little ghost have become more and more erratic. He is busy every day and is rarely seen. Oh my god. At this moment, the little ghost's eyelids seemed to be filled with lead, drooping one after another. At this moment, Cao Kun, who had just finished bathing, looked at the little ghost who was curled up in a ball and looked like he had lost all desire to live, and spoke leisurely. Hey, little guy, it looks like it's time to turn you into a carefree little eunuch. Before he could finish his words, meow. A sharp and slightly frightened cry broke the silence. The little ghost suddenly looked up as if he had been electrocuted, and his round eyes flashed with anger and unwillingness. You dare. Good you little thing. Cao Kun had a playful smile on his face, not taking the threat of this little guy seriously at all. However, the little ghost was obviously aroused to fight, or was a little spoiled by the happy life in recent days. It stretched out its body, like a ghost in the dark night, turned into a swift black shadow, and rushed straight towards Cao Kun. The claws were as sharp as hooks, the fangs were slightly exposed, and the air seemed to be filled with a hint of coldness that could not be ignored. Oh, is this floating? Not only was Cao Kun not afraid, but a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. He slightly turned his body and easily avoided the little ghost's attack, which seemed fierce but was actually a little immature. Immediately afterwards, wailing sounds were heard in the living room. Meow, ow, ow, ow. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Save the cat, save the cat. The little ghost finally couldn't stand this continuous tears and snot flew, and he begged for mercy repeatedly. Boss, I was really wrong. I will never dare to act pretentiously in front of you again. Please be merciful and spare me this time. There was a hint of trembling in its voice, but it also revealed a hint of sincere repentance. Cao Kun, what are you doing? Lan Yuyu heard the noise and quickly ran over, holding the little ghost in her arms, feeling distressed, so fierce. Seeing Lan Yuyu coming, the little ghost quickly broke free from Cao Kun's hand and dived into Lan Yuyu's arms. If you don't beat him for 3 days, the roof will fall off. Cao Kun glared at the little ghost with a warning look and spoke in Miao language. Tell me, how many kittens do you keep outside? You'd better tell the truth, otherwise, hee. You don't want to be a eunuch, do you? Chapter 94 Cats Fighting. As night falls, the cold wind blows like a blade, silently cutting through every inch of the air and bringing a biting chill, as if even time is frozen in this cold. In this lonely night, the little ghost sat alone on a broken old log, his figure elongated by the dim moonlight, looking particularly lonely. At this moment, the sound of several quick and subtle footsteps broke the silence. Several wild cats of various shapes gathered quietly. Some of them have shiny fur, some have cunning eyes, and each of them carries a meager amount of food they found in the night. "Boss, what's going on?" Being ostracized by those two-legged beasts again. Black Cat Sheriff, with his usual calmness, was the first to speak. "Come, eat something to warm yourself up." Hello Kitty gently handed the food forward, a glint of encouragement in her eyes. "Brother Gwei, we are going to accomplish great things. How can we let the foolish behavior of these mortals hold us back?" Tom Cat uses his unique humorous tone to try to ease the heavy atmosphere. "Boss, our revolution is not complete yet. You can't fall down." Doraemon's voice is clear and pleasant, but it also reveals an unquestionable firmness. Big Face Cat, Garfield Cat and others also gathered around. In front of this group of loyal companions, the little ghost's silence seemed to be a silent resistance, and also a profound reflection of the helplessness of reality. These talking kittens are the most loyal warriors under the little ghost, the most trusted ones among the trusted ones. Their names are all given by the little ghost because of his extensive reading and broad wisdom. Once upon a time, everyone thought that the little devil would always stand at the top of the cats, leading them to overcome all obstacles, vowing to unify the cat world and create an unprecedented glorious era. However, fate often takes unexpected turns. After experiencing cruel interrogation and torture at the hands of Cao Kun, the little ghost suddenly understood. He is also a flesh and blood person, not a god who transcends the earthly world. His blind worship of power and endless ambition were shattered by reality at this moment, revealing the fragility and helplessness of mortal beings. Brother Gwei has suffered a setback this time. I'm afraid it will take some time for him to recover his former glory. The cats pondered in their hearts. But the cat world cannot be without a leader for a day. Without a leader, how can the world be at peace? A feeling of worry quietly spread among the cats. At this moment, a burly cat with a determined look stood up. It is the brave general known as One Ear. It looked around and spoke in a steady and powerful voice. "My fellow countrymen, since Brother Gwei is temporarily unable to take charge, I am willing to step forward and take on this important task. I, Year, swear hereby that I will lead you all and overcome all obstacles, not only to restore our former glory, but also to spread our footprints to every corner of this planet and achieve true rule and prosperity." As soon as these words were spoken, the cats were excited, as if they saw a new light of hope. It seems that under the leadership of Year, they are about to write a new chapter for the cat family. In the soft and slightly mottled sunlight, a flawless white Hello Kitty with a delicate bow tied on her left ear frowned slightly, with confusion and slight annoyance flashing in her eyes. "One Ear, Brother Gwei is in trouble. You are so eager to replace him. Isn't this a bit too hasty?" Her voice was gentle yet firm, like a spring breeze, gently caressing the hearts of the cats. At the side, an American short-hair blue cat with bright fur and sharp eyes had a disdainful arc at the corner of its mouth, as if mocking this inappropriate ambition. "Humph, a mere ear dreams of ascending the supreme throne. Let me ask you, what virtue and ability do you have to deserve this honor?" Ding Dang Cat is absolutely right. A gray-backed British shorthair jumped up at the sound, waved its arms, and there was unquestionable power in its voice. "I, Tom Cat, will be the first to stand up and express my dissatisfaction. How can the position of leader be coveted casually?" Big-faced Cat followed closely behind, and the third one expressed his objection. A round-faced, chubby cat called out in a naive manner, but its eyes flashed with a determination that should not be underestimated. "And I, Luo Xiaohei, also express strong dissatisfaction with this." A black cat with a sturdy build and unique fur color joined in the condemnation. Although its voice was low, every word was sonorous and powerful. "I can't just sit back and watch." Finally, a seemingly ordinary but actually extremely smart three-legged cat also stood up. "Wonderful, wonderful." There was a hint of anger in Year's voice, and his beard trembled slightly due to the fluctuations of emotions, as if every strand was telling of his unquestionable majesty. "Are you all dissenters?" His eyes were as sharp as torches as he scanned each cat, a look that contained both confusion and challenge. "In that case, why not have a showdown and have a good one-on-one duel?" As he spoke, an irresistible aura of arrogance emerged, causing the air around him to freeze. One Ear may not be the unanimous leader in the tribe. But in terms of martial arts, he is undoubtedly the best, second only to the legendary imp, and his reputation is enough to terrify cats. Just when the atmosphere was tense, a cat stepped forward and broke the silence. It was Doraemon, with an unyielding light in her eyes. As the old saying goes, he said in a firm voice, each word ringing loudly, whatever a cat does, it's the cat's responsibility. I, Jingle Cat, will take sole responsibility for what I, Jingle Cat, do. After saying this, he held his head high and chest out, and his determination and sense of responsibility instantly made him the focus of everyone's attention. The eyes of all the cats converged here at the same time, and a sense of respect arose in their hearts involuntarily. Doraemon, who may be an inconspicuous existence in ordinary days, showed extraordinary courage and responsibility at this moment, which moved every cat present and made them sigh at her charming and heroic demeanor. One year, a loud challenge broke the silence, and the air was filled with a fighting spirit that should not be underestimated. HMPH, Jingle Cat is here, I vow to challenge you and test your true colors as a sheriff. After saying that, it flashed and attacked like a cheetah, rushing towards Black Cat Sheriff with unstoppable speed. In an instant, two agile figures intertwined together, and a unique cat showdown quietly took place. All around, Hello Kitty, Tom Cat, Big Face Cat, Luo Xiaohei and other cats were either squatting or standing, with bright eyes, as if they had become the loyal audience and cheerleaders of this unexpected competition. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, and from time to time they meowed in encouragement to cheer for Doraemon, making the competition even more lively and interesting. This scene was seen by a resident who happened to pass by, and he was filled with shock. Incredible, he sighed inwardly. Two cats are fighting bravely, and there are more cats around to support them. This scene is really rare. Chapter 95 Evil Buddha. The next morning, Abbot Shi Huichin walked into Cao Kun's manor, which was like a paradise, in the dim light of morning light. Deep in the manor, the reception room is sparkling, with golden splendor interwoven into an amazing picture, and every inch of space exudes aristocratic elegance and extraordinariness. Inside, famous paintings and antiques complement each other, and each ornament seems to whisper history. The elegant flowers in the vase add a bit of vitality and elegance, making people feel as if they have stepped into a carefully crafted dream, which is too much to take in. Master Huichin, what do you think of this little building? Cao Kun turned around, smiling warmly, his words revealing the pride and humility of a host. Shi Huichin nodded slightly and followed Cao Kun closely, his eyes full of respect and gratitude, his voice calm and deep. The splendor and magnificence of Donor Cao's residence is truly a sight rarely seen in this world. I am here to express my gratitude to Mr. Cao for saving my life. I have brought with me a rare treasure. I would like to use this as a token of my gratitude. Don't be impatient, baby. Cao Kun opened his red lips slightly, and there was an unquestionable tenderness in his tone. Then he raised his hand lightly, and Wu Changkong slid to the two of them silently like a ghost, with his signature warm smile on his face, and asked. Master Huichin, what is your favorite tea fragrance? Is it the elegant taste of Longjing, the mellowness of Pu'er, or the freshness of Bilawachan? Upon hearing this, Shi Huichin curled up a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a kind of detached tranquility, and he responded casually. Tea is about drinking according to your circumstances. For me, Longjing, Pu'er, and Bilawachan all embody the essence of Zen, there is no difference. When Wu Changkong heard this, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Then there was a hint of piety in that smirk. He gave the order softly, and every word seemed to contain respect and understanding for this indifferent heart. So, I will follow the master's wishes and carefully prepare it, so that the fragrance of this tea will also be imbued with a touch of Zen. Time passed quietly and it was time for lunch. Inside the hall, a long table meticulously carved from precious golden Nanmu wood appears even more quaint and elegant under the soft light. It is covered with a delicate silk tablecloth, like a white cloud gently supporting the feast of taste that is about to unfold. There is a dazzling array of delicacies on the table, and each dish is an ultimate temptation to the taste buds. They not only gather the essence of mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, but are also the crystallization of the ingenuity of skillful chefs. The color is attractive and the aroma is overflowing, as if every bite is a direct interpretation of five-star luxury enjoyment, making people yearn for it before even picking up their chopsticks. In order to entertain the distinguished guest of this banquet, Master Shi Huichin, Cao Kun specially opened the fine wine that had been sealed for many years. A bottle of motai, with its mellowness and fragrance accumulated over the years, slowly flows out at this moment, adding a touch of extraordinary and solemnity to the gathering. Donor Cao, this may violate the rules. Master Shi Huichin clasped his hands together, his eyes full of compassion, and softly expressed his concerns. As a Buddhist, alcohol and meat are taboos in practice. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun smiled broadly, with wisdom glittering in his eyes. Master, your words make sense. However, as the ancients said, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. If the mind is pure, everything can become a spiritual practice. This wine is a tribute to your noble character. I hope you will not refuse it. As the aroma of wine gradually spread, the atmosphere at the banquet became more harmonious. After a few rounds of drinking, everyone was a little tipsy but still sober, and it was a good time to talk about business. Donor Cao, why don't we take a look at that legendary treasure first? Master Shi Huichin suggested, revealing a hint of anticipation and curiosity in his words. As he spoke, Shi Huichin took out a Buddha statue. With the infusion of Shi Huichin's inner strength, the Buddha statue suddenly grew larger. There is a smiling Maitreya Buddha sitting on a lotus throne, with his chest exposed, showing his open-mindedness and detachment. He was dressed in a robe of flowing light, the color of which was so warm that it seemed to absorb the sorrows and joys of all things in the world. In his hand, he held a rosary, each bead was round and smooth, swaying gently with his light breathing, making a subtle and peaceful sound. This Buddha statue has a fat belly and big ears, a compassionate face, and an eternal smile at the corners of its mouth, as if it can see into the deepest secrets of the human heart and give endless comfort and hope. The carving is exquisite, and every line contains the craftsman's painstaking efforts and piety, making this Buddha statue not only similar in appearance, but also similar in spirit, as if the real Buddha has descended, with a divine aura. It is indeed a rare Buddhist treasure. However, behind this seemingly kind and amiable Maitreya Buddha, there lies an unknown secret. This Buddha statue. Cao Kun's eyes suddenly turned cold, and golden light flowed deep in his pupils. As a faint beam of light penetrated the dust and shone into the dark corner behind the Buddha statue, a completely different Buddha statue slowly revealed its true appearance. This Buddha statue is neither made of gold nor jade, but is carved from hard rock. After years of baptism, it looks more vicissitudes and ancient. He was dressed in a tattered dark red robe, the color was mottled, as if carrying countless storms and stories. His black face, fangs, and bloody teeth made him look even more ferocious and terrifying in the dim light. The pale hair was like unmelted snow in winter, scattered in a mess, and each strand seemed to be telling of endless sorrow and anger. His face was dry and cracked, like the cracks in a dry land, revealing an indescribable gloom and horror. The most frightening thing is the pair of huge holes in the eyes. They are empty and deep, as if they can swallow all light and hope. Evil Buddha. Cao Kun's voice was like ice cracking rock, carrying with it unquestionable majesty. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, coldly sweeping across the standing Buddha statue. Upon hearing this, Shi Huichin's eyes suddenly widened, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, including surprise and helplessness. He clasped his hands together and spoke slowly. The donor's insight is truly extraordinary. It is this evil Buddha statue, like a ghostly fire in the dark night, that has brought endless disasters and plunged our Chan Ding temple into an irretrievable state. As they spoke, the air seemed to be filled with heaviness and sadness. At this time, the 9 revolutions divine jade in Jingushuan broke through the air and came in front of the two. Before the two could react, a powerful force came out from it. In the blink of an eye, the Buddha statue disappeared. At this time, a familiar voice came to Cao Kun's ears. "Boy, come in." Chapter 96 Essence and Blood. Cao Kun's body suddenly stopped, and the whisper of the old man from Shenshen echoed in his ears. His eyes instantly became firm and deep. Without the slightest hesitation, he bent his legs and sat down as steadily as the roots of an ancient pine tree. In an instant, his spiritual consciousness entered the secret realm of the 9 revolutions divine jade. Cao Kun looked around and saw only flowing light and numerous illusions. "Old man, isn't it true that only pure spiritual consciousness can enter the space of the 9 revolutions divine jade?" Cao Kun's voice echoed in the empty space, carrying a hint of confusion and curiosity. His words reflected both his exploration of the unknown and his admiration for the mysterious abilities of the old man from Shenshen. "Haha, kid, everything in the world has its destiny and its variables. Look at that Buddha statue. Although it's a physical object, it contains an extraordinary spiritual charm and possesses a power that transcends the mundane. It can follow my thoughts and travel through this divine jade space. What's so strange about that? The laughter of the old man from Shenshin rang in Cao Kun's heart, with a bit of pride and mystery, as if everything was under his control. As the old man from Shenshin finished speaking, Cao Kun's gaze involuntarily fell on the evil Buddha. This Buddha statue has a ferocious face and eyes tightly closed, yet it seems to be able to see into people's hearts. It is surrounded by wisps of black air, which is incompatible with the purity of this divine jade space, yet it coexists inexplicably harmoniously with it. Mahoraka, the ancient guardian of jade, was standing before the Buddha statue with an expression more solemn than ever before. There was a complex light flashing in his deep eyes, as if he saw the distant past and the unknown future through the Buddha statue. His lips moved slightly, and his whisper echoed in the space like a spell. It's their aura has that ancient and evil power reappeared in the world. As Mahoraka spoke, the entire divine jade space seemed to tremble, and a suppressed and tense atmosphere filled the air. Cao Kun could feel that an unprecedented crisis was quietly approaching. Cao Kun frowned, his eyes full of confusion and doubt, and he asked in a deep voice. "Old man, why did you call me here in such a hurry? Could it be?" When the old man from Shenshin heard this, a look of embarrassment flashed across his face, which was full of traces of time. He scratched his head in a panic, as if he was a child at a loss, and smiled awkwardly. "Oh, look at my memory. In a moment of haste, I forgot the important matter." After saying this, his eyes fixed and became extremely serious. "Boy, quickly head to the courtyard and use your inner energy to force out a drop of the purest blood essence in your body. Drop it onto that 9 revolutions divine jade. This matter is of great importance, and you are the only one who can handle it." Upon hearing this, Cao Kun became even more suspicious. He frowned slightly and asked in confusion. "My blood. What's so special about it that requires all this trouble?" Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew up, and even the air seemed to freeze. Immediately afterwards, a deep and majestic voice boomed from behind everyone, shaking everyone's heart like thunder. "The breath of an evil witch." Cao Kun turned around suddenly and saw a middle-aged man with a strong build and wearing fancy shorts who had appeared in the 9 revolutions divine jade at some point. His deep eyes sparkled with a strange light, as if they could see into people's hearts. Cao Kun recognized the familiar figure at a glance and exclaimed in surprise. "Black Emperor. Are you the Black Emperor?" He Huang raised a meaningful smile and slowly walked in front of Cao Kun. "You have quite a keen eye, boy. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Go outside and get some blood." Upon hearing this, Cao Kun's heart trembled. Without the slightest hesitation, his spiritual consciousness was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, suddenly pulling out from the vast, boundless, and bizarre divine jade space. The moment he opened his eyes again, Cao Kun's gaze met Shi Huichen's eyes, which were full of worry and concern. Those eyes seemed to contain endless compassion and confusion, and were fixed on him tightly, afraid of missing any slight change in him. "Master Cao, are you okay?" Shi Huichen's voice was soft and anxious. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, then slowly loosened, revealing his inner tension and anxiety. Cao Kun smiled lightly, with a bit of carefreeness and uninhibitedness in his smile. He waved his hand, his voice soft but firm. It's okay, just a little fluctuation." After saying this, he looked directly at Shi Huichen with a sharp gaze. His calmness made people involuntarily convinced. However, the doubts in my heart did not dissipate, but became stronger. He changed the subject, his tone becoming more inquiring. "Where on earth did you, this evil Buddha, come from? The aura it exudes is ancient and strange. It is definitely not an ordinary thing." Upon hearing this, Shi Huichen's expression changed slightly. He clasped his hands together again, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then slowly opened them, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "Donor, this Buddha statue is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in my chanting temple. It is said to be able to suppress all evil spirits in the world and protect the area of peace. As for its exact origin, the ancient books in the temple don't clearly record it. Few words mention it, as if it came from ancient times, carrying the most primitive power between heaven and earth." After hearing this, Cao Kun frowned slightly and thought to himself. He knew very well that this Buddha statue was extraordinary and that there might be shocking secrets and crises hidden behind it. But at this moment, he was not in a hurry to ask, but took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body began to flow slowly like a rushing river, and a faint light emanated from his body. Not long after, a drop of essence and blood was forced out of Cao Kun's body. The blood beads flickered with a strange and alluring light under the dim candlelight, as if containing endless vitality and mystery. Following a low and powerful spell, Cao Kun formed seals with his hands, and as his 10 fingers flew, spiritual power surged out like a tide, tightly wrapping the drop of essence and blood. As the incantation in his mouth accelerated, the essence and blood seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, slowly rising and hovering in midair. Finally, with incredible precision, it passed through the resistance of the air and dripped accurately onto the 9 revolutions divine jade below, which was emitting a warm and lustrous luster. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The moment the 9 revolutions divine jade came into contact with the essence and blood, layers of delicate ripples appeared on its surface, like an ancient lake being gently blown by the breeze. That drop of blood seemed to be swallowed by the divine jade. Without any struggle, it disappeared without a trace in an instant, leaving only a faint blood-colored afterimage that slowly dissipated on the jade surface. A smile of relief and satisfaction appeared on Cao Kun's face. That smile contained both affirmation of past efforts and expectations for the unknown future. He turned slowly and his eyes fell on Shi Huichin, who was watching quietly on the side. "Master Shi Huichin, please wait a moment." Cao Kun's voice was low and firm, revealing an unquestionable power. Chapter 97 Evil Spirit. As soon as he entered the 9 revolutions divine jade, Cao Kun saw the Black Emperor controlling his essence and blood to fly towards the Buddha statue. Cao Kun's blood seemed to contain the chaotic power of the beginning of the world. It suddenly split into 2 and turned into 2 dazzling rays of light. A golden dragon soared into the sky, its scales gleaming a dazzling golden color in the sunlight. Each scale seemed to contain the weight of a mountain. The dragon's roar was deafening, piercing the clouds and splitting the rocks. The other is a phoenix reborn from the fire, with its wings spread out, its flaming feathers brilliant, its tail feathers gently swaying, flames dancing like silk ribbons, its fiery breath distorting the surrounding air, and its clear cry soaring into the sky. The golden dragon and the phoenix, one majestic and noble, the other noble and elegant, at this moment both circled and danced around the hideous and terrifying evil Buddha statue. Every time they circled, they seemed to be weaving an invisible net, forcing out the coldness and evil within the evil Buddha statue bit by bit. As their momentum grew, the stone skin on the surface of the evil Buddha statue began to peel off, revealing the twisted and hideous lines inside, as if countless resentful souls were struggling within. Suddenly, the Buddha statue's eyes opened wide, emitting 2 rays of dark green light. Then, a 2-headed, 6-armed evil spirit slowly walked out of the Buddha statue. Its appearance was so terrifying that it was enough to terrify all living things in the world. Each of its heads was laughing ferociously, and its 6 arms each held a different magical weapon, be it a knife, a sword, a whip or a rope, emitting a terrifying evil power. Seeing the evil spirit appear, the golden dragon and phoenix suddenly intensified their offensive. They seemed to have transformed into the purest justice and light in the world. The golden dragon pounced on the evil spirit with the force of thunder. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening dragon roar and flying sparks. The phoenix hovered high in the sky, continuously spitting out scorching flames, enveloping the evil in a sea of fire. The flames licked every inch of space, vowing to burn the evil completely. For a moment, the entire space was filled with golden light and flames. The roars of the golden dragon and phoenix and the evil roars intertwined together, forming a thrilling contest. A playful smile appeared on the corner of He Huang's mouth. His gaze penetrated the darkness and fell on the thrilling battle not far away. He whispered to the young man beside him. "You kid, you are really a blessed person." Cao Kun was also confused by what He Huang said. Before he finished speaking, a tense and excited atmosphere filled the air, as if even the wind was trembling. Where a few people were sitting, the volume of conversation unconsciously became lower, and everyone's attention was deeply attracted by the movement in front. The evil spirit with 2 heads and 6 arms was originally acting recklessly with a ferocious appearance, but under the joint attack of the dragon and the phoenix, it gradually showed signs of fatigue. Its 2 heads sometimes roared and sometimes wailed, and its 6 arms brandished all kinds of strange weapons, but it could no longer resist the pure power from ancient times. Every confrontation is accompanied by the collision of energy and the distortion of space, which makes people feel terrified. Just when the tense situation was about to reach its peak, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the originally calm sky, as if a portal to another world was forcibly opened. From the crack, an ancient and powerful aura surged out. Immediately afterwards, strange rays of light poured out from the cracks, enveloping the entire battlefield in brilliance. What is this?" Cao Kun exclaimed. A hint of solemnity flashed across He Huang's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. It seems that the real show has just begun. As the light continued to spread, the body of the evil spirit with 2 heads and 6 arms began to tremble. At the moment when the crack in the sky healed, the evil creature with 2 heads and 6 arms made a jaw-dropping move. With a twisted and resolute posture, it slowly brought the hideous extra head closer to its bloody mouth, as if performing an ancient and cruel ritual. Cao Kun's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was so horrified that he blurted out involuntarily, "Is this even possible?" There was disbelief and a hint of trembling in his voice, and the air around him seemed to tremble slightly because of these words. As the creepy chewing sound of the evil spirit rang out, it seemed as if this was the only sound left in the world, echoing in everyone's heart. At that moment, time seemed to be infinitely stretched, and every second was filled with depression and fear. The evil eyes flashed with madness and greed during the devouring process, as if absorbing some ancient and powerful power. At the moment the head completely disappeared, an unprecedented evil energy surged out of the evil spirit's body like a volcanic eruption, instantly dyeing the surrounding air inky black. This evil spirit is mixed with resentment, hatred and endless violence, as if it can devour all light and hope. Driven by this force, the evil figure began to swell rapidly, its muscles became knotted, and veins bulged under its skin, as if every inch of it was undergoing a painful transformation and rebirth. The surrounding environment changed drastically, and the already eerie and terrifying scene was now like a reappearance of hell. A strong wind suddenly arose, sweeping up dust and dead branches and leaves all over the sky, forming black tornadoes that spun wildly around the evil spirit. Cao Kun had to struggle to resist this sudden attack. Driven by this force, the evil spirit is no longer the 2-headed, 6-armed monster it used to be. It seems to have evolved into a more terrifying and domineering existence. Its gaze swept over everyone, full of contempt and murderous intent, as if it was going to devour everyone in the next second. The Black Emperor's gaze was deep and sharp, like 2 black lightning bolts fixed on the twisting and wriggling evil spirit that exuded an ominous aura. "It's your turn." The Black Emperor looked at Mahoraka and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Mahoraka nodded slightly, his eyes flashing with unquestionable firmness and determination. He slowly raised the ancient and mysterious flute in his hand. As Mahoraka's lips lightly touched the flute holes, a melodious and strange flute sound suddenly rang out. It is not like the sound of the mortal world, but more like a call from the depths of the underworld, penetrating the shackles of time and space, and striking the deepest fear and despair in people's hearts. The sound of the flute was like a mountain spring at first, clear and pure, but in an instant it turned into a violent storm, accompanied by thunder and lightning, sweeping across the entire battlefield. The evil spirit, that originally arrogant and domineering existence, the moment it heard the sound of the flute, its face suddenly changed, its eyes widened, revealing incredible fear. Its body began to tremble violently, as if thousands of invisible hands were tearing at its soul, causing it to uncontrollably let out a heart-wrenching roar. This roar was both an expression of pain and a wail of despair, echoing in the empty night sky, making people shudder. Chapter 98 The Blood of Julie. Cao Kun stood on the edge of the melee, his ears filled with the heart-pounding roar of the evil spirit. The sound was like the gate of hell being slowly pushed open. He whispered involuntarily, with a hint of helplessness and provocation in his voice. "Why are you yelling so loudly?" He Huang, this powerful man who always had a cynical smile on his face, raised a sly smile at the corner of his mouth after hearing this. He looked at Cao Kun and said softly, "You kid." Although the conversation between the two was quiet, it was particularly clear in this tense atmosphere of confrontation. However, the core area of the battle was a completely different scene. The evil monster that exudes an ominous aura is in a desperate situation at the moment. Not only does it have to face the sound of Mahoraka's flute that pierces the clouds and splits the rocks and strikes the soul, but the sound of the flute is like an invisible blade, cutting its will and strength. He also had to withstand fierce attacks from a dragon and a phoenix at the same time. Every roar of that dragon carries the power to destroy the world. Every time the phoenix spread its wings, it caused a violent storm. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. Under this double attack, the evil spirit's figure gradually became blurred, and the once terrifying aura also quickly dissipated. Its roar was no longer as loud, but instead revealed a bit of despair and unwillingness. At this moment, the old man from Shenshin, who was watching the battle on the side, had a sharp gaze, closely watching every subtle change of the evil spirit. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful. "He's dying." After saying this, he turned his gaze to Mahoraka again, and a complex emotion flashed in his weathered eyes. "Okay, stop it." Upon hearing this, Mahoraka's flute trembled slightly, and the originally passionate flute sound came to an abrupt end, receding like the tide, leaving only tranquility. The dragon and the phoenix also slowly stopped their attacks. At this moment, Huang's deep eyes focused again and slowly turned to Cao Kun beside him. His eyes seemed to contain endless mysteries and expectations. "It's your turn, are you ready?" Huang's words were brief and powerful, and every word was like a ripple knocking on the lake of Cao Kun's heart, which shocked him. When Cao Kun heard this, a trace of surprise flashed across his brows. "Me? This?" he muttered to himself, countless questions welling up in his mind, but he also felt an inexplicable calling that he couldn't ignore. The Black Emperor nodded slightly, his gesture revealing unquestionable majesty and determination. "It's you. No need to say anything. Just step forward. Activate your immortal scripture. It's time to show its power." Cao Kun's eyes suddenly widened, with shock and disbelief flashing in them. How did you know?" His voice trembled slightly, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. But the Black Emperor did not reply. Cao Kun took a deep breath, suppressed the waves in his heart, took a step forward, and walked forward. As the Immortal Sutra slowly circulated in his body, an ancient and mysterious aura began to linger around him. The profound meaning of the Immortal Sutra in the body is like boiling magma, surging and flowing through every part of the body. Beneath his skin, fine black lines could be seen slowly emerging. These immortal divine patterns are like sleeping ancient dragons, suddenly awakened by an invisible force, flashing with dazzling and mysterious light. They are no longer simple patterns, but spiritual bodies that contain the will of endless life and eternity. They have broken free from the constraints of the flesh and leapt into the air. In an instant, the entire space was shaken by this sudden force. The air around seemed to solidify, and even the passage of time slowed down. The moment the immortal divine mark left Cao Kun's body, it was like thousands of golden swords cutting through the night sky. They intertwined and entangled in the air, and finally converged into a dazzling golden-red divine wheel. This divine wheel is several feet in diameter, with an edge as sharp as a blade and a center as deep as the sea. As it rotates, it releases a devastating aura, dispelling all shadows and filth around it. The evil figure, under the pressure of this divine power, let out a shrill wail. Its body began to twist violently, and black air swirled under its skin, but it was ultimately unable to withstand the pressure of the divine wheel. Its huge body was like weathered rock, gradually disintegrating in the rotation of the divine wheel. Every piece of debris turned into a dazzling spot of light and was ruthlessly sucked into the divine wheel, as if sin was being purified and darkness was being swallowed by light. Throughout the whole process, Cao Kun kept his eyes closed, but his brows revealed an extraordinary firmness and determination. He was surrounded by a faint golden red light, which echoed with the divine wheel in the air, forming a shocking picture. As the divine wheel slammed into the body, the entire space seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, the air vibrated violently, and emitted a sharp whistle. At this moment, Cao Kun's body became the center of the storm. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and the purple gold light in his pupils seemed to be able to see through all the vanity in the world. The immortal divine marks, those black lines that were once as deep as the night and spoke of the endless breath of death, underwent earth-shaking changes at this moment. Every line began to wriggle, like a living thing, releasing unprecedented vitality. Driven by this force, a faint golden light gradually seeped out from the blackness. Cao Kun felt as if there were thousands of troops galloping inside his body. The transformation of each divine pattern was accompanied by a surge of indescribable power. This power was so strong and violent that it seemed to tear his body apart and reassemble it. He clenched his teeth, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, but his eyes flashed with unprecedented determination and fanaticism. Suddenly, several dull and powerful noises came from inside his body, as if ancient mechanisms were activated one by one, or a sleeping giant beast was slowly waking up. These sounds echoed in his body, shaking his internal organs as if they were about to shift. But it is also the prelude to his transformation of power. Cao Kun could clearly feel that as these sounds rang out, his muscles were constantly expanding, and his bones were becoming tougher with a faint creaking sound. An unprecedented powerful force was gathering in his body, as if it would burst out at any time and raze all obstacles to the ground. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, and the air was filled with an extremely oppressive tension. The space around Cao Kun was distorted by the violent energy in his body. His existence seemed to be an anomaly in this world, attracting attention and making people afraid. Cao Kun finally completed his transformation and slowly stood up. "What is the rhythm of the blood of Julie?" The old man from Shenshin smiled and asked Cao Kun gently. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun's face was filled with an overwhelming surge of emotion, and his eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky. "Wonderful! Wonderful!" His tone was full of excitement and admiration. "So this Buddha statue is stained with the blood of Julie." Chapter 99 Emperor Yan. He Huang's eyes flashed with a strange light in the dimness, as if they could penetrate the dust of time and look directly at Cao Kun. The blood of the Julie people is more than just a synonym for blood. It is the relic of the war god Qiyu and the source of the strongest and fiercest power in the world. The Black Emperor's tone became increasingly passionate, and the air around him seemed to vibrate as he spoke. Imagine that earth-shattering decisive battle, where Qiyu single-handedly fought against the coalition forces. Every roar he made shook the heavens and the earth, and every blow he made was enough to tremble the mountains and rivers. However, facing the endless siege, he knew that he was powerless to turn the tide. So, in his final moments, he used all his might to force out these 18 drops of the purest and most powerful blood essence from his boiling battle blood. Carrying Qiyu's unfinished fighting spirit and unwillingness, they are scattered across the vast land of Daxia, waiting to be discovered by the right person. Having said that, He Huang's eyes suddenly became sharp, staring straight at Cao Kun, as if he could see through every corner of his heart. "And you, Cao Kun, unexpectedly, by chance, touched this power inherited from ancient times. This is not just the favor of luck, but also the choice of fate. The blood of Julie chose you, which means you will shoulder a certain mission." As He Huang spoke, Cao Kun felt his blood boiling in his chest. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed where the evil spirit disappeared. Then, an ancient and yellowed map slowly emerged from nothingness, like a treasure forgotten by time, lying quietly on the dust. Cao Kun's eyes opened wide, with disbelief flashing in his pupils. He flashed and moved as fast as a cheetah hunting. Almost at the same moment the map appeared, he grasped it firmly in his palm. The movement was so fast that even the wind seemed unable to catch his figure, leaving only a residual shadow echoing in the place. He lowered his head, his eyes sharp as torches, staring intently at the map that suddenly appeared, not missing a single detail. However, the lines on the map are intricate and the ancient characters are obscure and difficult to understand, making it as dazzling as a maze. Cao Kun frowned, his fingers unconsciously stroking the uneven lines, and an unprecedented confusion and anxiety surged in his heart. At this moment, the Black Emperor, a knowledgeable and powerful man, just glanced at the map with contempt, as if he had seen through the secret. Its voice was deep and powerful, carrying unquestionable authority. "Emperor Yan." As soon as these two words came out, they seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, instantly pressing on the hearts of everyone present. He Huang's eyes became deep, as if he had penetrated the barriers of time and space and saw the distant past. It spoke slowly, its tone filled with awe for history and desire for the unknown. "This is not just a map, it points the way to the Yan Emperor's ruins." As He Huang finished speaking, the atmosphere around him became more tense and intense. At this moment, Cao Kun's voice suddenly sounded in the quiet air, like lightning that cuts through the sky in the dark night, and every word fell heavily on everyone's heart. "He Huang, do you know about the Shenong Ding?" His eyes were deep and sharp, as if he could see into the deepest secrets of people's hearts, and the atmosphere around him froze in an instant. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally silent space seemed to be thrown into by a huge rock, causing layers of ripples. The expressions of everyone present suddenly changed, their eyes widened, and their pupils flashed with disbelief and extreme desire. What? Shenong Ding. That legendary divine weapon, the supreme treasure that can refine elixirs and bring the dead back to life. Their voices trembled slightly with excitement, and their eyes met each other, filled with complex and indescribable emotions. Cao Kun nodded slowly, his calmness revealing unquestionable determination. Yes, it is the Shenong Ding that can reverse life and death and benefit all living beings. His words stirred up a storm in everyone's heart. Then, in a low and powerful voice, he told the ancient and mysterious story of the blind bear. However, Cao Kun changed the subject. From the time I received the news until now, my subordinates have been trying to find out the news about the tribe. But there's no trace of it so far. Listening to Cao Kun's words, Haewang smiled. Boy, you still need to practice. Let's go to Shenongjia in a few days, and I'll show you what a truly strong person is. Out of the divine jade space, Cao Kun took a deep breath and glanced around sharply, only to see the night sky as dark as ink and dotted with stars. Shihuichin still stands quietly in the same place, like an ancient Buddha statue, whose tenacity remains unchanged after years of passage. A warm feeling surged in Cao Kun's heart. He walked forward quickly, his smile filled with apology and gratitude. Donor Huichin, I'm truly flattered that you're still waiting here. Shihuichin turned around slowly, a faint smile and relief revealed in his eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He gently clasped his hands together, and his voice was gentle but firm. The benefactor has great blessings and will eventually break through. Naturally, I want to witness this moment with my own eyes before I can feel at ease. After saying this, he lowered his eyes slightly, as if praying silently. The night around them seemed to become even quieter because of the conversation between the two people, and only the occasional cry of night birds in the distance broke the tranquility. At this time, Shihuichin could feel that Cao Kun had an extra surge of otherworldly power, as if he could burst out with astonishing power at any time. The sky is indeed dark, the moon is hanging in the middle of the sky, and its silver light fills the earth. I won't bother you anymore, so I'll take my leave now. After Shihuichin finished speaking, he turned around gently and wanted to walk away on the breeze, but Cao Kun's figure blocked his way in a gentle and elegant manner. Master Huichin, you are traveling alone now. Why don't you consider becoming a member of my Cao family and work together for the future? There was a hint of sincerity and invitation in Cao Kun's voice. Upon hearing this, Shihuichin smiled slightly, with a hint of detachment and indifference hidden in that smile. He shook his head gently and said, I appreciate your generosity, Benefactor Cao. However, I am wanted by the Dragon Slayers, which is like an invisible yoke. If I join the Cao family, I'm afraid it will not bring me any blessing, but rather become a burden. In the midst of this world's chaos, I've grown accustomed to walking alone. With a pot of tea and a scroll of scriptures, I travel the world, free and easy. The true meaning of this is far superior to the countless flourishing things of the world. When Cao Kun heard this, a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes, and then he bowed. Master, you are a man of high character and integrity, and I admire you. Since that's the case, I won't force you. I just wish you the best in the future. If we're lucky, we can continue our conversation today. After saying this, the two smiled at each other. Shihuichin flicked his sleeves lightly, turned around again, and walked away with light steps, leaving only an extraordinary and otherworldly figure behind. Chapter 100 Chess Game. 3 days later, in the luxurious suite on the top floor of this dazzling 5-star hotel, a group of blonde-haired and blue-eyed Western elites gathered together. Their smiles were very eye-catching under the crystal chandelier. At this time, the room was filled with a faint aroma of red wine. Cheers to our impending victory. One of them raised his glass high, and his voice was filled with the heroism and excitement of impending victory, as if he had already foreseen the glory of the future. A middle-aged man with a straight nose and deep eyes, his head is slightly bald, but his wise temperament cannot be concealed. At this moment, he was half leaning on the sofa, his face flushed and unruly due to the alcohol. HMPH, the so-called Great Sha Go Master is nothing more than a speck of dust in the long river of history in front of our meticulously crafted AlphaGo, easily submerged by the tide of the times. There was a sense of arrogance and confidence in his tone. Mr. Neg is absolutely right. At the side, a curly-haired man in a custom-made polo shirt laughed heartily upon hearing this, and the wine glasses in his hands clinked lightly, making a crisp and pleasant sound. Once this competition is concluded, AlphaGo will conquer the global chess world with its unrivaled strength and become the focus of media coverage worldwide. By then, all doubts and challenges will vanish into thin air. By then, we'll have money and girls. In the dazzling sports center of Hangxing City, a feast of wisdom that transcends the boundaries between man and machine is about to begin. The ultimate showdown between chess master Zhang Qingfeng and the pinnacle product of artificial intelligence, AlphaGo, is awaiting the attention of the world. Inside the stadium, the air was filled with a solemn and expectant atmosphere. Zhang Qingfeng, the chess master who carries countless chess legends, and AlphaGo, which represents the pinnacle of future intelligent technology, sit opposite each other in a carefully decorated interior space. A war without the smoke of gunpowder unfolds in the space between black and white. All of this was captured without any blind spots by the huge screen and transmitted to thousands of spectators outside the venue in real time. Outside the venue, the atmosphere was bustling with noise and enthusiasm. When Cao Kun and his group entered the venue, Lan Yue's eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement. She looked around and saw a huge crowd of people, with every seat occupied. Oh my god, it's just a Go game, but it can bring together so many people. Lan Yue exclaimed softly. Cao Kun turned around lightly, looked back with a meaningful smile, and said to Lan Yue. Yue, you don't understand this. This game is not just any ordinary Go match. It has the attention of all sectors of society. Even the largest capital groups are paying close attention. Every move that falls is a sign of a changing situation. Just imagine, if AlphaGo could truly defeat Grandmaster Zhang Qingfeng in this match, it would mark the complete transcendence of human intelligence by artificial intelligence in the field of Go. This would have far-reaching significance, heralding the beginning of a new era of limitless possibilities. And the most crucial one is Ace Amu Company. If they win this battle, they will surely become the focus of capital pursuit, and massive investments will pour in like a tide, helping them ride the wave of science and technology and reach the vast ocean. Upon hearing this, Lan Yue frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about something, and a complex light flashed in her eyes. What if artificial intelligence developed self-awareness? Cao Kun sighed softly and patted Lan Yue's shoulder gently. Just slap him to death. As the pace deepened, the atmosphere in the venue became more and more intense. Look, that's the chess master Zhang Qingfeng. Cao Kun lowered his voice, raised his finger slightly, and guided everyone's attention to focus on the huge display screen. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man over 70 years old sitting quietly in the center of the picture. His silver hair was like frost, his long beard was flowing, and he was wearing a plain white shirt, which set off his extraordinary temperament. The eyes behind the glasses sparkled with wisdom, and there was a gentle and profound smile on the corners of his mouth, as if he could see through the changes behind the chess game. He is Zhang Qingfeng, who makes friends through chess, dominates the chess world for decades, and is known as the chess saint. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the chessboard, emitting an indescribable tranquility and calmness. The person playing chess with him was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, with a slightly bald head. This man was the shameless Nej in the hotel. A silent war was quietly unfolding between the two of them, attracting the attention and minds of everyone in the field. Lan Yu couldn't help but wonder when she saw Nej. Is he the alpha dog? Seeing this, Lu Yuner curled up the corner of her mouth into a smile and rolled her eyes at her. Yuer, what are you thinking about? AlphaGo is a cutting-edge intelligent algorithm. Its body is hidden in a massive server cluster, the size of half a football field. I guess he's the programmer who remotely controls AlphaGo to play against Mr. Zhang. Lan Yu suddenly understood what was going on when she heard this. An awkward yet cute smile appeared on her face as she spoke softly. I see. The two smiled at each other, and followed Cao Kun hand in hand into the spacious and bright chess room. The atmosphere in the room was tense and heated. There were many spectators, but it was unusually quiet. Only the sound of light breathing and the sound of camera shutters in the distance intertwined into a melody. The central area was open, like a battlefield. On one end were the elites of the great Shah chess world, calm and reserved, ready to strike. On the other end is the technical team from Ace Ame. They were surrounded by dozens of camera equipment, with lenses like a forest, accurately aimed at the two people who were about to engage in a showdown, Zhang Qingfeng and Nej. Zhang Qingfeng sat upright on one side of the chessboard, his hair as white as snow and his silver beard fluttering, like a hermit from ancient times. Holding the black pieces in his hands, he moved forward leisurely, and each step revealed the depth and composure accumulated over the years. Across from him, the bald neg held an iPad in his hand, the dim light from the screen illuminating his focused and confident face. He seemed like a messenger connected to future technology, and was engaging in a chess competition across time and space with Mr. Zhang according to the guidance of AlphaGo's supernatural wisdom in the distance. There were about a dozen people watching all around. All of them were top players from various fields and national chess masters. Their eyes sparkled with a desire to pursue the ultimate in chess skills, while the wealthy and powerful watched this feast of wisdom and strategy with either amusement or admiration. Master Zhang has made a brilliant move, and victory is certain. A whisper was heard quietly in the crowd, like a stone thrown into a quiet lake, causing ripples. Upon hearing this, the elites of the Daxia chess world couldn't help but show excitement and joy on their faces. They knew very well that the Daxia-style layout, displayed by Zhang Qingfeng, was the crystallization of the efforts and wisdom of countless predecessors, and its exquisiteness was enough to scare the opponents away. As time slowly passed, Zhang Qingfeng, with his seemingly casual but actually carefully planned chess style, skillfully demonstrated the essence of the Daxia-style layout, and successfully won the first game. Chapter 101: Terrifying Artificial Intelligence. Not long after, Zhang Qingfeng used his unique, Daxia-style layout, to easily win the first game. Suddenly, the chess room was filled with thunderous applause and endless sounds of praise. Wonderful! Mr. Zhang's chess skills are extraordinary, and he truly deserves the title of chess saint. Ginger, after all, is still spicy with age, it's amazing. Humph, that foreigner is no match for us. His defeat is certain. Everyone was either excited or admiring, and their words were full of respect and admiration for Zhang Qingfeng, as if even the air was filled with the joy of victory. However, amidst all the boiling praise, Cao Kun's face remained as calm as an ancient well, without a single ripple. He stood quietly aside, his eyes deep, as if he was watching chess, or as if he was seeing into people's hearts. Zhang Qingfeng smiled calmly, his smile showing both humility and confidence. He nodded slightly and expressed his polite gratitude to Wilson opposite him. Haha, Mr. Neg, thank you for letting me. His words reveal his great demeanor. As for Neg, he maintained his signature warm smile and behaved like a gentleman. But in the depths of those eyes, a barely perceptible hint of sarcasm and sneer flashed across his face, and he secretly criticized her in his heart. You are a bunch of blindly arrogant Daxia people. I will show you my true strength later. This undercurrent of emotion added a bit of unknown tension and anticipation to the game. In the Daxia Go world, Zhang Laoqi's deep understanding of Go seems to have touched the essence of Go, which is breathtaking. Mr. Zhang's understanding of Go is truly unparalleled. Such praises could be heard throughout the crowd, and every word contained sincere admiration. Computers are ultimately just cold machines. Even with their astonishing computing speed, they can hardly capture the subtle and profound spark of inspiration in the human heart. Some people sighed, and their words revealed their infinite yearning for the unique charm of the human brain. The chess world of Daxia is now shrouded in an excited mood. Pride are reflected on the faces of everyone in Daxia, like the golden light shining under the scorching sun. They firmly believe that Mr. Zhang will be able to achieve greater glory again with his profound understanding and love for Go. However, things in this world are unpredictable, and extreme joy often hides a sad melody. Just when everyone was full of expectations and thought that the balance of victory had tilted towards Mr. Zhang, a sudden change, like a dark cloud covering the sun, caused the boiling chess world to fall into silence in an instant. On that small chessboard, AlphaGo's chess skills were displayed to the fullest, and the speed at which it placed its pieces was as fast as lightning, which was breathtaking. Zhang Qingfeng, a veteran who has been through many battles, faces this invisible opponent. Every move he makes is like a heavy burden and requires careful consideration. And every time AlphaGo touches the chessboard, it is just a moment, with confidence and composure intertwined. Every move was precise and accurate, invisibly weaving a suffocating web of pressure that tightly wrapped around Zhang Qingfeng. In the audience, whispers flowed like trickles, converging into subtle waves. Someone sighed, "Why is Mr. Zhang so difficult this time?" Some optimists murmured to themselves, "Fast doesn't necessarily win, AlphaGo is so hasty." Perhaps this is the weakness. Once Master Zhang finds a way to break through, he will definitely be able to turn the tide. "We're going to lose," Cao Kun's voice quietly spread through the gaps in the crowd. The voice carried a hint of helplessness, but also implied awe of the unknown outcome. These 3 short words are like throwing a stone into a lake, causing ripples. The faces of those who knew Go were not very happy either. As people from Da Sha, they could see the situation that Mr. Zhang was in at the moment. As a Da Sha person, he definitely doesn't want Zhang Qingfeng to lose. After about half an hour of fierce confrontation, Zhang Qingfeng gradually felt overwhelmed by Alpha's fierce attack, and finally had to retreat regretfully, leaving a heavy sigh echoing in the air. Well, this sigh was not only Zhang Qingfeng's personal unwillingness, but also seemed to touch the hearts of everyone present. Even the tens of thousands of spectators watching from afar became emotionally gloomy, and an imperceptible atmosphere of loss permeated the venue. Don't lose heart. The score is tied now, 1-1. It's still unknown who will win. Lu Yan'er clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming with an unyielding light. Mr. Zhang, we believe you can win. Cao Kun had a serious expression on his face, his brows furrowed. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying a seriousness that could not be ignored. Everyone, have you noticed? In this second round, AlphaGo's moves were lightning fast compared to previous rounds. The speed of its changes was astonishing. There was a hint of worry in his words, as if he had seen the undercurrent surging behind the battle. When the people around heard Cao Kun's words, they were shocked and turned to look at him. Cao Kun continued, in the realm of computing, even if 10,000 human brains were running together, they would still be unable to match even 1/10 of the power of a computer. What makes AlphaGo so extraordinary is that it becomes stronger when it faces stronger opponents, and its chess skills continue to improve as the challenges escalate. After each game, even if he won, he would continue to calculate and practice to find the best method. Therefore, for human chess players who seek to play against such intelligence, only by constantly innovating and daring to break through can we find a glimmer of hope in this ocean of wisdom. Every layout must be an unprecedented and ingenious idea. Only a layout that he has never encountered before can have the possibility of winning. As soon as these words came out, the air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes flashing with shock and thought. At this moment, a gentle smile gently bloomed on the lips of a foreign lady. The laughter was soft and pleasant, like a wind chime passing by inadvertently in spring. Mr. Cao is right. Mr. Zhang's dream of defeating AlphaGo is indeed an unattainable one. Her words were gentle yet revealed an unquestionable firmness. At the end of each game, both sides have a 10-minute break. However, during this brief interval, AlphaGo will meticulously analyze the game at an astonishing speed, performing tens of thousands of deductions, each one seemingly challenging the limits of its intelligence. Then I'll complete millions of games against myself to completely master the game. Everyone was stunned. Millions of game trainings can be conducted in a short period of time. As a master of chess, Zhang Qingfeng's game was completed in the blink of an eye for AlphaGo. Is this the gap between artificial intelligence and humans? Someone couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 102 Pride and Prejudice. Before he finished speaking, the smoke of the third game had quietly dissipated. The result was as expected, and the feeling of powerlessness once again weighed on everyone's hearts. Zhang Qingfeng, a veteran in the chess world, could not escape the shadow of losing streak. Moreover, this defeat took more than 10 minutes less than the previous round, which is really regrettable. There is a sense of depression and anxiety in the air of the Daxia chess world. Everyone's hearts seemed to be locked by an invisible boulder, and every beat was accompanied by anxiety about the impending ending. If he loses another game, Mr. Zhang will not only lose this peak chess showdown. It also seems to foreshadow the frustration and retreat of human Go intelligence in a certain dimension. On the other hand, the foreigners and their supporters in the opposing camp all had smiles of contempt and complacency on their faces. Several programmers among them even mocked them openly. There was a scornful pointing between his fingers, and a playful curve at the corner of his mouth. Amidst the laughter and joy, there were provocations and disdain towards the chess players of Daxia. These scenes, like sharp blades, deeply hurt the hearts of every Da Sha chess player present. Anger burned fiercely in their chests, but was suppressed by the heavy reality and could not be vented freely. Mr. Zhang, someone in the crowd whispered, his voice full of respect and expectation, as if calling for the last hope. Please do your best. More voices converge into a river, carrying unwillingness and tenacity. Shut up. Cao Kun suddenly turned around, his eyes like torches, and shouted sternly. The sound was like ice cracking rock, penetrating the noise around him. Is Mr. Zhang the kind of person who gives up so easily? This move is not only useless, but also adds a heavy burden to the shoulders of our predecessors. There was unquestionable authority in his tone. If anyone shouts or yells again, the door is right there, just leave. After saying this, Cao Kun exuded an aura that could not be ignored. It was as steady as a mountain, yet as oppressive as the eve of a storm, instantly solidifying the air around him. Faced with this sudden momentum, those young chess players who were originally noisy and provocative suddenly became like eggplants hit by frost. They all stopped and dared not act rashly again. So domineering. The beauties watching from the sidelines secretly admired in their hearts, their eyes full of admiration and adoration. In the third game, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Zhang Qingfeng had no choice but to resign and admit defeat. The defeat was so complete that every move was cleverly blocked by the opponent. It felt like he was in a desperate situation with no chance of recovery. I, too, have my moments of defeat. Zhang Qingfeng stared at the intricate chess game, his eyes filled with disbelief. It seemed as if every move was silently mocking his arrogance. This is not just an intersection of black and white pieces, but also a major setback to his wisdom and beliefs. Lost. In the end, I still lost. He whispered again, a hint of reluctance in his voice. All around were chess players who were equally immersed in shock, their sighs rising one after another. Although everyone had a premonition, when the decisive score of 3-1 was clearly visible, no one could truly accept it. This is not just the end of a chess game, but also an earthquake-level change in the chess world of Daxia and even the world. Chess master Zhang Qingfeng, who has stood at the top countless times. The legendary figure who made friends through chess and won with wisdom was forced into a desperate situation by his opponent today. The defeat was so complete, leaving no room for maneuver. This scene deeply shocked everyone present, as if they had witnessed the miracle of stars falling and the sea flowing backwards. It's appalling. The exquisiteness of this chess game is simply beyond mortal control and beyond human reach. Another voice responded calmly, revealing a hint of helplessness and awe. The great Xia chess world, and even the global chess world, has been overshadowed by this dog's wisdom. His words were full of regret and shock. Everyone looked at Zhang Qingfeng, without a trace of blame in their eyes, only deep understanding and sympathy. Everyone knows that if any one of them were in their place, they would probably suffer an even more tragic defeat, and even the slightest resistance would seem so pale and powerless. Outside the stadium, tens of thousands of spectators lost control of their emotions, and their curses were mixed together. They found it difficult to accept this defeat that defied common sense, as if their faith collapsed in an instant. On the other side, inside the chess room, several foreign programmers, with proud faces, expressed their joy of victory without any restraint. They cheered loudly, high-fived each other, and mixed in cheers in English. Yeah, man, that was incredible. Good job, all around. As the final whistle of the game sounded, according to the long-standing elegant tradition, the two players should have joined hands and put aside their grudges with a smile to create a harmonious scene. However, at this moment that should have been full of respect and understanding, the atmosphere quietly changed. Zhang Qingfeng, the best chess player in Daxia, sighed softly. He slowly stood up, and stretched out his right hand naturally, with a bit of sincerity and grace, intending to cross the border and build a bridge of friendship with his opponent Neg. However, Neg seemed to be in another world. His attention was completely drawn to the lively discussion among his teammates next to him. The endless stream of words was like an invisible barrier, isolating Zhang Qingfeng's outstretched hand, along with the sincerity and respect behind it, outside the door. Neg's neglect is not just a visual blind spot, but also a spiritual indifference and arrogance. A silent provocation quietly permeates the air. This scene, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirred up ripples in the hearts of the spectators in the great Xia chess world. Anger and dissatisfaction surged like a tide, turning into direct or sharp accusations that echoed in the conference hall. Hey, foreign devil, international etiquette won't allow you to be so disrespectful. What a lack of education, it's really sad. Humph, he's just an arrogant foreigner. Even Cao Kun, who is usually calm, couldn't help but frown at this moment, with a complicated look in his eyes. He knew very well that Neg's action was not an unintentional mistake, but a deliberate one. That arrogance and rudeness, like a sharp blade, cuts through the respect and friendship that should exist between the chess players of the two countries. Call. Zhang Qingfeng's heart was filled with anger, and he seemed to hear the unwilling roar in his chest when he took a breath. However, under the spotlight, countless pairs of eyes are watching this silent battle through the screens, and across the country, millions of hearts are beating with the fluctuations of this small world. He suppressed his anger, forced a smile on his lips, walked firmly around to Neg's side, and once again extended his hand that symbolized friendship and reconciliation. Hey, Mike, are you looking forward to anything special at tonight's celebration party? Would you like to enjoy an authentic Western-style steak or a steaming hot pot feast? Nej seemed to be completely unaware of the subtlety of what had just happened. When he turned around, his back happened to pass by Zhang Qingfeng again. His smile was warm and mysterious, as if he was deliberately avoiding direct confrontation. Oh, well, it's up to you. Tonight, let victory be the best seasoning. It's my treat. Chapter 103 Challenge. Zhang Qingfeng, the chess master, had his beard trembling slightly and his eyes were burning with anger, as if he wanted to ignite the air around him. Throughout his life, he had mastered the art of chess and had never suffered such humiliation. The anger at this moment was like a sleeping lion being suddenly awakened. Everyone in the great Shah chess world was also filled with righteous indignation, their faces livid. However, those 20 pairs of cold lenses acted like invisible shackles, restricting their actions. No one dared to act rashly, just letting the indignation surge in their chests. These rude foreigners, are they blind? Where is the quality? This is simply a blasphemy against the way of chess. How dare you show such contempt for Mr. Zhang? It's simply unforgivable. In the audience, waves of anger surged, people stood up one after another, and the voices of condemnation came like a tide. Every word was filled with the defense of the dignity of the great Shah chess world and extreme dissatisfaction with that rude behavior. So what if I win? Without respect, victory is a hollow victory. This victory is unfair. This victory is like dust, not worth mentioning. Go back to your country. Such rude people are not welcome here. In his words, anger and disdain intertwined into an invisible net, tightly wrapping the provocateur. Amidst the boiling condemnation, every rebuke was like a sharp blade, pointing directly at the opponent's heart, declaring the inviolable dignity and glory of the great Shah chess world. But Neg still ignored it and left Mr. Zhang Qingfeng aside. A subtle awkwardness and waiting filled the air until a staff member nearby woke me up from this moment of distraction with a whisper. Oh, Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry. You were too short, so I didn't see you just now. Excuse me. Neg apologized with a smile, but there was a hint of mockery in his words. It's all my fault, please forgive me. After saying this, he naturally opened his arms, as if he wanted to hug Mr. Zhang. This scene made the hearts of millions of Daxia people tense, and anger and injustice surge in their hearts. At this time, a tall figure walked forward calmly, with unquestionable determination in his steps. Cao Kun. Lan Yue's soft cry was heard beside her, full of surprise and confusion. She wanted to reach out to stop him, but the figure was like an arrow shot from a bow, crossing several meters in an instant and arriving in front of Nej. Bang! A crisp sound cut through the air, and Cao Kun slapped away Nej's hand that was reaching for the chessboard without hesitation. This scene exploded like thunder in the venue, instantly freezing the originally noisy scene and making everything silent. Tens of thousands of eyes were focused at this moment, as if even time had stopped. In the audience, every face was filled with disbelief, and millions of netizens online felt this sudden shock through the screen. Facing the world's attention-grabbing stage and facing Neg, the incarnation of artificial intelligence AlphaGo, Cao Kun's eyes showed no fear at all, only burning fighting spirit and indomitable will. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful. Mr. Neg, no, to be more precise, Mr. Artificial Intelligence. Having said that, he paused slightly, staring directly at the invisible opponent with a sharp gaze, and continued. I, Cao Kun, am here today to formally challenge you. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire venue was boiling again, but this time, it was because of excitement and anticipation. I challenge you. These words, as if cast from cold iron, resounded loudly in every word, resonating layer upon layer in the quiet chess room, the lingering sound lingering in the ears. The faces of more than 20 spectators around were all shocked, as if time had frozen at this moment, and the air was filled with an atmosphere of disbelief. Several managers who were responsible for maintaining order at the scene looked at each other, beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads, and secretly groaning in their hearts. You have to know that the gentleman in front of them is a noble being whom they cannot afford to offend. What's more, this challenge declaration was broadcast live under the attention of the whole country, and millions of eyes were witnessing this sudden scene through the screen. Oh my God, what is Brother Kun trying to do? This is so bold. Quote. Lu Yun'er and her companions had disbelief in their eyes. Cao Kun's move was undoubtedly like throwing a huge rock into the calm lake, causing waves that were astonishing. Under the dome of the stadium, Neg stood at the intersection of light and shadow, his eyes deep. He had a faint smile on his face, and facing the challenger with a childish face but a firm gaze, a subtle ripple appeared in his heart. Sorry, our game of chess is over. His voice was low and magnetic, and every word seemed carefully crafted, showing both politeness and dignity. Oh. A hint of doubt flashed across Cao Kun's eyes, and then was replaced by an even more intense light. But as far as I know, AlphaGo's name and its goal are to defeat all challengers. Are you scared now? Neg shook his head slightly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. And Cao Kun continued, although Mr. Zhang is highly respected, he is old after all, and his mental power is not as good as before. Neg, the foreigner who always regarded himself as arrogant, finally took off his disguise at this moment. The corners of his mouth curled up in disdain, and his eyes were full of contempt, as if he was watching a farce that was not worth mentioning. You, who are you? His voice, with a hint of deliberately drawn-out playfulness, echoed in the empty venue. Why should we accept your challenge? His words revealed his extreme doubts about Cao Kun's identity, as if he was questioning an insignificant speck of dust. After saying this, Zhang Qingfeng, the usually calm man, couldn't help but pat Cao Kun's shoulder gently, with a complex and indescribable emotion flashing in his eyes. Young man, you are you'd better leave quickly. There was a mixture of worry and confusion in his tone, as if he was trying to persuade a child who was acting impulsively. At this time, a person in charge walked up to Neg and whispered a few words in his ear. Then Neg's expression changed. He began to re-examine the man in front of him. Chapter 104, Chess Game. Nej slowly approached Cao Kun, his voice low and powerful. Cao Kun, I can make an exception and accept your request for this unusual match. But AlphaGo's price is very high. If you lose. He deliberately prolonged his tone, allowing the invisible pressure to surge towards Cao Kun like a tide. You have to pay $100 million. Upon hearing this, Cao Kun curled up his lips into an uninhibited smile, as if the huge number was just a passing cloud to him. He shrugged, his action revealing an indescribable sense of freedom and confidence. It doesn't matter. I'm not interested in money. Besides, you can't win. Seeing this, a flash of anger flashed in Neg's eyes. It was a complex emotion of unwillingness and anger after being looked down upon. He clenched his teeth, and there was a hint of grit in his voice. Cao Kun, you are too conceited. AlphaGo, that's the intelligent warrior carefully crafted by our company. And you, a mere mortal, dare to challenge its authority. It's truly invincible. No matter how many games you bring up. There's only one outcome you will definitely lose. Having said this, he suddenly paused, staring at Cao Kun with a sharp gaze. As the tension between the two grew stronger, the air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone's attention was focused on the two people who were about to compete. Soon, preparations for the second chess match began in full swing, and the air was filled with a subtle tension and anticipation. Everyone present, whether they were old friends of Cao Kun or bystanders who met him for the first time. At this moment, everyone turned their eyes to him, with complex and indistinguishable emotions intertwined in their eyes. Curiosity, doubt, and even a hint of challenge that was inadvertently revealed. Old man, do you have a plan in mind? After Zhang Qingfeng was defeated, the old man from Shenzhen could hardly suppress his slightly anxious mood as he had not displayed his chess skills for a long time. Finally, under his instigation, this confrontation took place. The old man from Shenzhen raised a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with wisdom and confidence, and he whispered to Cao Kun. Boy, today, I will let you witness with your own eyes what the true, God's hand, is. As these words fell, a battle of wisdom and strategy quietly began on the chessboard. When the chess game begins, the black and white pieces begin to move around in the small space. Every move seemed to contain unfathomable meaning, causing the surrounding spectators to hold their breath and stare, afraid of missing any details. The old man from Shenshin, the Go Master, guided Cao Kun's fingertips to touch the chessboard with an almost zen-like calmness, exactly to the position of Tianyuan. This Tianyuan position is like the heart of the sky, quiet and profound, and is the most mysterious starting point in the chessboard layout. Ordinary chess players often try to avoid it. Because there are so many mice surrounded, the game can easily fall into a long and boring quagmire, where one cannot advance or retreat, and efficiency is difficult to achieve. Everyone knows that corners are important. Once a piece is moved, the situation will change dramatically, and the sound of fighting will resound throughout the chessboard. It is a direct collision of speed and wisdom, and sparks of passion and strategy. However, the move of the old man Shenshin seemed to be going against the current, challenging the conventions and taboos of chess for thousands of years with an extraordinary attitude. Starting with Tianyuan, not only was he not afraid of what others said, but he silently announced that an unusual game was about to begin. Although such a layout seems to go against common sense, it actually contains profound strategic vision and a deep understanding of the true meaning of chess. A black piece in Cao Kun's hand slowly landed on the Tianyuan position in the center of the chessboard. In an instant, a look of surprise and solemnity flashed across the brows of the people watching the game. Tianyuan opening, what kind of profound chess game is this? Could it be that he intends to trade space for time, vowing to engage in a protracted battle of wits? Starting with Tianyuan, could it be that he wants to recreate the legendary unity of heaven and earth, a miraculous situation, and subvert the conventions of chess with his extraordinary artistic conception? Maybe I've read too much of the story of Go Boy, and fantasized about myself becoming that Go legend. Starting the game this way is clearly the reckless act of a novice. Amidst the heated discussions, most people's eyes revealed disdain and doubt towards Cao Kun's move, as if they had foreseen that the chess game would be uneventful and end early. However, once the chess game is unfolded, it is like a rushing river, and its direction is difficult to predict. Each move of Cao Kun is like flowing clouds and water, or catkins in the wind, sometimes appearing random and unpredictable. Sometimes it seems like a stroke of genius, so wonderful that it makes people applaud. The battle situation was stalemate and precarious for several times, but Cao Kun always managed to find a glimmer of hope in desperate situations and resolve the crises one by one with his incredible skills. More than 30 minutes passed in a flash. The black and white chessboard was intricately intertwined, like a carefully laid out painting. Each piece contained the chess player's profound wisdom and endless imagination. Everyone then realized that Cao Kun was not a greenhorn, but a hidden master. His unpredictable chess style was quietly rewriting everyone's perception of him. In the quaint and quiet chess room, the air is filled with a faint scent of sandalwood and a tense atmosphere. On the unfinished chessboard, black and white pieces are intertwined, like a star layout, which is very imaginative. This young man has a good method in his moves, quite impressive. An old chess player with white hair and beard stroked his long beard, with a gleam of approval in his eyes. That's true, but the style of play is a bit erratic. Sometimes it's as precise as a god, and sometimes it's as elusive as catkins in the wind. A middle-aged chess player nearby took over the conversation with a hint of regret in his tone. It's like walking in a dream, with every step full of unknowns and variables. Another spectator chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his words, but he couldn't hide his attention to the young chess player. If he can calm his mind, plan his steps carefully, and manage the current situation with a steady hand, then his chances of defeating AlphaGo might quietly emerge. A highly respected chess master pondered, his words full of expectations for the future. What a piece of uncut jade. It's indeed a good seedling. Everyone nodded, secretly praising in their hearts. At this moment, Cao Kun's name seemed to have quietly lit up a glimmer of light in the starry sky of the chess world. Zhang Qingfeng, the master who is known as the leader of the chess world. At this moment, his eyes are fixed on every subtle change on the chessboard, as if he can see through the soul of every chess piece. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful. This player's chess playing skills are truly extraordinary. His quick thinking and clever strategy are truly rare. However, the profound art of chess cannot be achieved overnight. He still needs time to hone his skills and become more mature. Yes, although he is gifted, his spirituality alone is insufficient when faced with AlphaGo's near-perfect logic and calculations. Zhang Qingfeng's words revealed a subtle worry, but more of it was encouragement and expectation for the younger generation. However, given time, if he can combine this spirituality with more solid chess skills, he might be able to compete. Chapter 105 Win. As expected, after a fierce battle, Cao Kun finally lowered his hand holding the piece, announcing the end of the game. Alas, after all, I still couldn't turn the tide. The people around sighed softly, their words filled with a complex mixture of reluctance and relief. In the spectator seats, the senior members of the great Shah chess world did not show any intention of blaming him. Instead, they all gave him approving glances. This kid was too aggressive. He didn't make good use of his advantage. What a shame. An old man shook his head and sighed, his words expressing both regret and recognition of the young people's drive. But having said that, reaching this point is already a rare achievement. Victory and defeat are common in the military, so there's no need to worry too much about it. The other person comforted him gently, and his words revealed his affirmation and expectation of Cao Kun's potential. Yes, young friend Cao Kun has demonstrated extraordinary courage and talent. He has a promising future, but he needs to continue to hone his skills. Everyone echoed and the voices of encouragement were endless. Lan Yue stood to one side, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, a barely perceptible worry flashing across her clear eyes. Beside her, Lu Yun'er and Lan Yuyu looked at each other quietly. Still failed to win, Lan Yue pondered in her heart. Humph, trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm is overestimating your own abilities. Nej curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer, and uttered this sentence in Chinese in a clear voice, with a tone full of disdain. These words instantly ignited the anger in the hearts of the aspiring young people present. Their clenched fists seemed to be about to turn into a storm and sweep across this small space in the next second. Mad, how could this happen? Cao Kun said in disbelief. Old man, can you do this? After a long time, the old man from Shenzhen whispered a word. Depend on. Then, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes, igniting new fighting spirit. One more round. I'm going to be serious this time. In the second game, the battle curtain quietly opened, and the air was filled with unspoken tension and anticipation. Do you want to continue? There was a subtle hint of helplessness and doubt in Neg's voice. Mr. Cao, please allow me to speak frankly. Even if we play thousands of games again, AlphaGo's impeccable logic and unfathomable computing power will remain beyond human reach. Cao Kun's response was brief and firm, with an unquestionable arrogance. Stop talking nonsense, best 2 out of 3. Snort. A sneer appeared on Neg's lips, with a hint of disdain hidden in that smile. Come on then. The second game of chess quietly began, and the air was filled with a subtle tension and anticipation. Nej still maintained his unruly and confident demeanor. Before he could guess the outcome, he indicated to Cao Kun with an open-minded attitude that he should make the first move. Cao Kun understood what he meant, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand and pointed directly at Tianyuan under the instruction of the old man from Shenzhen. On the chessboard, black and white intertwined, gradually forming a storm. After a few moves, the originally calm face of the old man Shenzhen suddenly showed surprise. He let out a light exclamation, and his eyes flashed with admiration. This robot is quite powerful. He sighed inwardly, realizing that the seemingly randomly placed chess piece actually held a profound meaning, closely connected to the next 100 moves of the game. The layout was so ingenious it was breathtaking. The spectators held their breath, watching this battle of wits and strategy. The game continues, and every move carries the player's careful consideration and endless expectations. 5 minutes of silence passed quietly, and an unusual atmosphere seemed to be brewing in the air. At this moment, a scene of miracles and confusion quietly unfolded. Neg held the iPad tightly in his hand, and the screen suddenly froze. AlphaGo, which had once smoothly guided every move in the chess game, now fell into a strange silence. There was no longer any instruction on how to place a move. The entire space was shrouded in an indescribable silence. What is going on? Neg's voice unconsciously carried a hint of astonishment and confusion, his eyes shifting between the iPad and his colleagues. Mike, come over here and take a look. He called out anxiously, his heart full of doubts and anxieties about the unknown situation. A middle-aged man came over after hearing the noise. He was the technical backbone of the team and had a calm look on his face. Taking the iPad, He operated it skillfully, his fingertips jumping on the screen as if he was fighting against invisible obstacles. The network status is normal and there are no signs of interruption. Upon hearing this, Neg's brows furrowed, and the confusion in his eyes grew even more intense. He murmured to himself, could it be victory? Suddenly, Zhang Qingfeng's voice pierced through the quiet chess room, carrying with it irrepressible shock and ecstasy. Haha, I won. I actually really won. His laughter was mixed with incredible surprise, echoing in the ears of every chess player and causing ripples. The many chess players watching looked at each other in bewilderment. It was clear that there was still a large area of empty space on the chessboard that had not been filled. This sudden declaration of victory seemed so abrupt that it was difficult for people to digest it for a while. Their eyes wandered across the intricate chessboard, trying to find the hidden way to win. At this moment, Cao Kun's situation seemed to be in a desperate situation. His black pieces were tightly entangled by AlphaGo's invisible offensive, as if they would be ruthlessly swallowed up in the next moment. This is capturing the most pressing crisis in Go, just like the general in chess, pressing forward step by step, leaving no room for breathing. According to common sense, AlphaGo only needs to make a light move to elegantly remove one of Cao Kun's black pieces from the chessboard. The advantage will undoubtedly be more stable, and the balance of victory seems to have tilted. However, at this critical moment, the white piece seemed to be frozen in midair and did not fall down. This unexpected pause, like the calm before the storm, made the atmosphere in the entire chess room extremely strange and full of anticipation. The situation on the chessboard where everyone gathered was deadlocked, like a mountaintop shrouded in clouds and mist, making it difficult to see the full picture. Seeing this, Zhang Qingfeng's eyes flashed with eagerness and excitement. He stood up, his voice trembling slightly with excitement, as if he was going to unveil the mystery. Everyone, please take a closer look at the subtleties of the chess game at this moment. As he spoke, he tapped the chessboard lightly, and where his fingertips landed was exactly where the black piece was forced into a desperate situation. Look at this black guy. Although he seems to be surrounded, he actually has a hidden plan. No matter how cleverly the opponent plans, I only need to gently place this one move, like a sharp sword unsheathed, to instantly cut off the white piece's retreat. The two white pieces will be forced to flee in panic. Just imagine, if the opponent tries to jump to escape, I, Heitzi, have a clever trick. With one block, I will leave him nowhere to hide. As he spoke, his gestures danced, as if the chess piece had moved according to his will. As for the counterattack strategy, my black pie is not afraid at all. Instead, I will use softness to overcome hardness and follow the trend. In this way, black pie's momentum will be like a river flowing into the sea, unstoppable. Zhang Qingfeng's words were full of confidence and heroism, and his eyes seemed to have foreseen the dawn of victory. At this moment, the outcome for Heitzi is decided. All we need to do is remain calm and take our time. Once the two tigers are formed, the enemy will be like a trapped beast, and their defeat is certain. His words were sonorous and powerful, and every word struck the hearts of everyone present. If the other party attempts to deviate from this path and find another way, it will only accelerate its own downfall, like a moth flying into a flame, bringing about its own destruction. When Zhang Qingfeng said this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In that smile, there was both confidence in his chess skills and a hint of pity for his opponent who was about to lose. Therefore, I can assert that we won this round. As he finished speaking, the crowd around him burst into exclamations and discussions. Many people suddenly realized what was going on and nodded in agreement, praising Zhang Qingfeng's chess skills. Zhang Qingfeng's face flushed with excitement, and his deep eyes sparkled with wisdom and victory. Chapter 106 What's Wrong with Letting Him Go First? Lan Yue's body trembled slightly, as if she was in a beautiful dream that she didn't want to wake up from. She whispered in disbelief. Win. We really won. We won. Brother Kun won. Lan Yu and Lu Yun'er hugged each other tightly. Their hearts were pounding with joy at this unexpected victory. However, amidst the jubilation, Neg was struck by lightning and stood up suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief and anger. How could AlphaGo lose? This is impossible. There must have been a fatal error in the data transmission process. Zhang Qingfeng curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer, a mixture of the joy of victory and contempt for his opponent's ignorance. Humph, an outsider is always an outsider. How can a frog in a well know the immensity of the world? Your chess game is now a dead end. No matter how hard you struggle, it's all in vain. Although his tone was sarcastic, his joy was hard to conceal. Impossible, how is this possible? Neg's mumbling was full of despair and unwillingness, and he shook his head repeatedly. But the reality is as hard as iron and stone and cannot be questioned. In an instant, the two foreign programmers operated in front of the chessboard, but their AlphaGo system still did not make any moves. Shit. Neg finally couldn't hold it in anymore and cursed under his breath, his tone full of resentment and frustration. Mike on the side gave him a sympathetic glance and shook his head slightly. That look contained both comfort for his friend and helplessness towards this contest. As the bell for the time limit for making moves rang mercilessly, everything was settled. Neg's name was quietly added to the screen with the word defeat. Wow! There was a burst of exclamation from the audience, which turned into sincere admiration for the opponent. What a brilliant play! We managed to win the game back. It was fantastic. Genius, absolutely a masterpiece of genius. That move of removing the fuel from under the cauldron is simply breathtaking. At such a young age, he has achieved such accomplishments. His future is limitless. Encouragement and praise came like a tide, and every word was filled with infinite expectations and pride for the young chess player. Come on, young man. Conquer him completely in one go. You are the pride of all of us, keep shining. Such voices echoed in every corner of the Daxia chess world. They combined into a powerful force that inspired the young chess player. The curtain of the third game quietly opened. The air was filled with tension and anticipation of impending storm. At this moment, the old man Shenshin's face was filled with confidence and heroism. He stroked his long beard and laughed out loud. How's it going, kid? Is my chess skill okay? His words revealed the demeanor and pride of a master. Hearing this, Cao Kun curled up the corners of his mouth into a faint smile and nodded slowly. Well enough. In the blink of an eye, the decisive battle has arrived. Neg, at this moment, made an unexpected request, to go first. However, this proposal was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in everyone's ears. In the first two games, although he did not say it explicitly, he had actually given up the lead silently. This move seemed to have touched a delicate balance. No. The masters of the Daxia chess world spoke almost in unison, and their voices combined into a force that could not be ignored, and they firmly opposed it. The rules are set, how can we play with them? Some people speak righteously and have sharp eyes. The seniors yielding is a gentleman's behavior. It is not what we ask for, nor is it something we take for granted. Another person added, revealing his dissatisfaction with Neg's move. Could it be that now that victory is certain, you've forgotten the importance of humility? Someone said sarcastically, with sharp words. HMPH, if you act too pretentiously, you'll probably suffer the consequences. There are also those who speak out bluntly, sneering and revealing the mystery in one sentence. The entire chess room was in an uproar over this episode, with people talking about it a lot, but it also highlighted the extraordinary significance of this duel. On the chessboard, every move is a battle of wisdom and strategy. Outside the chessboard, it is a contest of character and demeanor. This duel is destined to be recorded in the history of Daxia chess and become a story that future generations will talk about with relish. It's okay, everyone, please be patient. At this time, Cao Kun's calm and magnetic voice came. We, the children of Daxia, value reciprocity. Since they have already shown humility twice, why shouldn't I, Cao Kun, return the favor this time? This goes beyond the art of chess, and it also demonstrates the character of our generation. His words revealed both respect for ancient etiquette and respect and confidence in his opponent. There was a lot of whispering around, and many chess masters had frowns on their faces, their eyes full of confusion and worry. You know, in the world of Go, the advantage of taking the initiative is like the upper hand on the battlefield. If you get it, you are sure to win. Especially when mentioning the legendary figure of the Edogawa period, Shusaku. His brilliant record of never losing a game with black in his life made everyone realize the importance of having the first move. What's more, the opponent is the legendary AlphaGo, an intelligent being that seems to be reborn and its strength doubled with each round. In front of such an opponent, giving up the initiative is tantamount to putting oneself in danger. His courage and boldness are truly astonishing. Cao Kun. Zhang Qingfeng's voice, filled with anxiety and worry, penetrated the crowd and reached Cao Kun's ears. Zhang Qingfeng wanted to say something. However, Cao Kun just smiled indifferently, and that smile seemed to reveal his own calculations and confidence. A confident smile appeared on Cao Kun's lips, and his eyes flashed with an unquestionable light. I, Cao Kun, always plan carefully before I act. I will never act rashly without confidence. There was a calmness and dominance in his words, as if he had already secured victory. Everyone, relax. His words were like a spring breeze, easing the tense atmosphere around them. Even if I let him get ahead, what can he do to me? There was a hint of unruliness and challenge in the tone, which echoed in the quiet and solemn chess room, causing ripples. All the chess players of Daxia present were infected by this heroic spirit and ambition. Their blood boiled in their chests, and it seemed as if even the air was filled with passionate fighting spirit. However, at the other end of this exciting atmosphere, Neg sneered in his heart. Although he remained expressionless on the surface, he was extremely happy in his heart. Chapter 107 Chaos. Humph, what an ignorant fellow. If I can't completely defeat you in this round, I, Nej, will gladly sacrifice my own head as a sacrifice for your victory. In the blink of an eye, the much-anticipated deciding game began. AlphaGo, the pinnacle of intelligent chess, uses the black piece as a blade and accurately lands it in a corner of the chessboard, announcing the start of the battle. Cao Kun, on the other hand, was calm and composed, with a deep gaze, as if he had seen through the overall situation. After a few seconds of hesitation, his white piece landed leisurely, squarely on the Tianyuan position. What kind of chess move is this? Hiss. Is there really such a way of walking in this world? Completely ignoring the opponent's strategy, just immersed in his own world, wantonly expressing his feelings. It's so audacious and shocking. Wait a minute, this guy seems unruly, but he's actually quite skilled. Could it be some new, unprecedented fighting style? The chess players watching looked at each other, shook their heads, and muttered to themselves. It feels like being in a fog, unable to grasp the changes on the chessboard. Even Zhang Qingfeng, who has always been known for his superb chess skills and calmness. At this moment, he couldn't help but frown and fell into deep thought. His eyes moved repeatedly across the chessboard, trying to find a hidden thread and deep meaning among those seemingly disorganized chess pieces. But the truth is shockingly simple. Old man Shenshen, the reclusive master of chess, is actually challenging himself with a playful attitude. He deliberately closed his eyes and let the chess piece in his hand jump freely on the chessboard. When making a move, there is no interference from the outside world, only based on the heart and intuition. After the chess pieces are placed, think carefully about how to turn this sudden situation into a safe situation, or even turn defeat into victory. Cao Kun is a layman who has not yet grasped the basics of Go. He could only copy the mysterious chess moves of the old man from Shenshen. This scene, in the eyes of laymen, might be just a clumsy imitation, but it cast an indescribable shadow over the hearts of every spectator who was proficient in chess. They frowned and broke out in cold sweat, as if they were witnessing an incredible adventure with their own eyes, fearing that this ignorant attempt would push the entire game into an abyss of no return. This is simply nonsense. He's making random moves, without any rules at all. In the crowd, Zhang Qingfeng's angry rebuke exploded like thunder. His face was ashen, his beard trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with confusion and unwillingness, as if he had witnessed a flawless piece of jade being tarnished by ignorant hands, and he wished he could personally go into battle and put the misguided chess pieces back on track one by one. In this chaotic mix of confusion and doubt, Lan Yue's voice rang out like a clear spring, carrying a subtle hint of deep meaning and expectation. Perhaps this is precisely a masterful move that transcends convention and finds a new and unique approach. Her words were gentle, but like a gentle spring breeze, calming the restless atmosphere a little. It also made people wonder whether each of Cao Kun's seemingly absurd steps was implying some unknown and far-reaching plan. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads at the same time, their eyes fixed on her, as if being pulled by an invisible force. The woman opened her red lips slightly, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. The light seemed to be able to penetrate the thick barriers and reach people's hearts, and it seemed to see through the meaningful smile on Cao Kun's face. Go is extraordinary. When facing a strong opponent, he becomes more courageous. When facing a weak opponent, he remains flexible and adaptable. He can adapt to any situation and change in many ways. Her words are like a spring flowing over rocks, clear and full of philosophy. If you use an experienced chess player to play against him, it would be like hitting an egg with a stone, it would be difficult to see his true strength. On the contrary, if we send a few chess players of mediocre skill to test the opponent first, we might be able to throw them off balance and confuse them. Cao Kun, this man is well versed in this art. Therefore, many of his moves, though seemingly chaotic, actually contain hidden mysteries. She continued to tell her story, with a hint of admiration in her voice. This is about finding order in chaos, finding opportunities to win in disorder. No strategy is better than strategy. This is the essence of it. Only in this way can one find a glimmer of hope in this game of wits, turn the tide, and achieve that seemingly impossible victory. After these words were spoken, there was silence for a moment. Then came whispers and exclamations of sudden enlightenment, like a ray of light that illuminated the fog in everyone's hearts and made everything become clear. It turns out that true wisdom lies not in careful calculation of every step, but in the insight and courage that goes beyond the norm. Several old men smiled at each other, and that smile contained memories of past glory and sincere admiration for the new forces. They shook their heads slightly, as if they were talking and whispering to time. The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead. When people get old, their brains can't keep up with the quick thinking of the young ones. Zhang Qingfeng sat aside, his clothes already soaked with sweat. But at this moment, his face was filled with an indescribable ease and relief. The chess game just now was like a war without the smoke of gunpowder, fierce and cruel. With his profound understanding of chess and flexible response on the spot, he finally defeated the powerful enemy and won the attention of everyone present. At this moment, he breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His excitement receded like the tide, leaving behind a sense of tranquility and satisfaction. Experience is certainly important. Zhang Qingfeng thought to himself that this sentence was not only an affirmation of his past efforts, but also a gratitude to those senior predecessors for their selfless dedication and careful teaching. He knew that without those years of hard study and countless failures and reflections, he would never have achieved what he has today. However, he also understood that the essence of the art of Go goes far beyond this. But flexibility and adaptability are the true essence of Go. Zhang Qingfeng's eyes gradually became profound, as if he saw the endless changes and possibilities between the black and white pieces on the chessboard. In the long river of history, Wang Jixin painted 10 tips of Go, with the fragrance of ink. Huang Longxi created blood and tears, with all his passion. As for Fan Ziping and Shi Shangxia, the two masters jointly performed 10 games at Dangu. Just like the most exquisite chess record in the world, each game is an exploration in pursuit of the ultimate in chess, which still amazes future generations. Hananbo Dosaku, using the hand-cutting theory as a weapon, opened up another world in the Go world. Hananbo Shusaku started the game with the Shusaku style, which was gentle but contained infinite murderous intent. Every move of his chess revealed his extraordinary chess skills and realm, becoming a model for chess players in later generations to imitate. Wu Qingyuan, the Go master of the Showa era, was unique in the Go world with his unique skill of avalanche. In the fierce battle of the 10-game match, he fearlessly challenged and conquered all the top players of his time one by one. Every move he made was like a fire in winter, hot and dazzling, illuminating a new era of the art of Go. All of them are trendsetters of the times. With their extraordinary talent and courage, they overturned the shackles of their predecessors and created their own Go legends. End of book.